Good morning or evening, wherever you are, Runes and Rift fam. We are back with our 20th online Runes and Rift Cup, and we are, of course, 1 week into Vendetta already, and we're going to be looking forward to seeing much more Vendetta action. I am joined today by Knight Fighter 7 on the casting desk, and I'm, of course, Hiro Shisho. So, Knight Fighter, what are we looking forward to seeing today?
Well, lots of the new Vendetta legends, they seem to be decently popular, which is really nice to see after some of them were kind of shunned in the early days, seeing that some of them have definitely proven to both be fan favorites and also pretty strong. I'm excited to see where people are able to take them now they've had a bit of time to actually crunch the Vendetta numbers.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is cooking. Everyone is excited for RQ Barcelona as well as Singapore coming up in the next couple of weeks. You actually did a quick breakdown of the legends that we'll be seeing in today's cup. Why don't you run us through the top five, and then after that we can talk about some of the more interesting one-off legends.
Yeah, so the most popular legend by a pretty substantial margin is Kennen. Not too surprising, he's got a really fun color combination, and there's at least 3 builds that I have seen, all of which are pretty good. After that, we have Ezreal. Everybody hates or loves a good hand rip control deck. Mel has gotten very popular, following both Alan ZQ explaining how his Mel deck works, and also people have just kind of been figuring it out. The aspiring researcher, I believe is what it's called, has made a spellslinger melt really powerful. And then following those three, we have Traven, Irelia, and LeBlanc, and then a couple of one-ofs.
Yeah, I mean, all of those legends seem fairly interesting. We do, of course, have Kennen and Mel as our new joiners. Interestingly, no Dianas today, so all of them trying the other blue
Yeah,
purple legends instead. Like you mentioned, LNZQ is, I mean, rumored to be on Mel for RQ Barcelona, so maybe everyone is just trying the new sauce. But personally, I've been playing a lot of Akali in Vendetta. What about you, Knight?
I have still been trying to make Vi work with her new changes, but after that, I'm going to be trying mid-range Jace and then see where the winds take me.
Yeah, and I mean, it is going to be a very interesting set. We have a lot of Vendetta gameplay coming right up, but of course, you've heard enough of myself and Night yapping. You will see the rest of the interesting one-offs later today, but one of the very interesting one-offs is actually right up on stream. We have a Renata Glass here. And first, we are going to see them playing against a cannon on the opposite side. And right off the bat, we have the Treasure Hunter for the cannon already, followed by a Honest Broker for the Renata.
Yeah, so we do know already, just as a pre-warning for everybody, this is not a combo Renata Glass. So we're gonna see some interesting stuff here. And for the Kennen, based on the Treasure Hunter, this is probably gonna be Miracle, because they are very rune heavy with things like Raza and Baron Nashor. So they like to have the treasure hunters get the gold to just avoid deramping all of their runes really early into the game.
And right off the bat, we already see an up from the deep as well for the cannon. Gets to spawn these two tentacle tokens, allows him to set up a pretty nice double conquer as well on the following turn, because this Honest Broker is probably just going to run right over the Treasure Hunter over here on the Zon Warrens, which is also a very common blind battlefield of choice for these Miracle Cannon lists, allowing them to not only fill their trash for the cards like Rasa, but also cycle through their decks a bit faster. Meanwhile, you can see Renata actually has a Lilia discarded from the Zon Warrens effect, so maybe we're gonna see some token shenanigans here with the sprites.
Yeah, I've seen so especially in Victor, I saw the new shark called Escaped Greyback that's really good at killing tokens to empower itself. So I'm imagining we're gonna see some of that action with the Lilia sprites being really easy to just consume and empower the Greyback. And then for the
Mhm.
Kennen here, this is kind of what makes Up from the Deep really good in especially Kennen. He can give a unit +2 assault with his legend, and so these tentacles are suddenly 3 might tentacles, which is good enough to walk over an honest broker if the Renata Glass doesn't have a response. And then because he still has a second tentacle, he can walk it up onto that power nexus, put himself at 3 points, And Renata Glass only has 1 unit, so she's gonna be struggling to catch up on point tempo.
Yeah, and walk right over that Zon Warrens. He does, gets rid of that Nocturne in the hand. You want to see that in your scries, not on your hand already. A Traveling Merchant now gonna hit the board for the cannon and passing back over to the Renata. However, the one good thing about these tentacles for the Renata player is that they are just 1 might, so are of course easy to walk over in return. But Cannon will, as you mentioned, keep pushing it back up to 3 might with that Legend Empowered effect. Meanwhile, the Sprite Burst now going to be played, allowing the Renata player to have these 2 3 might ready sprites coming in for a double conquer of her own. Will push her up to 3 points to keep parity with Frosty here, the Cannon player.
Yeah, and these sprites means no tentacle is going to be able to walk over. Now, the Traveling Merchant is going to be able to walk over one of these sprites with the Kennen Legend, but that other battlefield, without some card in hand, the Kennen's not going to be able to take it this turn. Double hidden from the Renata Glass. I'm not even
Yeah,
sure what those are going to be. That's
that's huge.
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, with Vendetta, we did get the brand new hidden Temporal Breach, which is, of course, very, very interesting in these blue decks, especially on Rockfall Path. But it doesn't look like we have any of that in the deck here. So we will have to see what old Baron is cooking with this Renata mid-range deck. Of course, we don't want to spoil the fun for any of you viewing at home for the first time, so let's see what the plays are going to be. Now, Cannon playing down his chosen champion, Cannon Storm's Shuriken. That does allow him to empower his champion, and there we have it. The Assault 2 gonna be given to the Traveling Merchant as it enters. I would assume the Zon Warrens to try and kill this sprite.
I would assume so as well. It will mean that the cannon is going to discard and draw twice, assuming he can actually conquer the Zon Warrens. Hidden Blade, that's really good. It gets rid of the sprite that was already going to die, and it refills this Renata Glass's hand, given she was pretty low on cards. She only had 2 left after she hid both of those.
Yeah, getting a
And
nice little
then
+1.
these tentacles probably aren't going to be enough to contest this sprite, unless the cannon has something like a Gust specifically in hand.
That would be a good answer. However, we're just going to see the stack deck first. Wondering if there's a Nocturne in this top 3. Does not look like it will come onto the board. So just a quick little pick one of 3. Are we assuming this other hidden is also a Hidden Blade?
I would assume so. I know it could be Renata Glask's signature spell Hostile Takeover, but you're not really looking to Hostile Takeover a single tentacle in this instance, so I would assume that's another Hidden Blade. We did also see that the Kennen discarded his second Nocturne, so that's really unfortunate for the Kennen. There's only 1 Nocturne left in deck potentially for him to hit off of these stack decks and eventually lightning rushes if he's able to draw those.
That's right. Of course, that does happen sometimes with this Nocturne card. You will have to accept the downsides of the high roll potential that you have as well. But we're actually going to see Dredge up here for this Renata Glass player. Going to pay 2 to draw 1 and then can flow this later to draw another one. And meanwhile, just sending this Honest Broker into the Power Nexus. So this will allow both players to go up to 4 points. But if Renata doesn't have any tricks up their sleeve, this could allow Frosty on Cannon to go up to 6 points next turn, which is, of course, a very crucial breakpoint for pressuring lethal. Oh,
Yeah,
there's a Star-Crossed from
Star-Crossed.
Cannon. And we're going to return, I believe, a Tentacle, and then this Honest Broker. It could also be this Traveling Merchant to open up the Zon Warrens for another Conquer. Of course, if this Starcross does resolve, that will mean we're going to see double Conquer from Tentacles, pushing Frosty up to 6, and Renata will also not really have many plays in response. Won't be able to go up to 4 points this turn, will also not be able to do much else. Notably, forgot to end the beginning phase, which is why I had not that many runes, but will proceed to allow the Starcross to resolve. Traveling Merchant does go back to the hand of Frosty.
Yeah, and this lets the Kennen score on his next turn by conquering, and that will trigger the ability to allow him to give a spell flow. The moment he's only got Star-Crossed and Stacked Deck in the trash, so probably just going to be a stacked deck unless this Renata Glask is able to get onto and defend both battlefields, which seems very unlikely. But it could be a Star-Crossed, which does mean this Renata Glask, even if she had a unit that costs 4 energy in her hand, she didn't really want to put it down that turn, because it's just going to get bounced to hand if it's anything super threatening.
Yeah, exactly. And instead, we're just going to see a bit of a flood here. Two Raven Blooms and that Honest Broker back onto the board again. So we'll have at least some units to contest on the following turn. Very crucial. 4 might break point, though, this Cannon Storm of Shuriken is currently at. But as you mentioned, this cannon moving in will give this Star-Crossed or this stack deck flow, and that will be fairly significant as well, either to get a +1 basically from the stack deck or to remove one of these bodies on the side of E Baron's board. As mentioned, the cannon does conquer. We're going to see Zon Warrens as well as the cannon effect, and stack deck is the choice, will be used immediately. Very nice little +1 for this cannon deck. And with the tentacle moving into the power nexus, that does push cannon up to 6. And this
It
puts
does.
Renata in a really bad spot.
The only sort of saving grace in this case is Ravenbloom students can very easily reach 4 might on this cannon, even just something like a Stupefy would let a Ravenbloom trade. So these cannon boards or battlefields are not as secure as I'm sure the cannon would like. This is sort of where the Baron Nashor or the Razas typically come into play, allowing the cannon to actually build a decent defense on a battlefield. And at the moment, I'm not seeing any Razas or a Baron either in the trash or in play, which could be pretty devastating if this cannon can't get units bigger than tentacles on the board by the end of either this turn or the next turn. The Renata Glass is just going to have free reign to walk over anything she wants.
Exactly. But we are pretty close to 10 cards in trash. If we have one Lightning Rush, that will be exactly 10. And that would allow Rasa to be played for 0 energy cost, which is going to be very, very significant as well. So let's see, we're going to tap the Seal of Discord, maybe generating that Chaos Power. And that could be Rasa making its way onto the board for the first time. It's going to be that Rasa, indeed. And one option that Frosty has here is to actually put it on that power nexus, and if he gets to hold, he can actually use Oberon's battlefield against him and go to 7 and then hold till 8 with the power nexus as well. So interestingly, just decides to leave it in base, maybe setting up for a double conquer instead, but 5 runes open for the side of this cannon, which can be a lot of very, very scary interaction pieces.
Yeah, that suggests to me that this cannon doesn't have the cards he needs to defend either of these battlefields. Given a Ravenbloom student with a Stupefy goes up to 3, and both of them could trade into a Raza, and with a Stupefy, they can drop the Raza down a might. So, in theory, this Renata could pretty comfortably. Oh no! Abandon on a time warp! That's this Renata Glask's entire turn gone, and she just scoops immediately. That's so bad for her.
Yeah, understandably, that is pretty much an instant scoop. Was really looking for an out there, but just didn't really find it. And unfortunately, the Renata Glass just not able to take a game yet into this Miracle Cannon list. We are, of course, going to hit into the sideboards, which could give us a couple of options. Notably, there is a Decree of Unity on the side of Oberon's sideboard, so could be a way for them to get out. Also has things like the Unchecked Power, but we'll see. What do you think about that game one?
I thought it was going really well up until that very last turn. I was thinking it was still pretty close. That's just one of those almost like 1 in a million blowout plays where you never expect your opponent to be running 3 abandons, which to be clear, the Kennen isn't, and you never think this turn specifically they're gonna have the abandon for the time warp. It's the dream play every purple player wants to get, but not something you ever really see.
Exactly, and meanwhile, we are also going to see the tentacles up from the deep right on turn 1 as well for this cannon player, and that will be, like you mentioned before, just going to become a 3 might tentacle immediately walk over this Honest Broker, but we do still have one rune open, could be a Stupefy to make it a fair trade instead, but this tentacle play on turn 1 going second always feels very, very strong, allows you to very quickly get a lot of tempo, especially after you get to flow it, and now you have it as an Assault Tree Tentacle. Now let's see, is there a response from Oberon? Oh, Cloth Armor! Very spicy. That is going to be a straight up win rather than a trade that Stupefy would have given. So very, very nice play from the side of Oberon. Will not allow this tentacle to take the treasure hoard back from him. And now we're going to see what else Frosty has available. Is going to rest those 3 runes for the flow cost of the Up from the Deep. That card should also be heading into the Banish pretty soon. Minefield is going to be conquered for the cannon, and now Lightning Rush also put into the graveyard. Great cloth armor from this Renata.
That is fantastic. I really like the cloth armor because it doesn't cost a power to play cloth armor, and it has quick draw, so it automatically attaches when you play it, meaning that was just a 1 energy gain 2 shield, and that's staying on this Honest Broker. So even in the next turn, at best, if Kennen uses his legend to give Assault 2 to a Traveling Merchant, they're just going to trade. And if you're the Renata, you're getting 2 points and trading with a Traveling Merchant. That's fantastic. That's all you could ever hope for. And that cloth armor can be used again. It's such a good play, specifically this early.
Exactly. So very, very nice. 1 energy, 2 might. Very, very efficient. And we also get to see the first use of the Chem Baroness effect in this series. When you are an ally hold, you may exhaust me to play a gold gear token rested. So very, very nice. And we're actually going to see Renata Glask make his way onto the board as well. And I think is going to use the 1+1 power to draw 1 because he's hiding a card. So pretty good as well to be able to hold onto both of these battlefields if the cannon doesn't have a good response.
Yeah, now we've seen Hidden Blade. I don't think we saw any other hidden cards from Renata in the first game. So if you're the Kennen, you're presuming it's going to be a Hidden Blade, and if that is the case, you probably run this Traveling Merchant in with Assault 2 against this Plundering Poro and say, sure, use Hidden Blade on my unit or your unit. It's totally fine by me. I'm not losing anything big, and you can do the Hidden Blade on your Plundering Poro at any time.
Ooh,
Flowing the Lightning Rush that was burned by the Minefield. I mean, technically Minefield doesn't say burn, but it is the same effect. And that should empower the Kennen Legend, allowing him to give Assault 2, playing out a stack deck, just adding all the cards to his hand.
Yep, I mean, we're doing cannon things, looking deeper and deeper into our deck. And that's the beauty of having this Lightning Rush as well as stack deck in your 40 cards. You're able to search them into each other and dig deeper and deeper into your deck. And not only that, you also get semi-perfect information of the bottom cards of your deck since you do have to recycle in random order, but it's still going to be a very, very nice time for the cannon player. Assault onto the Traveling Merchant will push it into the minefield. What is the hidden card here?
Hidden Blade probably on the Plundering Poro just to refill the hand again. Interesting to see, the Nocturne was discarded again, sadly, for the Kennen. Didn't hit it on the stack deck or Lightning Rush. We're also seeing a Harrowing and an Abandon in the trash for this Kennen. If that's the only Abandon the Kennen is playing, that's really good for the Renata, allowing her to get those Time Warps without losing the whole game to an Abandon.
Yeah,
the Harrowing suggests that there's going to be a Baron Nashor in the board somewhere.
Exactly. It is a very, very powerful card. Being able to cheat out that Baron Nashor for 6 cost instead of 10. Very, very big difference. Of course, you are going to be paying 5 purple power, but if you do have those seals of Discord, it does help a lot. Now, are we going to see anything else? Maybe a star-crossed in order to remove this Honest Broker and then also get to conquer with these tentacles? Or is it just going to be another developmental turn for Frosty, not able to crack the cloth-armored Honest Broker?
I don't think these tentacles are going to be able to do it. A last rites, so that's going to let him start playing units from the trash, including that Nocturne, which is currently the only unit in trash. It does also let him recycle cards back into his decks. Something like that Starcrossed or the Abandon could end up coming back with how quickly this cannon can dig through their deck with the stacked decks and Lightning Rush. Pretty much any card is back on the table if this last rites remains on the board.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Last Right's Tentacle Empowered Cannon is coming in for 5, which is quite a decent number. It does hit over both the Honest Broker and this chosen champion Renata Glask Mastermind, so will be pretty helpful for the Frosty the Cannon. But here we're going to see Stupefy used on the Traveling Merchant, will allow Oberon to draw a card, as well as ensure this Traveling Merchant isn't going to be winning a combat.
Yeah, I'm assuming that was mostly for the draw, because the Renata Glask is still stronger than the Traveling Merchant without the Stupefy, and with 1 energy up, I don't think the Cannon has many ways to defend against this Renata Glask. It is really nice to see for this Renata. She's gotten 2 points from holding with this Honest Broker and Cloth Armor. That is the best 3 energy she has ever spent.
That's right, that is super high value, and notably, we're actually seeing the Chem Baroness finally hit 5 points, which is pretty significant as well. The secondary effect of this legend is when your score is within 3 points of the victory score, your gold adds an additional 1 energy. So we're actually passing the turn with 8 energy up for Renata, and that is going to be pretty significant as well. Would make trying to conquer either of these battlefields very, very difficult.
So I think this is the potential play the Renata is hoping for. If she holds both these battlefields, she goes up to 7. The Renata Glask Mastermind can give her a point. You'll burn through 4 energy and 4 blue power, but it can give her a point and get her to that 8th point if she is able to hold both of these battlefields, or even hold one and somehow conquer the other one with this Mastermind. So if you're the Kennen, you really need to clear this minefield battlefield, which is also why that hidden card's there. It could be the hostile takeover. It could. Have we seen 2 hidden blades? Nope, there's still a hidden blade available. So there's absolutely ways to handle it. Ride the wind on the Raza, moving it up. So that is going to be a very strong 6 into 4. Notably, the last rites wasn't equipped to the Raza before the Ride the Wind was played, so it is only going to be 6.
Yeah, and focus immediately passed as well, so no further actions from Frosty right now. Does still have the Empowered Legend, but we're gonna see Hostile Takeover going to be used on Rasa the Sunderer. Is there going to be an Abandon from the side of Cannon? There is, but there is still quite a number of runes available. Are there going to be any further reactions from Renata after this? Abandon going to not allow Hostile Takeover, and Hostile Takeover does not have action or reaction speed, so after it's been countered from hidden, it will no longer be usable in the showdown. Key Barrier! That is massive for Oberon. Will prevent 7 of the 6 damage that this Rasa the Sunderer was about to do. But because Ride the Wind made it ready, it is going to be able to push back in to the minefield again after it gets recalled. So he needs another trick still in order to prevent a Conquer and his Renata Glass from dying.
Yeah, I mean, the Renata Glass, though, still has 6 energy up. There's a lot of ways for this Renata Glass to keep the Mastermind alive. I almost fear that the Kennen has been too focused on the minefield when this Honest Broker was a pretty easy conquer, though he can go in with a Tentacle and a Last Rites to try and clear the Honest Broker. If he's burnt all his energy on the minefield, this Honest Broker, I mean, a Key Barrier, and the Honest Broker just stays alive regardless of what this Kennen tries to do to it at that point.
That's right, but no further reactions from Renata. So that means the Rasa the Sunderer will actually be able to take down Renata Glass Mastermind, and that might be enough to win the game, or at least prevent a victory from Oberon on the following turn. The Mastermind has to hit the graveyard in order for Frosty to not lose on the following turn, and he has managed to keep himself in the game. The last strike is now attached to one of these tentacles, going up to 3, might could go up to 5 with the empowerment of the Heart of the Tempest, and that is going to be the case. 5, no, 6 with the second tentacle into the Treasure Hoard.
Yeah, and quickly for chat, the Raza returned to base ready because he was readied from the Ride the Wind played off of the Fizz, which is why he was able to go back in again. Shock Blast.
Fantastic. Yes, Shock Blast onto the tentacle with the last rites on it. And now that means this Honest Broker once again holds this treasure hoard for the third time already in this game. And what a fantastic use of Tree Energy. Like you mentioned, goes up to 6 points, but not in range of the Time Warp just yet. So does have to find a way to deal with this Rasa the Sunderer.
Yeah. Well, but we know there is Hostile Takeover in hand. I don't know specifically how Hostile Takeover works with Renata Glass because I've never played her myself. But if he Hostile Takeover on the Raza, would that let him score up to 7 and then potentially Time Warp on the next turn to get to 8, or just hold? Because this Honest Broker is clearly the strongest card in all of Riftbound, capable of holding 3 points on this treasure hoard.
It's a bonkers card. It's imagine, and even if it doesn't hold it, it dies and then gives you a gold. So that's pretty nice too. But Thousand Hit Watcher is gonna be the play. Accelerates into the minefield, and there's a hidden card now placed onto the minefield. I wonder that's going to be. Of course, we did see the Hostile Takeover get returned to hand by the Abandon. Meanwhile, Frosty has just this Fizz Trickster alongside a Last Rise, and that is just gonna be the scoop for him. And GG's to Oberon.
That's really nice to see that the Renata Glass is able to take this to a game 3 with a really fun and unique deck that I have personally never seen from a Renata, versus what I would consider to be almost the standard of the meta at the moment, Miracle Kennen. It's really popular, really strong. So seeing this Renata Glass really putting in the legwork with fun cards like Key Barrier in Renata Glass is so fun.
Yeah, not to mention the new Shock Blast as well, doing a great job helping Kennen hold. And you might think then that actually it was a kind of a misplay to spread the might across the 2 different tentacles, because then he would have been able to take down the Honest Broker if he had pushed 1 tentacle up to 5 might. And that's one of the benefits of playing these new builds of existing legends. People aren't expecting cards like that Shock Blast in your Renata Glass deck, because they don't know what to expect at all in a Renata Glass deck.
Yeah, I'm guessing the reason he spread out the tentacle might would be something like an Eclipse or a Smokescreen, which would require the Renata to still assign damage to that tentacle regardless. But in this case, with a Shock Blast, it just completely blew him out, which he would not have been expecting.
Yeah, and Honest Broker Stupefied now going to be played. Traveling Merchant is the first play for this Kennen, so pretty good starts from both players having their 2-drop of choice. Veiled Temple is actually the choice for Frosty here. So we'll allow him to use these seals, and then once he conquers, gets to set them ready again. So generating extra runes basically. Meanwhile, the Paper Tree is the battlefield of choice for this Renata Glass, allowing more rune economy for either player, whoever holds. So Lightning Rush once from hand, Lightning Rush from hand again. And we're going to see a lot of cards. Still no Nocturne in any of the 3 games for Frosty.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. He does put a Gust in the trash from, I believe, a Lightning Rush, which is interesting. I would have thought Gust would be really helpful, especially now that he knows there are cloth armors for potentially holding one of these battlefields.
Ooh.
Ride the Wind, going for a quick double score and then back to base. He is filtering through his entire hand, so an Up from the Deep is discarded from the initial, or no, the second move. The initial move was a treasure hunter that was discarded. Second seal hits the board, so 2 power for this Kennen each turn, meaning he can flow these lightning rushes from his trash without burning through his rune economy.
Yeah, I do believe he needs to. Has he paid the recycle for right away? He's supposed to be at 4. Yeah, I think we're good. He does go Honest Broker into the paper tree, and also we're gonna see another new Vendetta card, Solari Sunhawk. So 3 energy, 3 might, and power for 2, and gets +1 might as well as deflect 2, which is pretty nice as well. Not gonna be able to be a free target for that star-crossed, but paper tree going to be held by the Honest Broker for now. Will we see another cloth armor Honest Broker score 3 points this game?
It definitely could happen. As for the Ride the Wind power, that was with the Seal of Discord readied from the Veiled Temple, which is what this
you're
Veiled
right,
Temple is for, just to fill up this power cost that Kennens really like to use with all their spells. Fizz hitting the board. What spell does he have? I guess Ride the Wind would give him the ability to empower Kennen, give the Traveling Merchant Assault 2, and then move in on this Renata Glask's Honest Broker. Even a Cloth Armor will just make that trade. I suppose a Cloth Armor and a Stupefy or double Cloth Armor, but that's a lot to invest in this Honest Broker. Key Barrier. I mean, that works.
Yeah, and that starts both combats if this Traveling Merchant comes in again, but no, it's going to be the Abandon once more, not allowing this key barrier to resolve. But that might be pretty costly for Kennen to use the 1 of 2 Abandons you have in your deck. And that's going to allow Honest Broker to die?
We're seeing a lot of rewinds.
Did he put key barrier in trash? Is that what we're rewinding?
I'm not entirely sure, but I was looking at the trash. Kennen has both abandons in trash now, which means we're not going to be able to see it played until he can recycle it through or give it flow from his champion unit, because the champion unit flow would let him play the abandon at reaction speed. Fizz does not. So unless he either recycles it and gets through his deck, or he gets this Kennen to conquer, those abandons are off the table for this game.
Yeah, but look at how scary of a position Frosty has already developed. He had a Rasa in hand as well, then moved the Traveling Merchant back while he has 0 cards in hand, still got a free +1 as well. And meanwhile, Renata didn't have anything after that key barrier to, prevent his Honest Broker from dying. So let's see what this Solari Sunhawk can do for Renata. Right now, just a 3 might unit. Is there going to be anything else? The key barrier will protect it from a Rasa, even with the Assault 2, but not from the Fizz that will come alongside it. So we'll have to see. Decree of Unity will kill
There it
Rasa?
is.
Fantastic use. 2 might, 2 energy, 1 power cost to get rid of this Rasa the Sunderer is going to be a pretty good trade. And that means that this Sunhawk might be able to hold still. We'll find out. It will go into the paper tree, get a second point for Oberon on this Renata Glask.
And then in power, giving it deflect 2 and +1 might. So the +1 might does mean that it can't be gusted. We do see both gusts are in trash. So that would have just been if like a Fizz or if he was Ride the Wind Kennen. But in this case, he's not going to be able to do it. Baron in trash, that is concerning given we saw the Harrowing on the previous game and we have double Seal of Discord on the board. That Baron might just be hitting the board this turn.
Yeah, we're going to float 1 power already from the Veiled Temple using one of those Seals of Discord. There is the Harrowing! And that might be the end of the game for Renata Glass, because Baron Nashor on the board, the Baron Pit also going to be on the board, and 3 power, no problem, because we're going up to 6 points, and now we have a 12 might Baron Nashor. Not only that, all of our units also have +2. The boss monster of Summoner's Rift has hit the Riftbound playing field as well. And now the Fizz is at 5 before even being empowered by Cannon Heart of the Tempest. We're going to see Key Barrier most likely used to prevent the 7th point here from Frosty. And that's going to make this Fizz recall back to base. But still, this position is not looking good for Oberon.
No, getting out that Baron this early was so important for this Kennen. Now the Sunhawk can move into the Baron pit, but without some major additional might, he's not able to take that Baron Nashor. And if he doesn't have a way to get onto that Traveling Merchant, he's just going to hold up to 8 on the next turn, and the Kennen will comfortably take this game 3 before Renata even hits 4 points.
Yeah, and this is going to be an absurd turn for the Cannon if he gets to do that. So we'll have to see, is there any out for Oberon here on this Renata Glask, on this awesome homebrew deck? I would assume. I'm not sure how many Renata enjoyers are out here building it. Here's the hostile takeover going to be used on the Traveling Merchant because he can't use it on Baron Nashor. That would allow him to score a point. But
Yeah, I guess if he has a
prevent
Hidden
the
Blade, he can then
hold.
Hidden Blade the Traveling Merchant. It would prevent the Kennen from winning on the next turn, unless there's a Ride the Wind in hand, but we already know one of those Ride the Winds was recycled with Fizz. So it's unlikely that we have the second Ride the Wind in hand, but it absolutely is possible here.
Exactly. Veiled Temple also allows Renata to set active the gold that was played this turn. And it's just going to sacrifice this Traveling Merchant into the Baron Pit, which is going to be pretty nice. Allows the Renata to cycle one card as well. Gets rid of this Traveling Merchant from his own Baron Nashor as well. And now, what else does Renata have in store for us? Because this Solari Sunhawk is not long for this world.
Yeah, I mean, that Fizz is still threatening another 7 might swing in on the paper tree with the Honest Broker. I mean, that's only 6 to defend there still, which kind of feels like it's going to end up being game. Okay, Honest Broker is played to base. That makes more sense. It wasn't able to defend the paper tree anyway. It really just comes down to if there's a Ride the Wind, the game is over on this turn, and there's still 2 Lightning Rushes in the trash. There's a potential for a stack deck. It's not looking good for the Renata Glask, unfortunately.
Exactly. Frosty holds the 7, conquers the Veiled Temple to draw a card. If he gets to conquer the paper tree, we'll take game 3 and our first match of the Runes and Rift Online Cup number 20. One of 5 cannons that are going to be looking to make their mark on today's tournament. Lightning Rush going to be played from the graveyard with the flow cost. Looking through the cards in his deck, top 3 will send the remaining cards to the trash, Traveling Merchant, and the last rights as well. Another 6 runes left for him to play with. There's no hidden card on this paper tree. And even if Oberon survives this turn, he may not survive the next. The second Lightning Rush now going to be played from the graveyard again. There's going to be another 3 cards we get to look through. 4 energy remaining. Lightning Rush is not out of the realm of possibility. Nocturne instead going to be played to base.
There's the
Wind!
Ride the Wind.
And that might be game.
Almost certainly is. The Renata Glask only has a power to play with, and that's not going to be enough to stop the empowered Kennen Legend targeting the Fizz.
Wait, we're seeing something? Is there something? He's tapping the gold. I'm not sure what 0 cost interaction there is. There is a Shock Blast.
I don't think he can
what
afford
end?
the Shock Blast.
Yeah, it still costs 1. He's 1 point short of playing this Shock Blast as well. He doesn't have 5 points. He's not getting the Renata additional effect. And that
Yeah.
might be why they're winning to curtains. We'll see.
The
We'll see.
Renata may have thought he had the 1 energy from the gold, which is why he played out this Honest Broker rather than keeping the Shock Blast in hand. And that's why we saw him try to remove the gold, and then he remembered, oh wait, I'm not quite at the 5 points needed to make that play possible.
Exactly, and that might be it then. I mean, I don't think the Shock Blast was changing things. We can't target Baron Nashor unless he was trying to Shock Blast his own Solaris Sunhawk.
He
But
can target
we
the Fizz and trade the Sunhawk with the Fizz to stop the win on this turn, but I don't know that it would have changed the outcome. And that is
we've
game Renata does concede.
Yeah, I mean the Shock Blast unfortunately not able to make the difference here. Also because the Baron Nashor has pushed Fizz up to 5 might, was not able to prevent the Conquer on the Veiled Temple either. So this Baron Nashor card in this Miracle Cannon deck so powerful. Harrowing, playing it from the graveyard for 6 energy cost instead of 10, and then using all of the cheated out power of these Seals of Discord. So powerful, and very
Yeah.
unfortunate for the Renata Glass player, but it is canon. It's shaping up to be a very powerful deck in Vendetta.
Yeah, we've seen multiple variants of Kennen. They all look good. I do like this Baron Nashor Kennen build because I really like Baron Nashor as a card. And it's clearly powerful. Kennen has so much filtering with the Lightning Rushes and the stack deck that almost any idea that you have, even if it's a one of in the deck, you're able to hit it very consistently.
Being able to look through 18 cards is pretty strong. I mean, not just from stack deck, but also from flowing the stack deck again, along with your Lightning Rush with its inherent flow ability as well. So very consistent deck. Of course, we didn't even see that many Nocturnes come off the top 3 as well. So could have an even higher ceiling if you get a little bit luckier on those top 3 looks. But we've seen Kennen beat this Renata Glass. Let's see if it will go into the rest of the day. We do have another backup feature match to watch though, and let's find out what we're actually going to be heading into very shortly.
Ooh, I like this. All right, it's Akali versus Mel. Akali, a new fan favorite legend, though we haven't seen her have the success we were hoping for, versus Mel, a legend initially dismissed for her legend ability being too weak, that has rapidly risen to the top as almost the best deck in format potentially.
Yeah, and we're actually going to be seeing I believe what we're seeing right now is Jin Murderous Artist moving into the back alley bar is going to get Shock Blasted. On guard going to be used on Jin to make sure it doesn't die to that Shock Blast. And that will allow Akali to go up to 4 points, which is pretty crucial. It's a Plundering Portal on the Target's peak on the right. And we're also looking at both an empowered Mel champion newly awakened, along with the empowered Soul's Reflection, which is going to be significant on the following turn. We've also had a Scuttle Crab reveal on the hand of the Mel player here, and we can see quite an interesting spread. There is Applied Researcher, Fizz, Thousand-Tailed Watcher, Singularity, Stack Deck, as well as a Time Warp. So that is fairly threatening once Baldiware here on the Mel gets to go up to 6 or more points. And now, what is next for the Soul's Reflection here? We might be using that Disempower to push this Jin down 2
Yep.
more might, and that means the Shock Blast's damage will take it out.
Well, it's actually 3 might because the Mel newly awakened champion unit is empowered. Either way, though, the Jin was able to be killed. It did cost this Mel, I believe, 2 different recycles from the deflect, which is always really nice to see. And we still have a Mournful Witness in base. Mournful Witness is not going to struggle too much to take out this singular tentacle, with a stacked deck being the only reaction Mel can play. It does lead to the problem of this Targon's Peak, though, as the Mournful Witness doesn't have a way to gank across like the Jin does.
While she does not have ganking on the card, Akali's signature spell Shuriken Flip will allow it to move into Targon's Peak from the back alley bar, also giving it the additional +1. Because this tentacle is only 1 might, this Mournful Witness also gets a very free empower here. The key problem for the Akali player right now is they're actually only on 3 points, and that means they can't threaten lethal on this turn or the next turn just yet. And Mel's already on 6, which is going to be very, very crucial. We also see no champion unit available on the board anymore. It looks like they were on the Akali Deadly Weapon for this game, and that is not as effective in this specific matchup as the Akali Silent as well. So quite a number of options available. Morpho Witness going to move into Targon's Peak first, and let's see what Mel finds of this stack deck. And that's going to be the difference maker here. Something like a Star-Crossed, something like a Stupefy would be very, very powerful. But let's not forget, Akali Rogue Assassin's effect is still usable here, and she is already empowered. And we're actually moving the Mournful Witness back here after the stack deck, empowering the Mournful Witness, moving back into Target's Peak, and you also get another trigger of the Mask of Foresight, going up to 6 might total. But is that going to be enough to win the game? Because we don't know what this stack deck found for the Mel, and we know that next turn, Thousand Tailed Watcher is an option, Fizz is also an option. Even Singularity would be fairly painful. Fizz into Shock Blast, for example, would get rid of this Morpho Witness on the battlefield unless the longsword is attached to it.
Yeah, so the reason the Akali pulled back straight away is that Shock Blast. The Mournful Witness only had 3 might. If he drew a Shock Blast on the stack deck, then the Akali cannot react to the Shock Blast to pull back the Mournful Witness, and the Mournful Witness would have just died, unfortunately.
Fantastic thing to note as well, because of the nature of speeds. It looks like Stack Deck actually found a second Stack Deck here. We're going to use that now to look for more options. The Longsword now equipped to the Mournful Witness. What are we going to see? Let's not forget Shock Blast. Only 1 cost now, as there is an empowered unit on the side of Mel's board. Baldiware, looking at his top 3, has to make a choice here. And does that choice affect this combat? It does not. The Plundering Portal makes its way to the trash. And we're just going to pass with 8 runes open here instead. And if you've been seeing some of the Akali lists floating around, this could be a pretty interesting card. We will have to see.
I don't know which card you're referring to. I don't think I've seen one that's for 8 energy being held up. I was thinking if the Watcher hits the board, then this Melon Tentacle can walk in. He's got to defend this Mournful Witness. But if there's an 8 energy reaction card, that is not something I would see, but would be very interesting.
I would hope that Baldiware walks right into this target's peak, because that would be pretty cool. To see the that special little 8 energy card. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We'll find out. There are, of course, windows to play it. But I think this situation is still pretty unfavored for our Kali player here. This Tentacle, of course, not doing much on its own, but has scored as well as held a point already, which is pretty high value for a 1 might token. Uh, let's keep track of what we know is still in Mel's hand. They've used Stack Deck twice, and they have 7 cards in hand. So the 5 cards that we saw again are Applied Researcher, Fizz, Thousand Tailed Watcher, Singularity, and Time Warp. And
Yep.
a Singularity here is enough to get rid of this Morpho Witness. So we'll have to see if that's going to be the play for our Mel player, Baldiware.
It could be. It would
Fizz?
have cost him his entire turn worth of runes. So Fizz instead, probably a Shock Blast, but it could be Stupefy or Up from the Deep. Stupefy is -2 with that Mel awakened on the board.
That would be significant. Stupefy into a Shock Blast, for example. It is going to be Stupefy -2 onto the Mournful Witness. Now down to 4. That is Shock Blast range. So if there's a Shock Blast in hand now, that would kill Mournful Witness. There's 3 unknown cards in the hand of Baldiware. So we'll find out. Is one of those cards Shock Blast? Or are we just going to see maybe some fortification on the back alley bar?
Well, I know Mel's do like to run triple Shock Blast now, with the Applied Researcher able to stack the discounts in almost, I guess, the reverse order, applying the Researcher before the Shock Blast. You can play it out completely for free if the Applied Researcher is empowered. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it in hand, but I
Ooh,
guess not. 2 tentacles on the back alley bar, and this Mournful Witness goes back up to 6 at the end of turn.
which is nice, but the issue now is that Akali passed last turn with 8 runes open and didn't do anything, which is definitely less than ideal. We do have 4 runes open for Bodywear on the mill. Perfect execution, going to set this Mournful Witness ready in base after moving back from the Targon's Peak. Will also get Assault Tree, so will now come in for 9+1 with the Mask of Foresight, 10 to these 2 tentacles, which are not going to be able to withstand a 10 might Mournful Witness.
Yeah, there's nothing these tentacles could have. Double Smokescreen would barely let them trade, and that's assuming the Akali had no other answer in hand. But in this case, it just takes the back alley bar. If the Akali can hold a battlefield each turn and get these double conquers that Akali is really good at doing, the Akali still has a chance to win this game. We only see 1 perfect execution in trash, which does mean it can be float on the next turn, but also there's presumably 3 shuriken flips in the deck somewhere that this Akali can use to just keep bouncing back and forth between these battlefields. And Mel not as good at holding as she is at spiking your units with spells.
Yeah, but let's not forget there's a singularity in the hand of Bradyware, so could be an option here for sure. We will have to see what the play is. It's actually Darius Trifarian now gonna make its way onto the board. Could be trying for a double hold here. Could be a bit of a greedy play. Only 2 wounds available now for this Akali. Can he hold one of these battlefields? Because with either unit coming back to base with perfect execution does threaten a 8-point victory. Meanwhile, Bodywear does have to double conquer, but let's not forget he does have the Thousand Tail Watcher available in hand, and that might be the difference maker.
Yeah, there's the Thousand Tail Watcher, but there's also just a Singularity. And Singularity, unless there's specifically double Unguard in hand, you don't have a way to keep both of these units alive from a double Singularity. And after that, the Mel can presumably walk in and kill at least one of them, if not both of them, and double
There's no
conquer.
response. It's just a singularity. That's it. It's game. There's nothing else. It's
Oh
Defy.
no.
Not so fast. What's
He didn't. Not so
not
fast.
so? Yeah, that's.
Oh, the Empower from the Mel, he can't counter the
Oh right, we
spells,
aren't able.
which
Oh
means
man,
all
that's
3
so
of those cards in
frustrating. This.
hand are just
Oh
dead
god.
cards. That's really unfortunate to see for the Akali.
Oh man, that's so yeah. That's that's very unfortunate for the Akali
Yeah.
player. Well, it is what it is. Mel, very, very frustrating to deal with if you don't have cards like the Charm to bring her into a battlefield and win a fight on your terms. It makes it very, very difficult to play these green decks with your Defies, if you're not so fast, trying to protect your board. And unfortunately, that is going to be the play. Of course, we did see the Singularity available for um, the Mel player, but it's not like the Akali could have done much with the hand that they were dealt, so it is what it is.
Yeah. Unfortunate for the Akali, just didn't have the cards in hand he needed by the end of the game. And Mel was able to presumably take a 2-1, given I'm assuming that was game 3 with how late it's been running. And that kind of wraps up our first round of the weekly.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate to see the Akali lose, but most people haven't been ranking this deck very high in the tier list, which makes me sad. But um, that's because I'm here on the caster desk instead of playing. So maybe next week we'll see Akali do a little bit better. That being said, we are going to head into round 2 after a quick break. Night Fighter and I will be leaving you soon. Actually, Night Fighter might be staying for one more round.
Yes. I will have one more round before
It was
I take my leave.
which means I'm just going to be leaving you with Night Fighter. Of course, the rest of the casting talent at R&R is very, very talented, as the name suggests. That being said, I was Hiroshi Show. Very nice to see you guys again at a weekly Roots and Rift tournament. I will see you guys in the following one as well. And we've seen both new legends do pretty well so far, Kennen and Mel. I think you will look forward to seeing even more new legends do well in the following games.
Yeah. Is there somewhere people can follow you if they wanted to?
Very nice alley-oop, and I will try to slam dunk. Do follow me at Hero Shisho underscore on Twitter or Hero Shisho on YouTube and Twitch. I will also be, of course, playing Akali. I've written a quick Metafy guide on the legend as well. I hope you check it out. There's a free section, and then there's, of course, a paid section if you would like to support me. And make sure to support Night Fighter as well as the rest of the cast at Runes and Rift for always bringing quality tournaments and broadcast to all of you at home. And I will see you guys next time.
Alrighty. All right, welcome back to the big 2-0 20th weekly Runes and Rift tournament. I am Nightfighter7, and joining me for the first time in Runes and Rift history in the casting booth is Andy, Riftbound Annie. How is your day going?
My day is going beautiful so far, and I cannot wait to cast this next match.
Awesome. Really quick before we get into the match, because I know the players are all set up and ready to go. I didn't get to do this with the last host. I forgot. What is your prediction for this tournament? Just really quick, which legend do you think is going to be able to take it?
In my heart of heart, I am a Nasus believer, so I'm going to say Nasus. But in our... I think it's going to be I also think it's going to be a blue-purple deck. I'm not going to say which
Fair
one,
enough.
but I'm going to say it's a blue-purple deck.
Okay. Speaking of favorite decks, Hearts of the Heart, we have a Jinx matchup. I love Jinx. Jinx is my main from all the way back in Origins up till the release of Vendetta. And I am so excited to see what they are bringing to the table with the new Vendetta cards. Both players are ready. Who is our opponent for this Jinx?
Yeah, our opponent today is Orin. Both Jinx and Orin got some upgrades during Vendetta, so I am very excited to see both of these lists going into our new match.
And interestingly, just straight off the rip, we have a Sprite Fountain from Ornn able to ignore that power cost with his Legend ability. Walks up to the Ornn's Forge, both players having gear-based battlefields. A quick pike returned and then a pass from the Jinx. So we're presumably going to be seeing some hiddens. And if this is a Jinx hidden deck, that is my personal favorite. I'm excited to see potentially Katarina and Blighted Battle Axe. I think that's definitely the best Jinx matchup. The big concern I would have if I was in this matchup is that Ornn champion unit. If that gets stacked up, Jinx is going to have a hard time swinging over what could potentially be a 9-10 might deflect 2 unit.
Absolutely. That is the big bad of this matchup.
So this is a really fun interaction. Ornn's Forge, while you control this battlefield, the first friendly non-token gear played each turn costs 1 less. Patched Porobot is a unit and a gear, meaning you can put it down for a single energy, and a charm pulling in that pike returned. Ornn definitely happy to trade a sprite for what is a pretty powerful unit from the Jinx in this pike returned. It's not gonna be the carry of the deck, but being able to hide it and then get 3 might out of it is actually really strong. And there's a second
Yes.
pike returned.
Yes, and now we see Orin and what he may do during this turn.
He is up on the points and he has 5 energy up. Another charm could be pretty devastating if this Ornn is able to get this Porobot bigger than one of these units. Pit Crew hits the board, so this is where the aggro part of Ornn has started to come into play. Pit Crew, when you play a gear, ready me. That's not a once per turn effect. That's not a on play effect. You can just keep readying this Pit Crew as long as you have cheap gear to put onto the board. And with Ornn, all gear is effectively a power free, meaning you can just get this Pit Crew, you can give it gear, you can put down something like a Poro stack and just constantly ready it moving in and out of these battlefields. Blighted Battle Axe, I love to see it. Seal of Rage to make sure he's not going to go down too far on runes. And this Noxus Hopeful 8 might swinging into that Forge of the Fluff. It's going to be hard for Ornn to clear that even with a Pit Crew. Falling Star, clear the back
right
line.
there. Yeah, we looked like there was going to be something coming up for this Orin player, but that Falling Star changes everything.
And both players down to just 1 or 2 cards in hand, but for Jinx, you are happy to see 1 card in hand. Ornn, not so much. He could get the Ornn Forge God onto the battlefield, but it's only for might with no gear on the board. So it's going to be hard for this Ornn to walk over either of these battlefields now that that Blighted Battle Axe is on the board and ready to be swapped back and forth, depending on what he needs.
Yeah, that is a concerning turn for Orin here, because he just brought out his chosen champion and nothing else.
Now, unfortunately, the Jinx did hold both battlefields, which means this Blighted Battle Axe is going to shoot one of these two units, regardless of what the Jinx tries to do with it, unless the Jinx is able to get this Noxus Hopeful above 4 might baseline. Something like a Longsword will do it, yeah, putting it up to 6. The Battle Axe will detach, will shoot the Noxus Hopeful, but the Noxus Hopeful will survive, and then that Battle Axe can go back onto a unit in the future. A new Vendetta card.
Zed coming in with his Shadow Clone. Again, Shadow Clone says, when I attack, you may banish a unit from your trash. If you do, give me Assault 4 this turn. And so we see the Bladed Battle Axe attach, and that Noxus Hopeful did survive.
And with the Zed putting effectively 2 4-might units on the attack for this board, we now have a massive backline for this Jinx. Jinx is also at 4 points on that even point tempo. Ornn, even with a 5-might Ornn and a 3-might Sprite, is gonna struggle to hold either of these battlefields. Mask of Foresight. I love this card in Ornn. It gives the +1 when attacking and defending alone, and also gives a +1 to the Ornn Forge God for being a gear, meaning this Ornn gets to double dip on that bonus might and can rapidly climb in might over the course of a turn, especially with things like that charm that we saw on the second turn for the Ornn, able to pull in the enemy units and say, yeah, you're gonna fight my massive 12 might Ornn, whether you like it or not.
Yes, and now we see Jinx going for that Seal of Rage, and we just have to wonder what is in that hand. But first, we have the Bladed Axe attachment and Pike coming in to conquer.
Yeah, conquering the Forge of the Fluff would let him move one of these gear across the units if he wanted to. I'm not sure. I imagine he's going to move the Blighted Battle Axe onto this Pike Returned, allowing him to both conquer the Orange Forge pretty comfortably and then beef up this Pike Returned, as it did conquer as well on this turn. It won't get shot for 4 damage. And then both of these battlefields, 6 and 7 might, I said the funny thing.
Yes, you did.
It would be pretty hard for this Ornn to clear, especially when that Sprite Fountain disappears, dropping Ornn back down to 5.
Right, and now we see Zed from the Shadow coming into play, creating more Shadow Clones.
Yeah, he discarded a Pendulum Blade. I love this gear, as I've been playing Vi a lot in the past couple weeks. Pendulum Blade, only 1 might on its own, but 2 might whenever you move onto a battlefield. Slap that onto something that has some good mobility, and you can get a lot of might out of it. And oh my goodness, for this Jinx, that is an insane 22 might backline, not including any of the gear or these units on the battlefield. How does the Ornn potentially try and hold a battlefield against that? I don't know that he does. There was a
now we are seeing a
scoop.
GG, just a game scoop, because if I was that Ornn, I wouldn't know how to respond.
Yeah, I mean, the best he could do would be get onto a battlefield and start trying to charm in those units, but that's so expensive and requires so many cards that I guess the Ornn just didn't have. Honestly, I think it all goes back to that Falling Star, which kind of says a lot, how quickly that Falling Star was able to shift the game from a pretty close match to this Jinx just running away with an extremely confident game 1.
Yes, and now we see, how is that Ornn going to fight back against that Jinx? How is this Jinx going to stay in this good position that she is already in? 1-0 for our Jinx player, and we are going on to our second game of the match.
Yeah, so if you are the Ornn, what are you sideboarding in here?
I am sideboarding in some gear hate, to be honest.
I would agree.
Yeah, even though Ornn is a deck that loves gears, you just gotta sometime give it that gear hate.
And then I think if he has Not So Fast in the sideboard, you should definitely put those in to deal with the Falling Star. Something that Jinx players love about the deck is that Falling Star can't be defied, and there aren't a lot of things that can be defied that the Jinx wants to play out, meaning you can pretty comfortably say that the 3 defies are going to end up being dead cards in your hand for most of the game. Quick double point again from a Sprite Fountain for Ornn. Meanwhile, Raven Bloom Perfect or Prefect hits the board for Jinx. That is an interesting card. It is some of the best gear removal that Jinx has access to, especially given it can be a turn 1 play.
Absolutely. And now we see that Lecturing Yordle coming in, drawing a card for our Ornn player.
That's really good. We did see that the Ornn was running out of cards pretty quickly in that first game. Jinx also ran out of cards, but of course with her Legend letting her draw, if she has 1 or fewer cards in hand, that's entirely her point. But this Ravenbloom Perfect means if this Ornn tries to put down a big gear on the board, it can be removed, but it's not a mandatory trigger. So this Ravenbloom Prefect can just hold up the ability to banish a gear until the Ornn can clear it. And that's really scary for an Ornn that presumably wants to have a big game-deciding gear that he can play.
And now we see that Ravenbloom Prefect in the Zon Warrens, discarding 1, then drawing 1. So we
Interesting.
see that switcheroo hit the discard pile, and now we see a Seal of Rage come out for a Katarina.
I love this. So Katarina, 5 energy and a power. 5 might, when you hide a card, ready me, meaning hide the card, immediately swing in with this Katarina, and when you play a card from face down, deal 2 damage to an enemy unit. That doesn't say enemy unit at a battlefield, meaning you can snipe this Lecturing Yordle in base as soon as the Jinx player has a window to react with one of these hiddens. And given most of the time these hiddens are going to be a unit, we've seen one switcheroo already be discarded, so it probably won't be another switcheroo.
And now we see the Ravenbloom Prefect coming in with the Stupefy, and also drawing 1 card for the Ornn player.
Yeah, that will let this Lecturing Yordle trade with the Prefect, but unless he's got something else in hand, this Lecturing Yordle is probably not going to be able to take this battlefield on its own. Pit Crew hits the board. We didn't get to see much of it in the first game, but this is the big tempo play for the Ornn. Patched Porobot hits the board as well. That is a unit and a gear, meaning it does ready the Pit Crew. And I'm assuming we're going to see it try to take out this Ravenbloom Prefect, maybe with the Lecturing Yordle as well? Nope, just the Pit Crew moving in. It is 3-2. Hitting card, Edge of Night, flips to attach to the Ravenbloom. 2 damage goes in on that Lecturing Yordle. And this Ornn is in dire straits. No energy up to react.
This just
and
might
he just
be...
has to pass.
Yeah, this just might be a dead game for our Ornn player. Maybe a dead hand, or maybe dead draw cards, but unfortunately it looks like our Jinx is just going on a rampage.
Yeah, and just quickly racking up these points, already at 4. If he flips this hidden card on the Katarina's battlefield, he can snipe that Patched Porobot. And at that point, the Ornn, he needs another Pit Crew just to accelerate something, or this Jinx very comfortably holds up to 6 and threatens a double hold or double score up to 8 on the next turn.
Yeah, and definitely the Katarina with the hidden card is just such a kind of monstrous look. You definitely do not want to go into that battlefield, but you might have to.
The Jinx did not play anything on her turn, just immediately passed 3 cards in hand. I'm curious what those cards are, because as a Jinx player, you never want to leave 3 cards in your hand unless you have something that you're expecting to play, like a Gust, but most Jinx aren't running Gust. It could be another Longsword, but otherwise, I'm not sure what this Jinx has in hand that she wouldn't play out on her turn.
And now we see an Evelynn come out.
Yeah. So the
And
charm moved the Ravenbloom Prefect back to base, and now just flipping the Evelyn to snipe the Pashporo bot.
and now we see that Orin come out. But unfortunately, there is no gear in that base for the Orin to pump up itself with.
Yeah, meaning that this Ornn is just a baby 4 might deflect 2 at the moment, and the Jinx isn't even behind on point tempo because she can just conquer back up to her 6th point.
We are also
energy
seeing
up.
some interesting cards in that Jinx just discarded up from the deep, which has a flow cost, meaning that that card can be played again.
Yeah, flow cards really nice to discard if you can play them from the trash, and up from the deep, we saw it in the first round. Really good for scoring points really quickly. So Jinx absolutely happy to have that in her trash. A Defy comes out. This is one of the cards that can be defied. So no tentacles for this Jinx player. And I'm assuming we're going to get a hidden card over on this Zon Warrens. The Ravenbloom Prefect should be up to 5 might now, not 4. So this Ornn can't walk in on its own with a hidden card there. It becomes really scary for this Ornn to try and take the Zon Warrens, but he kind of has to. He has to go into the Zon Warrens, has to charm in this Katarina again, and try to clear the backline of Jinx, or Jinx just double scores and goes to 8 points for probably the fastest game we are gonna see today, and potentially like the fastest game we've seen in Runes and Rift history.
Yeah, we are on 8 minutes and, about 8 minutes, 30 seconds. And this is the fastest game I have seen in a while.
8 energy up. I'm not sure what Ornn could be running to clear the battlefields with 8 energy. A Sprite Burst would be good, but some gear would be
And
better.
there we go with a concede.
That is a 9-minute concede, double charm, a disarming rake, and a lonely Poro, no gear in hand. That is really rough to see for the Ornn because he can't even clear a battlefield and charm in the Katarina without a gear. He can't buff this Ornn up. And that's just game. All right, so we're going to find another game as that was extremely fast. Personally,
Yes.
I'm really happy to see that Jinx absolutely dominated. I like the new deck list. It looks really nice. What are you hoping to see for our second feature match?
I am hoping to see something not as obliterated as this match was. But maybe something like this match where it's two leaders that we don't usually see, two legends that we just don't see in the meta, coming up again and trying to, be our new legends. Even though
All right, we have a new code. Let's see what this feature match brings us. You wanted to see legends not typically seen. It's an Irelia of all things versus Draven. Now, Draven, he's production. Yeah, Leona, did I misspeak? I probably misspoke. I misspoke, apparently. It is a Leona versus a Draven, and that is a Draven Executioner, I believe, Glorious Executioner, the typically favored Fury Chaos legend at the moment because of that card draw every time he wins a combat. I was pulling up the deck list. What are you thinking is going to be the sideboard as we see presumably game 1 has finished for the Leona and Draven right as we joined?
right, I hope to see some these are two opposite ways of playing the game. It's a yellow green and a red blue red-purple. So I'm hoping to see some outwitting, some clash, you know, uh, anything like that.
Fair enough. Have you been keeping up with the other big tournament that's been going on all week, the Nation Clash? Because there was a really fun Leona list there. I'm excited to see if this list is similar. It was running triple of the Green Vex, a card that I've basically never seen otherwise, where when you stun a unit, you can move the Vex into that battlefield with the stunned unit. So I'm excited to see something like that, something to really push this Draven off of being able to win just by saying, you have a unit, your unit's now stunned, try again on the next turn.
Right. As we've seen, Draven has come up as this kind of anti-meta to the new Vendetta meta. Even though Draven was banned in some point, and I'm not talking about the legend, I'm talking about one of his chosen champions.
Yes.
We now see the power of Draven coming back again this in this little period of time.
Yeah, we've seen cards like Rebuke kind of leave the meta and rejoin the meta, and then obviously Draven just has one of the strongest legend abilities kind of in the game, both now and I'm assuming forever. Drawing a card every time you fight is really, really good. I've seen Up from the Deep be really helpful in the Draven list to give you those early point tempos. But in this game, Overzealous Fan, Leona only has out a Scuttlecrab. Scuttlecrab not going to be able to contest that Overzealous Fan, so doesn't even need to worry about pushing back a unit. So he can just develop this Kaisa 2 base and a gold for conquering the treasure hoard. It's gonna be hard for the Leona to set up a comfortable board here. Sending in the Scuttlecrab, it could be a discipline to buff up and trade, but I imagine we're gonna see this Scuttlecrab die to give vision of the hand for the Leona. Yep, there's the discipline, so it is gonna trade. The Overzealous Fan was not triggered initially, so it can't be triggered now. It can only be done right when the defense starts. So a quick trade, a card draw from the discipline, and the entire hand of Draven revealed. That is a lot of Tide Turners.
That is
and
a lot of hitting cards for Draven. Yeah,
that does explain the gold that he wanted on the previous turn, because he's going to need to hide those to get the value from them.
And now we see a Green Akali come out, which, if you haven't seen, this card has had so much impact on our recent meta, even though Akali turns out to be not the greatest deck in the world.
Yeah, can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities unless in combat. That's almost like a Rune Runner Camel. And then 4 energy and a power for 4 might. It's totally fine in terms of energy to baseline might, but also when I move to battlefield, give me +2 this turn. You know what else is a +2 this turn? Master Yi, Wuju Blade Master. That is going to show you how strong this Akali can be. Just a quick +2 every single turn that she tries to attack is incredible, especially for decks that have a lot of movement capability.
Right.
Typically not something I would have seen in a Leona list, but it is really good to just stop your opponent targeting you with spells. So we'll see if she has the movement to really utilize this +2 from the Akali legend. Or not legend, champion unit.
Yes. And as we go on, we see, 6 runes still up. We have a lot for our Leona right now. Hiding a card.
Yeah, could be a Zonia's, could be a Emperor's Divide, could be a back off. That's always a fun stun card for the Leona. Throws down a Stellacorn Herder, so multiple movement triggers for this Leona, opting for, I guess, movement over the typical mass stun that Leona likes to play out. Still holding up 2, can be a discipline. But Draven has double Kaisa, and if he is able to get one of these Kaisas onto the treasure hoard, take out the Akali and that hidden, that's 2 card draw for the Kaisa conquering to draw 1, the Draven winning a combat to draw 1, Kaisa walks onto the Sunken Temple, that's another card draw. This Draven could go up to potentially 8 cards in hand on this turn,
Oh,
with
and now we see
4
the
cards drawn.
double Kaisa coming into the treasure hoard. Back off.
Yeah.
There to stun a unit.
So that is why you send in both. You assume one of them is going to be stunned. We know there was a cleave in hand for this Draven when he revealed, along with another Tide Turner and an
there goes the
Evelyn.
cleave.
So you quickly just say, all right, which one are you stunning? And I'll cleave up the other one, allowing him to potentially clear this Akali. The stun does give the Akali a buff. A discipline would let him trade one Akali for a Kaisa, but I don't think there's any way for this Akali to successfully defend this battlefield unless there's a key barrier. So that will block 7 damage, meaning this Akali has 5 might, but effectively 12 hit points, and the Draven's only swinging in for 11 with a Kaisa and a Kaisa plus cleave, and 4 of that's also already been stunned, so it's only the 7 damage from this Kaisa, which is just barely gonna break the key barrier. That's really good for the Leona, assuming the Draven doesn't have a response in hand. We know, again, there's a Tide Turner, there's an Evelyn, so it's just that one spare card to see what he can do with it. He can't do anything. That's just a dead Kaisa. That's such a good turn for this Leona to be able to hold the battlefield, effectively stop both Kaisas from doing anything this turn, and just force the Draven Showboat onto the board. Only 2 points, putting this Draven at 5 might. It's kind of a rough turn for this Draven. I'm not seeing how he's going to stop the Leona, who's now on point tempo, from kind of running away with the game unless he can start to get some of these draws in. But Leona has 5 cards. Stellacorn Herder is going to be another draw. I'm expecting there's going to be a good number of stuns or key barriers in hand for the next turns.
Absolutely. Now we are getting that Akali back into the base, putting that Stellacorn Herder out, drawing 1 card with that, and we are going to see our next option from Leona coming up soon.
So that is interesting. He moved the Stellacorn Herder up to the treasure hoard, and then moved the Akali back. The Akali could have moved back, and the Stellacorn could have gone up to this Sunken Temple, meaning the Leona doesn't want the Sunken Temple to be fought over. Maybe to avoid the Draven drawing more cards. It could be so that the Akali can conquer next turn as a mighty unit and draw a card. But without a hidden card on the board for this Stellacorn, it's gonna be pretty scary for this Stellacorn if it just gets walked in by a Showboat. Though 7 energy up, no cards played for the Leona. And with, 6 cards in hand, that's potentially double Discipline and an Unguard or something to try and keep this Stellacorn Herder alive.
Yeah, if I was this Draven player, I would be a little scared about having all of my opponent's runes up and basically a full hand.
Really quick for the chat, deck lists are usually revealed after the tournament. The lists are closed during the course of the tournament so that it is a closed deck list for everybody. There is a Decree of Rage. I have seen this a couple times, though I still struggle to say that it's a good card, even in the sideboard. 1 energy, 1 power, deals 4 might to a calm unit, can't be countered. Stellacorn Herder, though, saved with the Call to Glory, paid for by the buff on this Akali. He does have the ability to trade in a unit such as the Evelyn to try and clear this Stellacorn Herder. We still know there's a Tide Turner in hand, but there is 1 card we don't know yet.
Absolutely. And we are going to see what possibly can happen with this Evelyn.
That's 2
and
and
another
a gold
key
for
barrier.
a key barrier again. there's basically nothing the Evelyn can do to break that 7 health barrier on this turn. So it's just going straight to the trash. And there's still 5 HP on this Stellacorn Herder from the key barrier. Combined with the now 6 might of this Stellacorn Herder, he would need to get 11 just to clear it. So for this turn, that Stellacorn Herder looks to be safe. Draven Showboat walking onto the Sunken Temple, he is a mighty unit, so he'll be able to get that card draw, something this Draven is in dire need of right now.
Yeah, with the Conquer and the Sunken Temple, we can see 2 cards coming into Draven's hand.
And then the Draven Showboat will also be going up to 6 might, meaning it will trade this Akali without other cards for the Akali to get stronger. But frankly, 1 stun and this Akali is able to take on the Draven, so yeah, we're going to need a Vex to reinforce the battlefield, stunning new units that hit the board. But at this point, I'm not sure the Leona is going to be playing anything accelerated. That's not typically how a Leona will be playing, though there could be the potential of a Vi Peacekeeper dropped onto a battlefield to stun an enemy unit, and that Vex does stun the Vi Peacekeeper dropped onto a battlefield, which would keep this Sunken Temple held pretty comfortably if... Oh, but he moved the Vex back to base, so deciding instead to just reinforce the backline, saying this Showboat's probably gonna die. Tide Turner hits the board to swap the Draven back to base.
Yes, reinforcing the backline, since right now the difference is we have 14 might versus Akali.
Oh, but that's interesting. So the Draven plays out the Evelyn straight from hand, meaning the Draven is now out of cards. The Leona sees everything this Draven has access to at the moment. But that's a very big backline.
Yes.
Going in, the Akali does jump up to 6, making it mighty, giving him the Sunken Temple card draw. Also a card draw for moving back that Stellacorn Herder, filling up his hand back up to 7 for the Leona.
And now we kind of wonder, is this a lack of units or a more of there are spells and combat tricks in this hand, and we are going to see another Stellacorn hit the field.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen 2 key barriers, a Called Glory, a Back Off, and a Discipline. So I'm assuming there's a lot of spells for this Leona to play.
Absolutely.
Evelyn moving up to the Treasure Hoard, only 1 card in hand. Does pay for that gold. I mean, he's probably not gotten 11 energy play in hand. He can't even be running Elder Dragon for a 12 energy one, so we will most likely see this card unless it's a hidden, in which case it could fall onto that Treasure Hoard to try and keep this Evelyn safe. For the Draven here, I'm assuming he is deciding how much he wants to send in to this Akali, because he does want to clear this Akali. It's been a complete menace, able to just stack up might super quickly, and it can't even be targeted by spells and abilities at the moment. But with 4 energy up, if there is a back off or double discipline or, God forbid, another key barrier, it could be really hard to clear this Akali. 3 Zenith Blade. This is the signature spell of Leona, and almost nobody remembers it exists. Action speed, 3 energy, 2 power, stun an enemy unit at a battlefield. You may move a friendly unit to that enemy.
And now we are seeing the buff on Akali come into play.
And with the movement, that's another +2 might, quickly capturing the Treasure Hoard back from the Evelyn. I mean, that's really nice for the Leona. It puts him up another point to 5. It does mean that this Draven, Showboat, and Vex Apathetic do conquer the Sunken Temple, the Glorious Executioner, he did win a combat as he is the units that remain at that battlefield. So he will get the draw from his legend, and he could tap another energy to get a draw from Sunken Temple. I don't know that he has done that yet, so he might have expensive cards in hand to play out. Perfect execution. Ready a unit, give it Assault 3, can be flowed. In fact, he could move this Draven Showboat back to base and then flow it to play it again and move this Draven Showboat with +6 Assault onto this Treasure Hoard, at which point I don't think this Akali has any way of surviving that.
Akali has no way of surviving that without... I was just gonna say, if Akali had any... if this Leona player had any runes up, but unfortunately they only have one rune up.
Yeah, and there's no stun that is only a single rune, no hitting card to play it back off from. So it's likely, just going in for the Kaisa instead. He does get defied on the second perfect execution, so the Kaisa can at best trade this Akali, which, if you're the Draven, was not what you were hoping to see.
Yep, unfortunately, that defy comes out sometimes when you are in the worst position. And now we... Yep.
There is still a card in hand. It can be a Cleave, it can be an Inferna, but it looks like it's just going to be a trade, not opting to play out whatever he has in hand.
Yep, and now both Kali and Kaisa go into the discard pile.
Oh,
and
an
now
Overzealous Fan is going to buff up this Sunken Temple a lot.
Now we got the move trigger from the Stellacorn, and we might pay 1 to have a Gold Gear exhausted. But Draven seems to have a response.
Oh, no, I think he was paying for the second Perfect Execution, which got defied because he paid 3 in a red. So just making sure that his runes were properly exhausted, though he has no responses to play.
Yes.
8 energy up for the Leona. I mean, it could be the... What is it? Green Leona? The massive, 8 energy Leona that makes stunned units drop down by 8 might. That would be a heck of a play, but the Stellacorn walking into the Sunken Temple, presumably to get the card draw, but that then gives the Draven a card draw, so at that point, I have to assume that this Leona thinks she's going to be able to win this combat and force the Draven off of the battlefield, potentially even just winning this game if the Draven runs completely out of units on this turn.
Absolutely, and we can see a trade with our... with the Stellacorn to our Vex now, that is in the discard pile.
Interesting. Okay, and a Charm pulling in the Draven,
unit.
And then a by Peacekeeper to trade the Draven. Oh, but with the +1, but there wasn't a stun this turn. I think he has forgotten the Vi Peacekeeper is defending. It does not get the when I attack stun an enemy unit. So this buff shouldn't be on the Leona's Stellacorn Herder.
I think there just might be a mistake there.
Yeah, bit of a misplay. And it's potentially going to cost this Leona a game. It gives the Draven a hold up to 6. And the Leona fully exhausted, no units in base to conquer with on the next turn.
Okay, there is a clarification coming in that the buff should not be on the Stellacorn Hoarder, and Vi does not stun because the Leona player is defending.
Yeah. It will be a trade, which is nice, but unfortunately, not what the Leona was hoping for in this case. And in fact, I would have really liked to see that Vi Peacekeeper played to the Sunken Temple. The Vi Peacekeeper itself would have been stunned by the Vex, but the +1 buff onto the Stellarcorn lets him trade the Overzealous Fan and the Vex Apathetic for his initial Stellarcorn Herder, at which point it's just the Draven Showboat, and Vi Peacekeeper can keep stunning as it recalls each turn, or potentially the Stellarcorn is recalled. But yeah, with a Ride the Wind, I'm assuming that is going to be a scoop from the Leona. Draven easily able to go up to 7, and Leona has no accelerated units, I'm assuming, in hand, which is why she called the GG.
Yep, I believe that is the GG for this Draven player and this Leona player. Draven winning 2-0.
Yeah. 20 minutes left in the round. We're going to try and find one more game to spectate for this second round. That's really unfortunate for the Leona, because she played really well and was absolutely dominating the game for a pretty large majority of that second game. And then right with one blunder on that Vi Peacekeeper, was unable to secure it, was unable to take us to a game 3.
Yeah, we could have seen a Leona win, which I don't think I have heard in a long time.
Yeah. All right. So one more game to spectate. Presumably, this is going to be a game 3 as we're getting into the end of round 2. Which
And now-
legends do we have?
Aurelia and Mel.
Okay, Irelia getting a lot of value out of the new Akali Silent, able to move it around all the time with both the purple movement spells, but also the Irelia legend itself, letting her re-ready it. Meanwhile, Mel, I mean, you gotta be happy having that blue Mel to stop the counter spells from Irelia. And with lots
Absolutely.
of ways to drop this Irelia Fervent's Might, it's pretty hard for the Irelia to use that champion unit in this particular matchup. But at the same
Yep.
time, this Akali Silent kind of does the same thing for the Irelia and can't be targeted by spells and abilities, which will make it hard for the Mel to clear it until the Mel is able to put down an accelerated Watcher. That's usually how you clear an Akali Silent with the Mel list.
Right, and this Aurelia player has plenty of time to bring out that Aurelia Fervent, but fortunately during this turn, has not been able to.
Puts out the Tide Turner, moves the Stellacorn back to base, throwing the Tide Turner to the Wolves to be eaten on that Rockfall path. Also gives him an additional draw from the Stellacorn moving back. Still has 5 runes up, a total of 6 cards in hand for the Irelia. I mean, it can be this champion unit if it needs to, but a Charm pulling in the Ravenbloom saying, I don't want you to have a unit that just rapidly climbs in might every time you cast a spell. And then able to pull back the Akali, drop down another Stellacorn. That's a pretty scary backline for the Irelia, both because the Akali has a lot of might, and also just drawing 2 cards each turn minimum is pretty scary.
Absolutely. And now we get to see what this Mel player has for a reaction to that wonderful turn by the Aurelia player.
A Fizz and a Tentacle. I'm not seeing any interesting spells in Trash. There's an Up from the Deep, which can be flowed to get more tentacles, but in this case, Up from the Deep loses its value because these tentacles are only 1 might. Stellacorn can pretty easily walk over that. So I'm imagining we're not even going to see that. Fizz takes the Rockfall path, Tentacle goes onto the Targon's Peak, does put them on even points. So now we need to see what he has in hand. If he passes with all 8 runes up, that's terrifying. Because that's saying
scary.
I have all the answers I need.
Yeah, and with the ability to, you know, when you empower something else, empower me and disempower me, and give a unit at a battlefield -2 this turn, some of these units might go to 1 or 2 from the Aurelia side.
Well, that is slow speed. It can't be used
Right.
for defending against this Irelia. The Applied Researcher comes out,
And
gets
it's now
empowered,
empowered.
which means every spell is 1 energy and a powerless to a minimum of 1 energy. So with 3 runes up, that's potentially 3 spells that this Mel can play out. And that is very scary. There's also the fun interaction players have been almost, I would say, abusing with Mel of the free Shock Blast, capable of
Yes.
stacking the discounts to make the 3 energy and power completely free. Just sniping things for 4 might. Starcross comes out, it's only 2 energy with the Applied Researcher discount applied. Taking that Stellacorn back to hand alongside the Fizz, saying, I don't have a way to defend that Fizz Trickster, and your Akali is very scary.
Absolutely.
Okay, Boots of Swiftness hits the board. Stellacorn goes up to contest that Tentacle again. A Smokescreen would be bad. Acceptable losses, also a bit of a unfortunate timing for this Irelia to lose their Boots of Swiftness, so Defy has to be played.
Out.
Explain the Mel stacking thing. So, there are discounts for spells. Applied Researcher discounts a spell by 1 energy and 1 power to a minimum of 1. And then Shock Blast says if something is empowered, I cost 2 energy less. Shock Blast totals out at 3 energy and a power baseline to be played. You can choose which order you stack those discounts. And while an Applied Researcher says to a minimum of an energy, Shock Blast does not have a minimum it can go to. So if you apply the Applied Researcher first, you take it from 3 energy and a power down to just 2 energy, and then the Shock Blast brings itself down to 0.
Right, and now we see a second Akali come out from the Aurelia side. Still no Aurelia Fervent, as that could possibly just derail its own plans. So we will see Aurelia Fervent in the champion spot for now on.
Yeah, presumably the rest of this match, the Irelia is just going to be a pretty card watching the battlefield. The Stellacorn does get attached with the Boots of Swiftness. The Blade Dancer does exhaust to then ready the Stellacorn and jump over to the Rockfall path. Another card draw. The Stellacorn's now up at 5, meaning the Applied Researcher can't just walk in on its own, but with the Soul Reflection Mel Legend, he could take this Rockfall path if he really wanted to. It does mean that this Irelia is down on 4 runes, which typically is pretty scary, but when you're on 6 points and double Akali Silent in base, there's not a lot that can be done to stop these Akali Silents. Mel could play a Temporal Breach. There is a fun Temporal Breach Rockfall path shenanigan that some Mels have been playing, where Rockfall path says you can't play units here, and Temporal Breach says banish a unit, then replay it at the same location, and can be played from hidden. So you can just delete a unit if it's on Rockfall path. But I don't know that this Mel is running that, and it would require him to get onto this Rockfall path, and then also have an answer to this Targon's Peak Conquer that the Irelia is presumably going to try and do.
Right. And now we see the choices coming up from this Mel player. What are they going to do? Are they going to pull that Mel out at the champion slot? Are they going to possibly I don't think this is gonna happen, but take their applied researcher into one of these battlefields. Which, again, I don't think is going to happen, but
Well,
you never know what we see.
he has to do something, or he loses.
Yes.
And these Akali Silence can't be targeted in the backline at the moment. So at this exact moment in time, the Mel only has the option of going into this Rockfall path. He could play out the champion unit, but that's very slow. It's going to take 7 runes to get it out and empowered, which would be a lot of runes for this Mel to lose. He is going for it, though.
He
So
is
there's
going for it.
the champion unit reinforcing the Targon's Peak. We'll see if he goes for the Empower and then just tries to hold up his 5 runes and says, hopefully with 5 runes I can stop the double Akali swing in that's going to happen. No Defy anymore? That is true. So at the moment, the Irelia doesn't have the Calm Rune he would need to Defy, and with the Mel now empowered, he couldn't Defy if he wanted to. So there is definitely some options. Turn to Dust will remove that Boots of Swiftness, stopping the Stellacorn Herder from moving off of that Rockfall path to the Targon's Peak. So it's just going to be these 2 Akalis unless the Irelia tries to target and then re-ready the Stellacorn. But I imagine the Irelia is holding up the target and re-ready for these Silence. If he has something like a Zonia's or a GA in the hand to keep them alive, because then he can walk in, get bounced back, re-ready the unit, and then walk in again for +4 with the Akali ability.
Absolutely, and now we have a Aurelia player with 7 cards in hand, all runes up. What would you be thinking as this Mel player with only 4 runes up and 3 cards in hand?
So there's 2 possibilities. Either this Irelia says, I'm going to fight you on this Targon's Peak because I think I can win. But if this Irelia moves everything into Rockfall path and just holds up 6 energy, at best, the Mel can drop a accelerated Watcher and try to clear, but that's gonna be really hard because unless this Mel gets into combat, she can't target the Akalis. Is going in on the Targon's Peak though, says, I have 12 might and 6 runes, let's see what you can do with your 4. One energy immediately tapped. Is that a smoke screen? Ride the Wind? A Ride the Wind would be pretty devastating if it went off.
It is a Star-Crossed.
Or not. Taken back. Mel's trying
They're
to figure
taking
out
back
what
the
to play.
Star-Crossed.
Starcross would be good, though, potentially to bounce this Mel back to hand once he's played out the other spells. So Stupefy to drop this Akali down to 4, and then something like a second Stupefy to drop the Akali to 2, bounce the Mel back. It does run into the issue, though, that this Irelia is holding up all 6 runes and 7 cards in hand. Something like a Defiant Dance just kind of ends the game. Smokescreen, that's only 1 energy with the Applied Researcher, drops the Akali by 4. Interestingly, targeting different Akalis with his Might Drop, which means he might not be playing out this Starcross this turn.
No, I do not believe so. And from the Aurelius discard pile, we don't see a Defiant Dance. So that is gonna be a complete option here.
So Mel has passed focus, and Irelia just trading out the 2 Akalis for this Mel. I suppose this could be March of the Stellacorn Herder up into this Targon's Peak. Twilight Shroud. Oh, this is such a good card and also so terrifying. Able to make the Stellacorn Herder untargetable by spells and abilities this turn and gives it a +1 might. which, given it targeted, does let the Irelia ready the Stellacorn Herder. Unguard bumps this Stellacorn up to 6, and with a Fizz and Starcross in hand, the Irelia is going to go ahead and take game 3 against this Mel.
Yeah.
Alrighty, that finishes up our second round. Before we hop onto break, Andy, where can people find you?
Yeah, so my main social media is going to be on Twitter. I am at Riftbound Andy. I am also other places, but that is just my main way of communicating. Yeah, and where can we find you?
I have a Twitter and I have a Twitch. I don't use either of them super actively, but if you want to keep up, that will be where I would be active. But that will finish up our second round. Going into the third round, we will have some new casters for all of y'all to enjoy. So this is the end for me and the end for Riftbound Andy today.
Yeah.
I know I asked you what legend you were hoping was going to win the tournament, or you were predicting was going to win the tournament. I guess I should do my own just so that we can see what all the other casters think. I would like to see Jinx, obviously, but looking at these Irelia lists and looking at these Mel lists, I have a feeling that Irelia is going to take the tournament. I said it the same last week, and Irelia got second, so hopefully we see something fun take the tournament this week. But these Irelias seem so strong, I don't know that there's a better deck in the format.
Yes, absolutely. I did have a Blurple deck in mind, and now seeing that match, I think maybe an Aurelia deck might win this tournament.
All right, let us know in chat what you think is going to take the entirety of the tournament. But for now, while we wait for round 3 to start, I think we're going to throw it to a break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Runes and Rift Weekly number 20. My name is CLE, joined by Rav here today. I'm crossing over the barrier. You see the TFT in my name, but now it is time for another Riot title, Riftbound. Been a secret guilty pleasure of mine, and I'm glad to be joined by Rav here to break down all of the action.
So yeah, welcome to the Riftbound community fully. now you're coming out of the shadows, leaving TFT to fully embrace what is Riftbound. How you liking the transition from being a TFT gamer to? Have you found it easy, or have you do you have a big TCG background before this?
Well, to be fair, TFT, it's still there, but
Yeah,
Riftbound,
fair.
as you can see behind me, is where my money goes currently. I love collecting these cards. I love this IP, and so that has been what drew me in because this is my first TCG. So I am still actively learning a ton, and so stepping on these broadcasts is a little scary for me because I am not super well versed in the worlds of the world of Magic and other TCGs. So I'm learning a ton every day.
Hey, I mean, it works better because I feel like as someone with a vast TCG experience, I played almost most of them, is that you don't have to worry about sharing that lingo. Like you're calling things properly as they are, or versus someone like me, it's like, oh, I'm going to tap, I'm going to float, I'm going to balance, and they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, oh yeah, that's Magic terms. Let me call it directly how we're doing it in Riftbound. So,
Absolutely.
but I'm glad you're here. I mean, I'm glad this is your first CG. I feel like a lot of people have come to Riftbound as their first trading card game.
I think that was on purpose, right? Riot knows what they're doing. They've got these fun characters that everybody knows and loves. They've put out TV shows, all these things, and now you get to play them physically in person with all your friends. I mean, what could be better?
100%. So is your legend already in Riftbound or not yet? Your favorite one?
Man, I've played a bunch. Not as a legend. Morgana has been my main. As a champion, she's all over the place. But who I'm playing right now, my favorite character in Arcane is Jace. And chat, before you flame me, yes, I know that means I play Aurora. And you know what? I'm not gonna apologize for it.
I mean, I'm an Aurora player too, so I mean, we got this. We got this covered 100%. So it's gonna be a lesson for everyone.
Absolutely. There's so much to learn, even with these Aurora decks, because obviously, the combo, the 12 cards, they're kind of, it's kind of set in stone. But we're gonna get into some action. We're actually gonna see some Jace Aurora, and it is going to be a very, very fun matchup for you here in round number 3 of our weekly tournament. It is going to be versus Lilia on the other side.
Yeah. So what's already interesting, I'm looking at this, I'm seeing Jace. I'm like, okay, yep, normal. First I see a Dusk of Rose Lab, which I assume is Lilia's, and then we have Star Spring on Jace's side, and then also a Plundering Poro. I mean, I know my Jace Aurora build isn't running it. Is yours?
It is not. We got some mid-range Jace coming here, which I would love to see because we see a Bessa come down as well. So this is going to be some spice here. Not exactly what people are expecting.
For sure. I mean, Mbessa is probably one of the breakout champions on field for Orange in this set. I mean, the fact that it has the empower ability saying that I have plus and can't be dealt damage unless I'm in combat. I've seen some insane lines with like Rampage and things of the like that just allow you to get those trades and not deal damage back, which I think is going to benefit really well when you're trying to deal with Lilia and trying to get her champion unit off the board.
And there's so much you can do with this Ambessa. I've seen it obviously in almost every other orange list. I have a friend that's trying to make Fiora work, and it's a huge part of what they do. We will see a double conquer here from the Lilia player, trying to get this early tempo up here with those sprites. But the Ambessa, especially if you can get it empowered, is absolutely terrifying and almost impossible to remove.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially when something like Lilia. I mean, granted, a lot of the removal is going to be. This is what you talk about combat base because you probably have maybe 1,000 there watching here. You're gonna deal trying to minus things or just flood the board with sprites so you get more combat damage than dealing with like a singularity. But it's still a pain to deal with. I mean, it's 7 might. You're gonna need multiple sprites to get through this. And then as I'm now thinking about this too, with the Dust Rose Lab, Lily's gonna be drawing a bunch of cards. I mean, every single one of these temporary units can be responded to with Dust Rose Lab and just draw and draw and draw.
Ooh. Hiding cards as well, so some extra protection possibly, or another unit here for this Lilia. Lots of good hidden cards, whether that's I'm actually not super familiar with what this Lilia list in Vendetta will be. So that is one of the things that we, when we're looking at our matchups, why we wanted to go this route, because we saw Lilia still running around and we wanted to know what it was all about.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Lily's mostly running, I'm going to draw a blank on the name, because I also had the problem of playing Legendary Terror before this. It's probably the one that gets you flip, move, swap units with a temporary unit, it's going to be that hidden card more than likely we're going to see. So by the Sprite and Lilia swapping to put 6 might on the Star Spring and then protect the Lilia as a whole, unless we're running something like Consult the Past or something like that just to draw cards. But I can't imagine we're going to leave Lilia pretty naked here to get traded into.
We did empower our Mbessa. We did move it into the battlefield. We'll be on guarding in response. Onto the Sprite in the back line. So it looks like we will probably be swapping it in here for the temporary unit. We're going to flip that. Smoke and Mirrors coming out. You will absolutely switch those and see if we can take down this Mbessa now to remove it in combat.
Yeah, I mean, what? So now we don't really know if this is Jace Aurora. Like, do we have something like Punch First in this list to go ahead and go up to 11? I mean, we're tapping 1. Stupefy.
Stupefy. Okay, here we get to draw 1 too, and this will help get us above what they have on hand. There still is 1 rune on the other side, though.
There's still 1 rune. I think we're still trading those 7 and a 7. So unless we have another Stupefy, it's a challenge.
Oh, onto the Lily as well. So we might be able to remove everything here. Defy comes through.
Yep, the good old green special. But I feel like you're pretty okay-ish with this as Jace. I mean, granted, you're going down a little bit on the tempo. But, I mean, Lily's going to go down to 5 runes at this point. It's going to be a little more rough to reestablish the board state. Or Jace only had to spend 1 rune to play his challenge. Technically 2. You empowered Mbessa. But you can pretty much just go play your Jace next turn and reset back up to try and kill into this Lilia into some future turns.
Now this Lilia's got to rebuild this board state, but the big news is the Mbessa is gone. This is one of the hardest units to remove, especially because it won't, if it's not in combat, you can't really get rid of it. And so we'll be having that in our trash here. This Jace list is kind of an enigma now, right? We're going to be playing around tempo. We're going to try and get as many points as possible, but what do we have to answer now besides the obvious answer, the Jace hammer in hand?
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be running the list. So I know there's a couple of tempo Jace lists going around. There's the new gear that lets you go ahead, if it's empowered, disempower it, make a mech. There are some that we're trying Swain for a little bit with Patch Poor Robot. I don't know how often that's, or how relevant that is nowadays. I know Swain has moved over to Diana. So I'm really curious to see what else is the ideal for tempo Jace. I mean, it is some good colors to be some tempo. You have some decent control, you have Bell's Breath, you have Watcher. So I'm really curious what else established. But I mean, now we have 9 might all of a sudden from Lily on the board, though.
9 might and also 2 more points. So it's 4-1 here. The tempo's getting absolutely pushed. We got to figure out how to clear out these sprites, how to stop this Lilia. The challenge was defied, which is obviously bad for the game plan. And so Lilia is just out-tempoing this Jace player right now.
Yeah, I mean, so for tempo Jace, we're probably thinking something like a Singularity in the board. Trying to think, what else do we have to sort of deal with this? At least I can imagine mostly just this Singularity right now. I can't think of what else we would have to really clear this board state, because I doubt there's something like an on-check power in the main board.
Ooh, Pit Rookie to give us extra power here. That would be a very big Jace once we swing in. We'll be able to draw a card from the Duskrose Lab. We'll definitely kill one of those sprites there. And now we got to figure out how else we can get more and more points. Because if we get to 6, that's where stuff starts to get real scary. But this Jace is going to be very hard to take down, especially on attack.
Oh, for sure. Because especially Jason going to attack in at 5, well, now 6. So you can almost run to the point where you just choose deflect and go, okay, I'm going to give myself deflect versus assault 2. Make you have to answer this and deramp, deal with it. Like, I don't think Liz is going to want to fully run. Oh, we are going to run in here, so I really wonder what's in the hand for her. But I mean, like I said, the Jace is going to come in big at possibly 8. There's going to have a way to either swap them around or a way to protect Lilia, or we just accepted that we're going to lose it, maybe with a Watcher in hand.
A third Smoke and Mirrors, a Charm. I'm not quite sure what this could be here to help us move around our battlefields. For Lilia here, maybe we just know that it will be possibly just sacrificing it on this turn here, knowing that it has run its course.
Yeah. Oh, now I'm thinking too, this is because this is tempo Jace. We're probably, because we're in the great orange colors, we probably run stuff like Rengar's.
There it is.
Hey, there's the Charm. Move it over to the other battlefield, possibly. No, we want to come in for. So Leo goes up to 4. Jace stays at 6 because he didn't get beginning phase. So what else do we have? Maybe a Discipline or an On Guard?
Jace will move through.
Oh, smoke.
-4. Okay, so the -4 will come through. The Jace will be taken down. We see it instantly put in the trash here. And again, the tempo is so incredibly high now for this Lilia. 5 points. There's no strong units on the board for Jace. We're going to have to take another turn to develop. Unless we have something possibly like a first mate in hand to accelerate things, to grab some points, or Rengar to place directly to battlefield.
Yeah, I think we're sort of at that point now. We need that first mason. We need that Rengar or a Singularity. I mean, granted, Lilia Legend can still make sprites, but we need to kill this tempo somehow here, because the fact that your opponent's going to go up to 6, possibly 7, is really going to put a lot of pressure on you as Jace at this point. So you need some form of response. But I see 5, and there it is.
Go. Rengar comes through. Do have 2 runes up for this Lilia. Can we have any kind of response here? They come through Discipline 6 to 6 and drawing a card. We do have 3 runes up for the Jace to respond for that as well, but it looks like it will just be the trade. The tempo is slowed. The sprites will no longer be spawned as quickly, and instead we're going to have to figure this out another way. We'll finally get a point.
Yeah, finally getting your second point. Trying to reestablish. Ooh, a hidden card. So, what does Jace Aurora have? So, Consult the Past to draw. There's no way we're running. I think Here to Help is a hidden card. I don't think there's any way we're running Here to Help. It's probably just a Consult the Past.
Yeah, I would think not. The Lilia, though, we got to figure out what we have in hand to try and challenge the rest of these units that are on the board. And Sprite Fountain is a great way to do that, because we can get a Sprite now, a Sprite later, and absolutely pop off here. Also using the Lilia Legend with the temporary we now have. We have 2 on board, so that means it only costs 2 to get another Sprite online. It will be pretty difficult to not take another couple points here.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to come in here for 4 because thanks to Mask of Foresight, we're trying to get them. Yeah, there's going to be a Consult the Past. I don't think we have an answer unless we're top decking a Punch first here. But if there's no Punch first, we can go ahead and go up to 7 for Lilia at this point, and then get pretty much a double conquer again. And yeah, no response is brutal.
And the hard part of this is, like, even if you are punching first, you're punching a Sprite. So
Yeah.
it's a temporary unit that's going to go away anyway, so it just feels terrible to be able to do that. We'll see it come through for Dusk Rose Lab, and they will be able to draw another card to possibly have an answer. They're up cards. They're up significant points. They are now have to figure out what this Jace is going to be able to do to possibly get through this. But the sideboard plan, maybe we're just looking at game 2.
Yeah, we might be looking at game 2. I mean, we can top deck a Rengar, but another Discipline or something like that. This hurts our hold as a whole. So I think we might be at that point. I mean, unless there's always a chance Lilia just drawn dead, and you just have the nuts for the rest of it as Rengar. I mean, with Jace, but there's a 1,000-style Watcher, clear the board, try and take over. So this could be a comeback, but hopefully there's not one on the other side for Lilia.
Accelerated Watcher comes through, so we'll be able to take down the Star Spring, the Plundering Poro. We'll be able to move over here and get you a gold gear token exhausted, but we have nothing left up. So is there anything we can do to stop a Sprite that's going to come through from Sprite Fountain, and anything else we have to answer in hand?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, like we already saw Consult the Past, so we don't have anything else that is hidden. Oh, it looks like we're walking back Pondering Poro. I wonder if there was a little debate. Yeah, I wonder if there's a little debate, because there is the Mask of Foresight that does get the Sprite a +2, so it would cause a trade, and it does give a free Conquer almost to Lilia next turn, because they can go ahead and draw with their Conquer point, because they don't win, they're at 7, so they're going to draw the extra card, which could draw them into the game-winning card.
Sprite comes through. Let's see what the Lilia has in hand in order to deal with this Watcher. This is obviously the primary unit that I would say in blue that makes you excited to play this color, because of the amount of power and it gives you to be able to take down battlefields. We'll have Sprite Burst come through, which means this will be a 1 cost on our Lilia Legend to get a 4th Sprite online. That is 12 might ready to roll into this battlefield with nothing to respond. No runes left up for our Jace player. The Stupefy to draw another card, and this will be a trade here.
Yeah, almost flexing on him, because I feel like you just almost ran in here with 3 of the sprites and still gotten the same result, but decided to flex with the Stupefy and just go, yeah, I'm really getting the trade I want here to get the Conquer. But look at already game 2.
I mean, they know, right?
Yeah.
That, like, they're going to double conquer with those sprites, and it is game 2. But the sideboards here are going to be the very interesting part. Is there a way for this tempo Jace to specifically deal with the bunch of units that are coming out from this Lilia and able to work with. It's very interesting to see because tempo in the current meta, it seems, is hard to come by because of the power of some of these like removal spells and things that we're seeing in all of these, blue and purple, and orange as well. And so I'm interested to see if we can pull this out here if we're Jason make the comeback.
Yeah, because I think looking at the sideboard, because I thankfully we were able to find the deck list. Thanks to our great people at Runes of Rift. So Jace's sideboard, we're probably bringing in Decree of Strength, go ahead and hit out a Mind card out of Lilia's hand. I don't know if we're bringing in Unyielding Spirit. We haven't seen any targeted kill spells that make it brutal outside of like maybe a Smokescreen, but anything that's only spell and ability damage. And I don't think we're bringing in Cannon Barrage. So I don't know if we have a heavy sideboard for Jace to try and help this out.
All right, we will take Candlelit Sanctum, so we'll be able to look at the top 2 cards and recycle them or put them back in any order, which is great for this list that seems like they need to find exactly what they're looking for. The good news for this Lilia player is, even when they're going second, they are excited because I can just drop this Lilia right away.
Yeah, I can drop this Lilia going, especially with these battlefield setup. Next turn, they can go ahead and just spawn themselves a Sprite with their Legend ability, especially because Jace tapped out, can run on in here, get Candlelit, and then move in the Seat of Power and get the draw. And if you really need to, Charm or something over if you have to as well.
We'll try to take down this Pit Rookie, which will go through. We have no runes left, and so Pit Rookie will fall. The Candlelit Sanctum proc will go through as well for the Lilia player, which, once again, for each of our players, we want to see the cards that we want to see, so it'll be helpful regardless.
Yeah, always good to filter off the top, figure out the exact answer, because you don't want to draw into like 2 dead cards that are completely useless in your matchup and you go, ooh, and then top 10 turn could really just be a huge tempo swing. So being able to look at those top 2 is always strong for any trading card game player at this point. But I'm trying to think. So what do we want to look for? Because right now, Lilia is sort of vulnerable. I imagine we have something to deal with Jace on board, or we're going to have maybe another Smoke and Mirrors.
Yeah, we're going to be playing that to another battlefield, so we'll get that and the draw to possibly work off and get the Smoke and Mirrors we're looking for. I'm looking for seeing if they're going to hide the card on battlefield to protect that Lilia. And then what's the decision you make with the Jace then? Do we try to proc the Smoke and Mirrors or work with it? We will see that rune recycled. It placed face down on the battlefield, so most likely that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I like that Smoke and Mirror is going to come in there, try and get to 6. Jace can go ahead and choose Assault 2, though, to go up to 7. So there's probably a Stupefier, maybe a Discipline, and something in Lilia's hand as well, which Jace has to be careful of before they just go ahead and full-blown run in there. And we're short Singularity runes as well. So we came in Singularity this Lilia off the board. And we also seen how powerful this Lilia was. Like, it stayed around for multiple turns and just kept on generating value.
Assault was applied. We have 7 might going into this battlefield. So Lilia trying to decide what the choice is here. I imagine Smoke and Mirrors will be procced. We'll move it back, but that'll only leave 6 might to work with in this battlefield, which will clear, and Jace will take it. But Lilia stays alive, and we will have gotten a good amount of tempo from going up a point.
Yeah, I wonder if we have the same play we saw last time with the On Guard coming off first, target the Sprite, then Smoke and Mirrors out to get the swap, so the Sprite in the backline gets the +2 to get up to that 8 might. And looks like now we're just going to go ahead and play Smoke and Mirrors flat out as it is. So I wonder if there's a Discipline or something in hand.
Oh, we're going to swap it to the other battlefield also, which is interesting because we can leave that Sprite on that battlefield in the next turn to continue to apply pressure that way. And it will move its way over here. On Guard also played. So this is exactly what we saw last game as a way to get over the Mbessa, this time over the Jace in that chosen champion slot. So that'll be a 5 might Sprite moving its way over, a 3 might Sprite being left there. And so now 5 runes left for our Jace tempo player. What are they going to do to respond?
Yeah, I'm hoping we have something that's our punch versus something. The fact that we saw this happen last time, and maybe this took the game was like, no way you had the same exact setup 2 games in a row on the exact same turn. And they just tried to maybe call their bluff. Hopefully there's something. But I'm a little shocked though. Lily decided to go to Seat of Power versus swapping the one with base. Because if she just swapped the one in base, the Sprite on Seat of Power dies, you can reconquer there to get the draw again. Because then you can move back up with Lily in the Candlelit, filter your 2, get that conquer point there up to 3, and then move your Sprite with Lilia Legend maybe back into Seat of Power to get the draw, whatever you see off the Candlelit. So I'm a little surprised we end up doing that swap instead.
The thought process, the gears are turning here for each of our players. They've got to figure out a way for this Jace to survive, and it won't. It will go to our trash. Rengar will be played to the other battlefield instead. We want to remove this Lilia.
Yeah, and that's sort of like you said, that's also part of the punish that happens with swapping with Lilia instead of the unit in base. Is I get to go ahead and kill the Lilia now instead of making it safe in the backline in your base and just losing a sprite instead of the Seed of Power.
It's sad that we lost one of our primary units, but what we've seen from this deck so far is there are lots of units in the deck list for Jace, and so we'll continue to play around these colors and the great units that are in them. Sprite Fountain will allow another point to come through for our Lilia player. The tempo of this deck is so incredibly strong. We're actually going to swing in onto this Rengar. With Decree of Insight here. This is one of the new cards from Vendetta. The color hate cards. The Rengar will have 1 might left and falls down there. So this is another big swing back.
Yeah, again, this is where I'm so surprised we didn't just make a sprite because we're going to generate the sprite anyway and go in here. We missed a potential draw. But, I mean, like you said, the tempo pace right now of Lilia is absolutely insane. Like, you wouldn't think Lilia is an aggro deck, but it is playing exactly like one. They want to win fast and quick, and not going to let you set up your turns until pretty much drag this out into the late game.
And it's not even like it's just aggro with units. It's the removal that is happening here through, you know, some of these choice spells and also the combat tricks that green provides. And so these sprites are just absolutely taking over the game because what are you supposed to do now, right? If you accelerate something with only 6 runes, it's going to be very difficult to move anything. So we will go just a development turn here, getting Ambessa on field. We'll leave 2 runes up. We will not be able to get much more going here. We'll get another point at least for the Lilia player, moving them up to 5.
Yeah, 5, possibly up to 6, and putting Jace in the back foot again, trying to be like, okay, I can't allow you to conquer anything to try and get a hold, and put you in the worst case possible. And yeah, there's a sprite going to go ahead and go up to 5. But I just realized even more crazy for Lilia, that Decree of Insight was a sideboard card in very low count. Like,
yes,
they hit it off the draws and just it was the most perfect blow opportunity they had. I mean, probably know they could have seen off the candle it and then drew it afterwards. But what a wild setup! And there's 6 points.
6 points, 4 runes left up, so we can develop a bit more in our base if we choose, or just keep up these combat tricks to possibly win something crazy. We did draw another card for Seed of Power, which is going to continue to just give us options and ways to respond to everything this Jace is doing. Oh no, the Ambessa gets moved in before it's empowered. It is in combat now. The spells will come through. This will trade.
Oh, that is brutal for Jace. So it does get the trade. I wonder if at this point there's probably a discipline or smokescreen as well. And the hand is there is the punch first. Maybe I think he accidentally paid the wrong runes, which I had a little rewind there. But there is a punch first to bring us up to 8 into 3. Now the question is, I don't think there's a way we have out of this. I mean, even if you try and smoke screen, you still have the 4 and the 3. I don't think there's any response for Lilia. So at least Jace does get to go ahead and get a conquer here on Candlelit Sanctum, I would imagine.
I'm not sure maybe we have a Defy. Oh no, you can't pay Defy for that because it has 2 recycled there. So nothing we can do. We will take it. We'll conquer on the opponent's turn, which is good for getting point tempo back for this J specifically, and a good battlefield to get it done on with it being candlelit. So we're able to take a look at what will be joining us next turn and choose exactly which card will help us. We're going to need to empower this Ambessa. We're going to need to get more units to this battlefield because if we don't, it's going to be very, very hard to break a big hold in a couple turns.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty much the detrimental turns, I think, at this point for Jace. Because the fact that Lyric can go ahead and go up to 7, and then if they get this Ambessa off, I feel like they have a lot of combat tricks to do it. I mean, there's things like right now, I mean, granted, Jace's turns we have to see. Hopefully there's no unit developed that help this hold. But I don't think there's a way we can leave Ambessa on our own here.
Oh, challenge coming through to get rid of Raven Bloom in the back line. We have no runes up, so that will go through. Empowered also is this Ambessa now. 7 might, also can't be killed with spells when not in combat. And so we will continue to ramp that up. We'll see what this Lilia can do to possibly remove that Ambessa and secure the game win.
Yeah, I can only imagine that. Only because you haven't seen it. I wonder if there is a Watcher at this point for Lilia. But if say there is no Watcher and we're trying to come out of this, we're going to need something, a major turn in terms of like maybe a couple of Sprite Fountains. Oh, there is the Charm though.
Oh, Back to base with Sprite Fountain, and it could just be all over right there.
Yeah. Oh, Sprite Burst. Sprite Burst
Sprite
alone
Burst.
does it.
Oh my goodness. These sprites are just absolutely taking over. The Lilia, piloted by Isolation, able to 2-0 the Tempo Jace, and really surprisingly continue to move on. This is a really fun list.
Yeah, this is insane, especially because Lilia was always determined one of the weaker legends in last set. And now it's really showing its numbers here and really showing its strength in Vendetta with the help, I think, of Decrees, because Decrees get to go ahead and set up ability to get that -5 might and a couple different units. So, like, have we seen anything new from this list outside of Decree? I don't think there's running anything else new.
I'm not quite sure. Like the tempo, maybe it was just the cards felt exactly right where they needed to for the setup to work. And I'm excited to see that Lilia is continuing to move on. There are some, more temporary things that work great. Maybe some more of these battlefields that are helpful, but I'm not sure if anything's really significantly different to make this work better than it had.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just we have not a big shift in the meta. I'm going to say big because everyone's trying to redo new decks, trying to do something new and innovative. You have Cannon that's playing Miracle. You have some token cannons. You have some Jace Aurora. You have a couple other different sort of decks going around that might allow us to set up because everyone's trying to slow down again. And last meta was fast with Yi and Aurelia. So it's just being able. It's time.
It sure is. And I think this Jace deck list is just kind of tough to play against right now because of the way that, it's unsolved, right? These new legends are hard to jump all the way into and figure out, where this Lilia deck, it has already been played a good amount. And so the people piloting it know how it works. The Jace decks, we're trying Tempo, we're trying Aurora. What can we do to figure it out? And in this situation, we didn't quite figure it out quick enough for this weekly.
Right.
Well, we're heading on into another matchup because that one wrapped up so quickly. We'll have a matchup between Ezreal and Kha'Zix here. Kha'Zix, another unique legend running around.
Yeah, I mean, Kha'Zix is something that definitely got me in Hartford. This deck is faster than I would think as well. This deck has a lot of tempo draw. It has Irresistible Flayfolk. It has the Kinku Monk to go ahead and draw cards based off of Might. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're running Irresistible Sentry. I'm not 100% sure. I know the Rango is Kha'Zix in between. But I also forgot the addition now of Shadow Order Discipline, which is another low-to-the-ground aggro card, which is what Kha'Zix wants to be.
Yeah, I was playing some Runes and Rift ladder yesterday and ran into a Kha'Zix that gave me some trouble just because of the amount of power that was provided and burning cards as well. So, this Ezreal with the Blurple combo, with the backpack, with the treasure trove, it has been, dominant for a while, been a valid thing. We keep seeing it here throughout our tournament. It's a little bit to be expected. Rav, is there anything in this Vendetta set that makes Ezreal a bit better?
I don't think so. I mean, not too many lists are running anything new. I mean, I sort of been looking at, I'm going to call him the backpack Ezreal master himself, Brady. And Brady's list last week was no new cards. It was like straight Unleashed. And I don't think it's really added anything new. It's just, it controls your hand so aggressively with the discarding and being able to draw your entire deck very quickly and keep at 10 cards and recycle through repeatedly, that most decks just can't play the game in response to it.
As your Prodigy does come through, we'll have it online, which will allow for a lot more card draw. That's what this deck does. So we'll be continuing to get more and more cards online. This Kha'Zix looking to possibly get a first point on the board this time around. The Flayfolk, being able to move units with you and also back some out is a great way to do so. The battlefields, though, specifically, this is game 3. They are 1-1 right now, so we know that there can be some interesting setups here. We will have the Kha'Zix come in through ambush, straight onto Forbidding Waste. The Flayfolk will fall down, but so will the Ezreal, so good removal there with that Flayfolk able to move the enemy unit to the battlefield.
Yeah, and for some people who aren't aware of this interaction fully, because everyone's sort of new to Riftbound. So the way this works, Irresistible Flayfolk, Tongue Twister, moves in and moves a unit with its ability to say, go ahead and move a unit to this battlefield with me. Pretty much, in a sense, I'm ad-libbing. goes over to something like Forbidden Waste. Forbidden Waste says, while units defending alone as -2. Since it is your turn, you're technically declared as the attacker when you move in no matter what. And it makes Ezreal the defender, which gets the -2, which does set up that trade scenario, which is what makes Faithful so good, why Kha'Zix are running these Forbidden Waste to get those -2 defender triggers, and to set up something like this Kha'Zix ambush, where it gets the +2 as well and get some free XP.
Kha'Zix tapping the legend, able to buff a unit.
Maybe
We might move it as well, because I think we have 2 XP online. Oh, we buffed Kha'Zix, that's what we did. So we'll have the Stupefy come through to possibly draw another card for this Ezreal to give more options, and obviously, maybe, if we desire to do some damage to the battlefield, another one coming through to draw another card. Now we just need to do 3 damage.
Oh, Fizz. What do we have? Wages of Pain.
There we go. And the token coming through as well is helpful to offset some of these costs later on.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it's definitely time for the bells with the wages plane. Here comes the glorious Bewitching Spirit. Time to start the discard cycle.
I hate this card. If there's one card most, it's definitely this one. They just keep throwing my cards away, and I hate it. Every time I just want to deadly flourish this thing straight in the face.
Yeah, and it has the problem too, where you can only pretty much Bewitching Spirit is free to discard, and Kha'Zix doesn't draw that many cards outside of something like Kinku Monk. And if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I don't think there's a single reaction speed damage spell right now in Riftbound.
I don't think so. Not a reaction speed. That's I don't know. I'm not familiar with one off the top of my head. Void Assault does get discarded, which is unfortunate, but that does mean we have 2 things that are a bit better. We will hold to 3, which is good for points, but that when we have nothing to develop, it's going to be difficult. Stack Deck will hopefully find us what we're looking for.
Yeah, I wonder, because actually that could be an issue. I guess it could be a little mix. There was a little slight misplay by discarding Void Assault. Because of the fact that Pack of Wonders didn't bounce Bewitching Spirit, you could have Void Assaulted your Shadow Order Discipline over to then kill Bewitching Spirit. But that also could be why it was left in the field, was because Void Assault was discarded. We don't know which is in hand, but I don't think there's any way to kill unless we have a challenge or something to get this Bewitching Spirit off the field.
See 5 runes be tapped here. All 5 are out. The Vex will come through. The Shadow Order Disciple does come back to try and protect it. But now we need to figure out what in the world we're going to do, especially if this Decree of Spirit continues to go on and off of our play here, and see what we can do, because there it goes. It's off, it's on, and another card goes away.
Yeah, and here comes the setup too. We might have something like a Starcross in hand to go ahead and bounce it again, bounce something like Vex back to hand, play Bewitching again. I mean, it is the loop. There's 3. Oh, just double Bewitching, I guess.
No cards. Now we're at the mercy of our top deck here. And what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Like, we have no cards left. This is so toxic. They have infinite cards because now they have the pack and the treasure trove online. They've got multiple units of conquering these battlefields. We do have Might on board, but if we have nothing to defend it with, it will fall pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this becomes back in the situation where it becomes a hard thing for this color combination to deal with stuff in the base. I mean, there is the Fizz. We could maybe get Void Assault here. Oh, I'm going to go stack that to draw a card instead. Okay. So, digging. Looking at the list, we do have 3 Void Assaults, and we do end up having something like a Rampage as well. So there is a chance that Rampage or something could come out. But only deals with 1 instead of both of them, which makes it the hard case as a whole.
What card did we pull? Are we going to play it now? Or are we going to save it for a get out of jail free card later on? We can try to conquer our battlefields. We'll see 1, 2, 3 tapped here.
I can't imagine we hit a Starcross. At least we're maybe... I definitely do not want a Starcross, a Fizz, or a Bewitching Spirit on my opponent's side of the field.
Oh, just another Fizz comes through. We will probably play Stack Deck again. Instead, Sabotage. Oh my goodness. We have 2 Starcrossed. Oh, what are we supposed to do here?
I imagine we take the pack. I mean, packs, so they don't keep on recycling it for free. Make them at least spend their runes to bounce through. It's like,
oh man.
Yeah.
Well, Starcrossed here, especially because we don't have cards in hand, it's actually obviously it's valuable. but it's not as good because we can just play it back because we have nothing else to do with our runes if we have no cards. And so it is very valuable to win a fight and take the points, but especially if you're bouncing Fizz, you're not going to want that to be in hand to play spells for free.
No, for sure. I mean, so what do we have? So we still have Starcross to deal with. There's still the list. Now, thankfully, we have 2 different unit keywords. We have Vex has Shadow Isles and Yordle, and Shadowspin it just has Ionia, so at least the list can't hit both of them. But we do have the backpack to set up for multiple bounces.
Let's see what our play is here. We'll buff the Vex to make it a bit stronger here on board, and turn is passed. So what will be in hand now for our Ezreal player? We have lots of choices to go. I'm sure Fizz might even come back to hand, so we can draw more cards if we like. We have 11 runes versus 3 on the other side. Bewitching Spirit will face off there. We'll take the battlefield. We'll sacrifice one of our Bewitching Spirits here to the trash, unless we save it. Oh.
I was like, Bewitching Spirit doesn't die here because Forbidden Waste. So that Shadowspin did get the -2, so it goes on the 0. So Bewitching does get the free trade into it.
And the other side falls down as well. So now it's just these 2 Fizz versus the world on the other side. That Watcher on the other side is going to be almost impossible for us to take down without some crazy card.
Yeah, and what a top deck, though. We knew what was in hand, and hits the 1,000 Watcher off the top to go ahead and kill that Vex is such an insane draw. We don't have to worry about the deflect cost. There's a Temporal Breach, I imagine, going in the hidden just to bounce that Fizz and probably get back something. What's in our grave? Oh, I guess it's double Stupefy, double stack deck. I'm like, oh, maybe to hit a Starcross. Nope, just Stupefies and stack decks.
What in the world could we even draw here if you're Kha'Zix to possibly beat this? Do we have removal? We'll move the Fizz in. We know exactly what's going to happen here. They're going to proc the Temporal. We're going to play that Fizz once again, and it will be a free spell played. And Stupefy coming through to win the combat. The Fizz will fall down. I'm guessing we're going to move the Fizz in again and try to trade.
Yeah, I can't imagine we're hitting much else here. You can even just see a Starcross come out if we really wanted to. But, oh, we do have the buff coming out, though.
We will win combat, but there still could be more response here. There's 3. It will be -4 might. And that should be nearly curtains here for this Kha'Zix. What are we supposed to do with only 1 card in hand and nothing on board?
Not much. I'm trying to think what's our out here of a card. We have no units, so Ride the Wind doesn't do us anything. Rengar can maybe kill a Sigil of the Storm, but it can't touch Forbidden Waste because it's 2 units here, so there's no -2. Set up a Zed maybe for running Zed. Maybe set up. Nope, not even enough for Gangplank. This Gangplank I think is 6. So yeah, this is a rough spot if you're in Kha'Zix side. I don't know what gets you back out of this. Maybe some tentacles, but that just gets met by Bella's Breath.
We do have a couple turns to work with, but that is assuming that we're not going to, play another Bewitching Spirit or return it to our hand and play it again, just to discard the cards in hand. We need to be able to spend this mana and play this card before it gets tossed out. But if it's not something playable, then we can't do anything about it. So now we'll sit here and think about if there's any way that we can make this happen.
And it's sad we don't have views to any of the players chatting, so they could be talking about this and trying to figure out their own outs and trying to go into the think tank a little bit here. I mean, we also saw, so what's in our discard as Kha'Zix? So we have all 3 Fizzes sadly in there, 2 Vexes in there, 1 Up from the Deep, 1 Void Assault, 1 Decree of Strength, a Kha'Zix, and a Rengar. Maybe you could sit there and flashback Up from the Deep, but nope, there's not much. And yeah, with the revealed hand, I assume that's pretty much GG's. They're just accepting they don't have a comeback, and I think Ezreal has taken that round.
Mob Monster coming out on top. We'll see the card draws come through here just to show off here. It will be a dominant victory once again. So we're seeing some of our, one-ofs this week fall down. Jace falls down. The Kha'Zix falls down. But at least we have Lilia to root for, right?
Yeah, pretty much Lilia is going to be the major root for. I mean, we have such an insane spread. I mean, at this point, after seeing the Lilia build, I want this Lilia to do well. Like, I want this to win it all. But we have to fight through some cannons, some of these pack Ezreals, which makes it a little bit rough.
Yeah, and the Metal being the other most popular of the group there, and so it will be, who can beat these titans in the meta so far with a little bit more of the predictability, but also at least Kennen has some unique builds that we get to take a look at. So I'm excited to see some of those as we continue on through the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about before, but we have a little bit of time. So we were talking about Miracle Cannon, Control Cannon, Token Cannon. I mean, there's so many builds out there right now. I think most of them are viable. I think Miracle and Token are probably the top two. Controls sort of up there. I mean, Runation's Runation. It's a card that wipes the board. Can be pretty good. But yeah, I do like seeing how at least some of these cards have shown better representation than people thought coming into Vendetta.
I think there's so many different ways to work with these new cards every time we get into a new set, and sometimes just in the beginning of the set we get to see the lists that don't change, right? This Lilia, this Ezreal, not much different, but we'll continue on with their winning ways. But we will have a new match to help round us out and take us into round 4. It will be 1-1 here between Fiora and Master Yi.
Yeah, so Master Yi, the current boogeyman of Riftbound, from dominating last set into coming into this set, still strong with a couple different tweaks in between with Master Yi, running rampages, some running Green Akali, which are really good. But then I've been hearing a lot of rumblings about Fiora. People keep telling me Fiora is pretty good right now going into this meta. So I'm really curious to see how this game plays out. I mean, we are tied 1-1.
There definitely is a good fight going on here, and it is pretty close in points right now. It's 4-3. We just went to 4 points for our Fiora player. Kinku Initiate is one of these cards that came out and Unleashed. It's not super new, but it was able to work with this because of the card draw that comes with the mighty units, which obviously synergizes with the legend we've got going on. So interesting build. Curious to see their deck list and see how well they can continue to do it throughout this tournament.
Yeah, even more wild, I just realized that's on this board, is that they're both running the Fiora Peerless on Yi side and Fiora side. Very rarely I see Fiora running the Peerless. So I wonder if we're very heavy into the gear to make this Fiora really big to get into these combat trades. So I'm really wondering if we're going to see a point where we're going to have a Fiora Pure, and a Kale. I want this Fiora list now. This is already spicy.
Yeah, I have a buddy that's trying to make this Fiora work, and Kale is definitely the thing that they love the most in this list. The Fiora Peerless is obviously fantastic in the mirror matchup for Yi. That's why it does exist here. We'll see it move in versus the Kinku Initiate, who is 1-on-1. So we will have the battle here. And you can also pay 1 to draw 1 because of the amount of might that comes through from Fiora here. I don't know. Do we have 1 rune up? Do we punch first to try and get over this?
Yeah, we could have a punch for triangle this. Granted, there is a lot of runes up on the side of Master Yi, but we might begin it because right now we'll go up to 11 if we have punch first. The punch first does bring the Kinku Initiate up to 11. Sorry, I'm also reading the chat a little bit, looking at a possible judge call happening because right now our players are talking about if they can draw with the Fiora being 8 might into Sunken Temple if they win off the Conquer. I imagine they can, if I remember correctly, because there is Assault that stays out to end of combat. I think because the showdown doesn't end until all the effects are resolved. So I think the 8 might does end up staying on Fiora enough to get the card draw off of Sunken Temple before it fully falls off. But
Yeah,
we might have a judge.
It says double my might, not add, plus whatever might is. So it will be a significant amount there, and especially when you do that, when you conquer, that's what it's saying. That would be my guess as far as reading goes. But reading's hard, so we take what we can.
Yeah, reading's hard, especially in Riftbound. I mean, they're getting better. We're finally lowering the amount of meanings that the word play has, which is a great change.
Good. It is a needed thing in the TFT world. We always get in trouble because TFT players don't read, so it's a problem.
Card gamers don't read either, so welcome to the club. See, this is why you fit right at home in Riftbound.
Exactly, it's just a gamer issue here, especially when it comes to these more complex rule sets. That's what we love our judges for. So shout out to anyone in chat that's listening that's a judge. We love you and we appreciate you because I can't be bothered to read.
You got that right, yeah. But no, I mean, so we're going to get the draw into Yi. So Yi can go ahead and set up here. So let's think about what we have going on here. So Fiora's going to take this battlefield. Magi are going to stay solo because exit the 1-on-1 if it needs to. It gets to go up to a total of 6 might. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll go up to 6 might on the hold because Oi has a buff up to 4, Yi pass up to 2. Fiora might run into the chance where they try and run in something like their own Fiora and maybe a Kale or something to not prevent the one-on-one ability to be triggered. Kale alone will have up 10 runes, so Kale can triple him from power in this turn if we want to. Get 9, trigger the Fiora ability. But I'm curious to see what happens going forward.
And the thing is for this Fiora is, I mean, actually for both of our players, they have a bunch of units on the field, right? They are developed, they have a lot to work with, and it's just going to be a matter of where the might can come from for our players that have all these response spells. The punch first obviously existing for both of our players in orange, and so this is going to be a big deal, especially if we can draw in to an important card for a Yi player with this Fiora.
And it looks like, as you're back, it looks like we're right. The judge ruling is correct that you can go ahead and tap 1 to draw a card off Second Temple after, because about the new rulings of when showdown ends and combat happens.
Yep, so we'll come through here. We'll move an enemy unit. We'll charm the Fiora Worthy on the other side. It will die. Charm being obviously one of the best cards. It basically a removal spell in Yi because of the defending. It is, at this point, pretty well known with how Proving Grounds work. The Sabotage coming through. Only 3 cards on the other side we're going to be able to see. But are we going to be able to get rid of a Riposte? That will be huge.
And there it is. There is the repost that has been found. We also have a BF sword and a salvage as well. I'm really, salvage is interesting. I wonder if this is game 3, so I wonder if Yi did have some gear in there that would cause a salvage to be in the deck. I wonder if they're running some form of their own weapons, etc. But we could see a trade now happening. BF sword is going to possibly go on Fiora Puros to try and trigger maybe a trade or on the Kale. But you have to be careful. There's a lot of runes up on Yi's side.
Yeah, what could be there? Like we have so many obviously combat tricks in Yi that are great to work with, but are we too scared to fight and try to remove this? We have to send multiple units in there if we are our Fiora because we don't want the doubled might that we just ran into. I'm curious why the Yi didn't conquer the other battlefield. Maybe just didn't want to sacrifice any of our units. Just wanted to keep them safe in the backline and doesn't need to chase the points, especially when we know that many of the units on the other side are stronger in just pure might.
Yeah, so this is the thing that's pretty debated at this point because you do have the point tempo where in terms of you're at 4. So you're at an even point now where you get to go ahead and next turn, if you hold this up to 5, conquering up to 6, then you can pull back your other one that held, in this case your Fiora Peerless, which is a big attacker, to pull back and try and go in with bigger units, go up to 8, versus going up to 7 and being in an awkward spot. We have to either hold or double conquer again. It just sets up a good even break point when it comes to getting your conquer points as a whole.
Oh, we're trying to decide exactly what we're going to do here. 5 runes up does possibly mean Rengar as well, which is terrifying. But again, when you're Yi, you really want to fight one-on-one. But if a Rengar can get you over, that will be a fight win that you'll take any day of the week.
Yeah, so I have to double think about this because there is the case where conquer means you lost control. Now, I was trying to think there's a way you can respond to the conquer trigger to flash a Rengar, but Rengar would not be a defender at that point. So you would have to be careful with that. So it looks like there is not a way to get the Rengar in, but maybe if it goes over to something like Star Spring, you can flash in that Rengar instead, depending on the setup that Fiora goes ahead and disperses into the battlefields.
Given lots of thought here because this is game 3. This is everything on the line for both these players here in our weekly tournament at the Runes and Rift. We'll see a few runes come through here, 4 to be exact. Playing another BF sword, possibly attaching it also.
Yeah, BF sword is going to go ahead and come down. Imagine we can equip it over to our Fiora Puros.
Wow.
But I think Master Yi's Fiora still gets bigger because there is a chance where Yi, if he has discipline, can respond to the trigger to add discipline to Fiora Peerless. The buff is up to 8 might before the trigger.
You know what? I said I don't read very well and don't do that. Also, combat math. It is something that, when I'm playing TFT, I don't have to do too much. Punch first comes through, and this will be a huge Fiora Peerless versus Peerless matchup. Lots of might to go around.
Yeah, so 4, 6, double to 12, then up to 17. Did I miss something? Why are we doubled up to... Oh, in this...
22?
Yeah, Fiora triggers
Ending?
first. No, because so this is where it happens. So this is the very interesting situations where we have Fiora. It works differently than Kha'Zix. Fiora has a the way of when Fiora checks is when she becomes an attacker defender, she checks her might. So you can't react with punch first because it's not a reaction window. Punch first is an action. So I can do a discipline, but it's not like Kha'Zix, where Kha'Zix does a one check and only one check where it goes, okay, I'm defending alone. But yeah, here's on guard to double up the might. So we're at 4, 6, 8. So we can go up to 8 with on guard, double up to 16, and then punch first if we want to. But I think that's why we're trying to do the math right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge fight, right? If these BF swords can stay on this unit, on this battlefield, it will very, very likely stand up to the end of the game and move around and conquer many a battlefield. If it does stand, right? We have lots of combat tricks on both sides to work with.
Interesting. So I wonder if they're fearing the hidden card, because you know 2 of the cards left in our opponent's hand is a salvage plus an X card. We don't know what that other card is, so I wonder if we are fearing the point where if they have their own punch first, because we can go ahead and Fiora, on guard Fiora, get up to 12, and then punch first up to bigger. They can go ahead and get bigger that way, but decides to just go ahead and let their Fiora Purist die instead.
All right, we're going to use those combat tricks to possibly take it back later on in the game. Instead, maybe move in with a couple units with Rengar possibly to try and add might to this battlefield as much as possible. But that doesn't mean we have a bunch of dead runes this round, not using that quite as efficiently. This could mean that the Fiora player has the upper hand.
Yeah, Fiora probably is in a stronger spot right now. Does get to go ahead and draw another card also with Sunken Temple. And is that, did I see 6? Oh, 5. Oh, the good old Buffy boy set.
Man, I'm very curious about this list and to see how it continues throughout the tournament, especially if it can win this round and head on to some of our top cuts later on. We'll conquer the other battlefield, go to 6 points. And now what do? We're the Master Yi player with a couple of our units in base. We do know that we have stuff in hand. We decided not to deal with that Fiora then. We'll have to deal with it now.
Yeah, and this is where I talked about earlier, but this is just a break point for Fiora at this point. The fact we're at 6 points, with a Kale and Set already back in base, makes it harder for your opponent to try and take these and then hold into knowing how much might is going to come into them and pretty much get the way to easily get up to 8 points. So in this case, sure, we could take, say, the Kinku Initiate off the battlefield. Okay, maybe hold with a 2 or 3 might unit there. Okay, but you're looking down a Set that can get up to 8 might. You have Kale that can go in and get up to 9 might, and then just come in with a big battlefield into your lonely defender, which makes it feel worse. Which is why it's really good to get at this even point tempo, which is probably why you didn't go up to 5 last turn.
And now what do? Right? 8 runes, 4 in hand. We're assuming there's a Rengar because of the way that we kept up our might. We're going to tap 4. Rengar, or 5. Rengar will come through onto the Kinku Initiative battlefield, which will most likely clear. It will clear because of no runes on base. We're going to rewind and run it back, though. We're going to replay this.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen, because I will say there is the case, too, though. Even if we Rengar into this battlefield, we do have the situation where we have to fight into this Fiora still. So yeah, there is the chance. So this is what they're going to see a little bit better line, where they can go ahead and conquer in with this.
Whoa.
Interesting. So we know there's a punch first in hand, and we know there's a Rengar in hand. So we've
done a lot.
Yeah. So we know there's 2 cards in hand. So I'm trying to do my math here. So Set gets up to 8. Kale can get up to 9. We're going to have 17 might coming into Star Spring. Coming in, can Rengar in, going up to another 6 might, so it'll be 9, plus punch first will be 14 might. I imagine we have more reactions at this point, because I don't know what we're getting over here at this point. And there's going to be a pit rookie to go ahead and add a buff.
Oh,
we have 8. Oh, man. So we get even bigger. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of might coming into the Star Spring. It's going up to 8. I don't know. I'm really curious what's in Master Yi's hand. I mean, it might have been the right out, possibly, because you don't want to give this Fiora, like, their BF sword back, which is why you don't want to kill the Fiora. Because you're going to give Kale and Set BF sword to make it even bigger into this take.
Okay. Set moves in with just the 12 might by his lonesome here. We obviously know that we will have a Rengar or a Punch First come through, but we don't want to disrupt the Yi passive, giving it +2. So we go up to 11 and On Guard up to 13. Now what's the response from Set? Or from the Fiora on the other side? We'll have Alpha
Oh.
Strike as well. Holy, that's a lot of damage to come through to sweep out the other battlefield. The problem is the Kale is alive as well.
Yeah, this might hurt us actually, because we can go ahead and pump up Kale here twice, go up to 7 might, attach 2 BF swords to be also 13 again. Yeah, because I'll go up to 13, then initiate a trade afterwards, depending on what's in the hand from Fiora. Like I said, we know at least there's a salvage. I don't know what the other card is. So this could end up being punishing.
And he's doing 13 to the Fiora, so it will fall down. We're not going to spend any of our runes onto that trying to protect it. But instead, the Set here with 12 runes now reacting with something of our own. A Vi comes through. That should be lights out.
Yep, that's going to be GG's. I mean, I see the vision in their mind of what they were trying to go for, but giving back those VF swords is sort of a pain point because of the fact that they can go ahead and just re-equip these swords onto Kale. It might have been a situation where we had to kill Set instead.
Yeah, the GGs come through. It will be Fiora taking a win over what everyone's saying is the big boogeyman, possibly in Vendetta, being that Proving Grounds Master Yi. So a bit of an underdog story coming through. I'm curious to see what this deck list is, because there's lots of high-value units working here. Lots of might flown around.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen a Set come through. I mean, this is probably the only deck that's running Set is Fiora, now that we have, the best ofs have rotated out. Soft rotated out mostly for the best part, but yeah, I mean, we have a lot of good interesting decks here. Fiora we've seen, sadly the Kazakhs lost, and then we saw Lilia come through with a win, and Tempo Jace. Like, there's a lot of interesting lists so far in this weekly.
Well, and the good news is, in this whole thing, we were able to cover 3 different games and 6 different decks. So lots and lots of game knowledge coming through here that has been very, very fun. I was excited to be able to commentate these games, get a lot of reps under my belt with all these deck lists, and do it alongside you, Rav, and just have a great time. Any shout outs before we send it to break?
No, I mean, shout out as always to the Runes of Rift community. You guys have been great. Thank you for having me again to come cast. I mean, it's always fun to cast. Shout out to you, Silly, for joining us for your first time. So welcome. Hope you had fun.
I sure did. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's been such a joy. So I'm excited to continue watching throughout the day and see who does come out on top, because maybe we'll have something unique actually pull out the W this time around here in our Runes in Rift weekly. But that's just round 3. We have a few more to go. So don't go anywhere. There'll be a break, and then we'll get reloaded, ready to roll. I'm CLE. You can find me on Twitter at CLE_TFT and Rav at RaraVin TCG. Is that how you say that? Did I nail that?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, to be honest, I was talking this was generated back in the day when I played World of Warcraft. And I said, sure. I've stuck with it ever since.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, it'll be a short break, and we'll reload for another few rounds to go in our weekly, so don't go anywhere.
See y'all later.
All right, welcome back to Runes and Rift Open. We have a round number 4 coming on up for you. I am Mr. Plus, joined by Agito Swiftly, and we're going to have some great action up for you today. But first, how are you doing today, Agito?
I'm doing fantastic. What about yourself, Mr. Plus?
Feeling pretty good and feeling excited to see some more Vendetta action. We got a good one coming up with some Mel gameplay versus a LeBlanc, so it should be pretty interesting to see how these two get paired up once we get rolling here. I'm not sure if you've seen this matchup play out so far. I know it's early days of Vendetta, but I think this could be an interesting one.
Thematically speaking, it's perfect. The end of Arcane, we've all seen it before. We always know who should be winning today, but overall, LeBlanc hasn't seen much play since sort of mid-set 3, so having it come back during the Vendetta series is going to be quite interesting. I think people are just trying to figure out, does it fit well into the current meta where people are off turning to empower things? Can you kind of creep it in with those temporary shadows of LeBlanc? So it's going to be nice to see. As you did say, both players are currently winners right now, 3-3. And before we do go into the game, thank you, Mr. Matic77. You don't have to do that for us over here. We obviously appreciate it very much so, but we wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't for you guys. So likes and subscribes on YouTube or follows on the what is it? Twitch still? Twitch? That'd be great. But yes, we do appreciate the support.
All right, yeah, so we're ready to get on started. Like you said, Agito, this is a 3-0 versus a 3-0. Both players undefeated, getting us started for round number 4. So we're going to head right into that action as we have LeBlanc on the play, starting us off with a Watchful Sentry. Battlefields this go around will be Star Spring and Threshold of the Gray. So one of our new battlefields out of Vendetta.
Say, I think a lot of people didn't really think how good the Grey would be, but overall it's been seeing quite a lot of play, especially in the last couple of tournaments we've held here over at the Runes and Rift channel. And everyone's favourite first turn play, if you're going second, Tentacles.
And a great turn to play for LeBlanc herself, the capture of the Star Spring with the deploy of a unit directly to the battlefield to send that clone she made on over to the base so that it can conquer the Threshold of the Gray. Of course, we are going to now start off with a 2-0 lead on LeBlanc, and that's kind of the name of the game for LeBlancs. Even now, it's still this pedal to the metal game type. I don't think LeBlancs are changing gears anytime soon to become control decks or anything like that. So we'll see if Mel on the other side, who is more often known as being a control deck, can stop LeBlanc from her fast and furious game style.
No, and that's it. LeBlanc's always going to be an aggressive yellow-blue deck compared to the others, which is more of a control variant. Obviously, she is somewhat controlling herself overall, but with this new card here that we've just seen here, the Escaped Greyback, it does get to enjoy chomping on the original or the token variant here. So getting the very early empowered 5-might unit on turn 2 is pretty spectacular for a card that may or may not have been seen by any other deck, really.
Yeah, and then across the way, we actually have a Defiant Soul Mel as the chosen champion. So this is the Chaos Mel champion unit who does have Empower by discarding a spell to then, once she becomes empowered, banishes an enemy unit at a battlefield with 3 might or less. And that banish is important in this matchup, given that LeBlanc is very, very rich with death knells, and banishing does not proc death knells. So getting to deny one of the draws from those Watchful Sentries thanks to this chosen champ is definitely nothing to scoff at.
No, indeed. I see. We saw it before with Smites coming in the last set, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people were very upset by Red having fun, but now it's time for Purple to once again reign supreme as that controlling style that we know them to be. But Mel doesn't really see much play outside of her own deck, but it could maybe be a sideboard card if the LeBlanc does become more of a panic fetish again.
Yeah, and can be pretty threatening too in tandem with some other cards. Obviously, LeBlanc or Mel herself does have the ability to disempower to give a unit at a battlefield -2. Obviously, that doesn't work too well when you're empowering her off of the back of this chosen champion unit, since they cannot be layered to interact with one another in that way. But outside of that, if you can get some minuses before empowering this Mel, you can get some bigger units out of the way. And this being a prime example, the Glass Mixologist, if this was to get that -2 and then be banished away from this Mel Chosen Champion unit, that's a ton of value you're denying the LeBlanc player.
Oh, I'm expecting to see at least 1 or 2 tables getting flipped if LeBlanc does come back at locals. But no, it's nice to see that this style of control is kind of still valuable and is doing it really well. But currently, as you said, right here, right now, anything that really goes underneath the might of the Glass Mixologist is essentially a free target once more, which is the original might of the Escaped Greyback. Overall, it's going to be quite hard, I think, to try and sort of get settled onto these battlegrounds as, well, as you can see, LeBlanc is kind of in charge.
And as you mentioned in the beginning, this Escaped Greyback, how it has the ability to empower by killing a friendly unit, that gives you this option to essentially trigger the death knells of your units whenever you see fit, as does the sacrifice as we see it now deployed onto that Glass Mixologist in order to bring out a Karthus from the trash and get us that crucial draw and ramp as our hand was starting to get a little low. But notably, I would like to see some other cards in this Escaped Greyback type of like use case of being able to trigger your own death nails when you need to. And one card that actually does it that I don't think we've ever seen played, that I was looking through the card pool the other day, would be nice to see get some plays, the Blade of the Ruined King, which also has a kill a friendly unit as a cost, which would then also enable you to trigger your death knells whenever you see fit, like this Escaped Greyback. But the real promise of this card in the LeBlanc deck is, of course, being able to make multiple copies of it.
Yes, I had thought once LeBlanc came around that the Blade of the Ruined King was going to be coming up and doing a few more things in the game, but currently not. And I was hoping that the first yellow purple deck was going to be Viego, so we got to see maybe some more death kill stuff. But we got Kennen, and I guess it's okay. But as you can see here, just fighting onto this battlefield here, it is doing what it is. I was expecting to see, as you did say earlier, the Mixologist to be taken away by the tokened Greyback, just so they could trigger the Death Knell effect. But having the Sacrifice in hand kind of makes it a little bit more of an easy situation to pick.
Yeah, and Sacrifice giving you a little bit of extra juice from that squeeze. And of course, not a plethora of targets to sacrifice in this deck, although the Escape Greyback was getting targeted by the baited hook, but got reduced by the Stupefy ever so slightly. So now only a 5 might unit as the cap. So no Harness Dragons or anything coming out from this hook. It will just be a Black Rose Dignitary. So not the flashiest hook we've seen, but not a whiff. So we're still in there. And of course, we're sitting at 6 points already. So threatening lethal very soon in this game number 1.
That's it now. If you can now hold this position here, you've only got 1 up, so it's going to be less likely so, but you can hide a card, maybe a Hidden Blade somewhere, maybe, because they're crazy, a Facebreaker. I don't see a Facebreaker, but LeBlanc would just do nicely.
Yeah, and we have a nice little hold set up here, 5 might at the Star Spring, so gonna need to expend some resources to get over this. And of course, your work is not done there, as you still have the Karthus in the back to worry about, and yet another baited hook spin coming in the following turn if you're not able to get everything cleared away. So Mel's got her work cut out for her, but we've seen bigger comebacks from blue-purple decks in the past, so don't count out a blue-purple deck just yet.
I mean, what was the average rate for Ezreal coming back? Was it 7 points normally? So yeah, you've got the extra point here to work with. It's not so bad.
We do get the Conquer off of the back of the Mel's leader ability. Gave that -2 over to the LeBlanc. Got that threshold down to 3 might. So our chosen champ was able to walk across for 4, get the job done. And now over on the threshold, Ravenbloom is going to take that down, get us up to 4, close that gap a little bit, and make us feel a little bit safer going into this lethal threatening turn with 6 runes up on defense. Let's see how LeBlanc is able to come into the attack here and whether or not they can seal the deal in the following turn.
So unfortunately for the Mel, not having access to a Deadly Flourish there to make it a little bit less painful with the extra 2 draws and the extra 2 runes up. Overall, though, It's still in a favourable position here for the Mel. Nothing too far gone. But if you can keep a few runes available for the following turn, maybe to pump up those numbers on that Ravenbloom student, just to try and keep a fighting chance going. But overall, not too bad if you ask me.
Yeah, pretty good turn answering the board that was set up, and we got to use that another new Vendetta card that was just played, that Dredge Up from the trash. A very good new card. It is basically similar to the same card we got in the previous set, 2-mana draw card with Repeat to draw yet another card. Although in this instance, you do cast it in 2 separate intervals, once in hand and once in trash. So it does uniquely work out a little bit better with this card here, the Applied Researchers, who of course reduces that cost down to 1. So effectively turning it into a 2-mana draw too. Can't be mad at that, as now we have an attempt at a baited hook cast onto the Ruin Rex, and that is stuffed by the Star-Crossed. So Mel barely squeaking out harm's way there, able to get that card out of play before its death knell could wreak havoc on the board.
Was a very good play and a very well timed card to have in hand. Fortunately, they're not there was just yet. There is another turn to go after this one if they do hop to 6. But being in purple and blue, could we see ourselves with maybe a Time Warp in hand?
Ooh, that's a good call out, especially going up to 11 runes on the following turn. That would be a huge way to steal the game away. And we did also see that the deploy of that Traveling Merchant was actually just for the fuel for Starcross. So heads up play by Melton. Make sure that they enabled as much might at each battlefield as possible by giving an extra unit as fodder in the base to be used with that Starcrossed, as now we do go ahead and hold up to 6. So now both of us are on the cusp of threatening lethal. It will not be a Time Warp like you mentioned. It will just be a Progress Day instead. But 5-mana Progress Day is pretty good. No power investment. Draw 4 cards. Can't be mad at that either. Mel is looking like she's in a pretty good spot to defend here. 6 runes up. Going to go ahead and tap 5 more. This time it'll be Singularity to eliminate the back row. And this is exactly what we talked about, Agito. This Mel deck, these blue-purple decks, they fall so far behind and they look like they're on death's door, and then they establish this control and claw their way back to a indomitable position.
That is the issue, right? As you've just seen, they did try to set up for the double, or in this case, the quadruple shark play on the following turn. But unfortunately, digging into that Singularity at the right time, at the right speed, with the help of that brand new card we got over here, the Applied Researchers, reducing the cost by 1 and a power, instantly makes this a favourite card by blue decks going in, but only those that enjoy spell slinging. Which is
Yeah,
like
and there's that's like every blue deck, you're right. There's
other
a
than
lot of
LeBlanc.
spells. Yeah, ironically enough, LeBlanc might be the only one who can't enjoy it as well. Although 2-mana, 1 power Mirror Image is not sounding too bad to me, but probably hard to find room for a card like this in this type of deck.
So, power is very fun, but unfortunately without death kills or a way to trigger extra death kills, yes, I think space is limited for the fun tech cards.
And tapping of 8 will be a Rift Herald deployed. Rift Herald going to get that baited hook, so we have the ability to look for an 8 might unit off the top, and then of course we will get that death knell from the Rift Herald after this baited hook resolves. So we're going to get 2 minions out here. First one is the Ruin Rex. The second one is the Harnessed Dragon. So able to snipe that unit out of the battlefield, but it is too little too late, as the hold to 7 will enable this accelerated Thousand Tail Watcher to clean up the game and give game number 1 of round 4 over to Mel.
I'd like to say, what are the odds of running into that random Thousand Tail Watcher just in the hand? But to be fair, he's always watching. He's always there.
And we did get that Progress Day for the juicy draw, so definitely we're trying to dig for just this inevitable end game conclusion we got there. So well played from Mel, and this is just kind of the thing that you have to expect when you're sitting across from a blue-purple deck. Like we mentioned, they are going to play slow. You're going to get that lead early, build up some confidence, and think that you're right there and able to win the game, and then all of a sudden the tables turn and they just don't let you play anymore.
Yeah, and that's it. That's how Blue Purple wants to play most of the time. Dana was, I think, the opposite here, where she was a little bit more aggressive with her plays, although did keep a few runes up for the odd spell here and there during the Battle Mage saga. But overall, yeah, they play a little bit slower. They build up those runes in the back. They get a couple units down on turn 4 or 5, depending on the costage. In this case, you get your empowers going, and then that's it. All of a sudden, the spells keep dropping, and the laughter just stops.
Yeah, and we see the players are sideboarding here, and I gotta ask, is there anything that LeBlanc can really side for the blue-purple matchup? I'm not sure that there's any specific hate cards for this. Do either of the new decrees do anything here? I mean, we do have a yellow versus purple in this here matchup, so the decree of unity could come out if LeBlanc would be sideboarding it, but
That's
not
a
sure if
killer
that
gear,
actually.
right?
I believe the yellow one that hates on purple is the one that returns units with a combined might of 5 or less, if I recall right.
This is where we play the. I have it already open. Let's have a nosy. I thought it was specifically killer gear or maybe and a unit, but we'll have a quick look here.
Oh wait,
Fortunately,
yes, you're right. It's just a unit. Just the yellow one is just kill a chaos unit, I think, or maybe it could be gear as well. But I have them inverted. The purple one that hates on the yellow is the one that bounces all of the units.
Yeah, kill an enemy chaos unit or gear, which obviously isn't so great in this matchup. I could think of them maybe adding more backline hate, maybe some of the Bellows Press, maybe some Deadly Flourishes in case they go, you know what, they don't really run any deflect in this deck. I don't really mind losing a turn to kill a powerful unit that's got empowered, because being empowered on the side of Mel doesn't really boost their might like it does do for the Escaped Greyback, whereas them it's more like you get an additional bonus effect for having the empowered.
True, and now we actually see, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but a switch up on the chosen champion for LeBlanc. We had the yellow LeBlanc as our chosen champion game number 1, and this time we have LeBlanc everywhere at once. So, in case any of you aren't familiar, as this is the lesser played chosen champion, typically this is a 4 mana or 4 energy, 4 might LeBlanc that has backline, and your temporary effects at my battlefields don't trigger. So, allows her to be able to keep those clones alive and hold off on some bigger holds, as if they can't get rid of this LeBlanc, she can start amassing quite a massive clone army at a battlefield.
And yeah, who says hold this field like 2 giant fists of the Peacekeeper Vi coming in to stun you down if you ever try and get on the battlefield? I do wonder if using the blue variant is, especially now that we have 10 sideboard cards for those who are super new to Riftbound or have forgotten since the update. We now have 10 sideboard cards, which means that some people are essentially changing out some key features of the decks, maybe to be more aggressive or maybe to be more controlling. I do wonder if, in this case, maybe they go for more of a spirit-based one. Maybe we run some of the Spirit Mothers so you can just constantly pop the sprites out, maybe some of the Sprite Fountains, just to be more aggressive overall. But who needs to do that? We can just singularity things, right? Don't listen to me.
Yeah, for the original cost too, 6 energy and 2 power. No reduction yet since we haven't been able to power our applied researchers, but now with the board clear, feeling a little bit more confident that we're not going to get accelerated on, although that is definitely not out of the realm of possibility. LeBlancs have been known to play a watcher of their own or 2, but it looks like that won't be the case this time. We'll just be a glass mixologist into baited hook, so we'll see what we can find off the top 5 of this baited hook, as well as recur a unit from the trash from the mixologist. So it will be a plundering portal coming back from the dead and an escaped grayback joining the fray. So nothing too splashy, but that is not going to be enough to do anything about this applied researchers. So this is going to be a huge linchpin for Mel, that they got away with being able to push up the researcher to get the conquer and didn't lose it on the following turn. Now it gets to retreat it back to base to safety after getting this double hold up to 4, and can safely empower it now, get the legend empowered as well. Now we have those cheap spells yet again. So great position for our Mel player, I think. Ooh, a turn to dust added to insult to injury, as now baited hook is going away to the trash thanks to that turn to dust, giving it temporary, doing it a little bit ahead of time, but no harm in keeping the pace of play up. So see if now these units come on back to base. The researchers is already headed that way, but might opt to leave the Raven Bloom here just to make it a little bit trickier to conquer this here battlefield, as Abandoned Hall plus Raven Bloom makes this unit get quite big quite quick.
Yeah, I was wondering myself if they were going to essentially. Yeah, I was wondering if it was a case of whether they did have a shot blast in hand to stop this situation. I was wondering if they were going to empower the Greyback instead of just letting the Pyro go. But I suppose let him fight first, right? Get your free gold, then empower the Greyback, then walk in. When you've got the answers, you've got the answers, everyone.
You just keeps having it.
So, I mean, they're not terribly in a position here. They can, if they really want to, make that via a temporary unit as well. They could bring back the escaped Greyback just in case. I don't really remember, besides the occasional Hidden Blade, the LeBlanc's really having much sort of kill presence. Maybe occasionally the, what's it called? The Colour of the Week, so that way you could trigger your own death kills as well. But overall, I think this seems to be much more of a unit-heavy, aggressive version of the deck with the bait hooks in the back there.
Yeah, definitely been way more aggressive, and we saw one death grip get discarded off of the LeBlanc effect to make this Vi clone, but had another one lying in wait. So in response to the Thousand Tail Watcher coming down, Accelerated is going to elect to cast one of these death grips to try and make it a little bit harder to get over at this battlefield. We'll get that 5 might transferred from the clone over to the original. Then after the reduction, we'll go down 3 to 7, making it match the Thousand Tail Watcher. But the Soul's Reflection does give that final -2 to get it to 5, making it an easy.
That Witcher doesn't target, unless that's been changed. So, because Witcher is your opponent's units all get minus, you're not choosing a target. It's a blanket effect, which means I believe that was an illegal activation of the Mel legend there.
Mel just disempowers to tap and give.
I don't know why. I thought you said that when you give something minus might, you give something additional. That's the legend, right? It's the blue legend. Blue champion.
Yeah,
right?
that's the blue champion that does the additional minus might. But in this instance, we were just using that minus from the Mel to get it down to 5, so that the Watcher could come on over and take that Windswept Hillock. And now the researchers went on over to the Abandoned Hall to get that to conquer us up to 6, and it looks like LeBlanc had no answer for it. So that'll be a swift 2-0 for the Soul's Reflection. Mel really coming out to play today. Made it apparent that this matchup is definitely in her corner for this LeBlanc versus Mel matchup, as that was a little bit closer in the first game, but that second game, man, was Mel really locked in.
So, as you heard in the last round, you shouldn't read cards, and in my case, don't read extra cards, because apparently you get them confused, especially when they both say Mel on them. So, yes. Blue Legend versus Blue Champion. Although I'm just happy that wasn't an illegal strat, to be fair. Overall, that was really good. I know a lot of people said when Mel was first revealed that besides her signature spell, she was kind of a legend. She wasn't really going to see much play, and I kind of felt that with how the blue version plays, it is kind of a bit of a situation. But with this version where you are empowering yourself by getting rid of spells, especially with the flow ability that we have now, oh no, my card fell into the trash, don't worry, I'm going to get it back next turn. It's not so bad, and it does seem that as long as you are sort of every other turn empowering, you do get to do the fun stuff with Mel. And I think people are starting to sort of lean more into her being a cool control, but not necessarily a non-starter legend. But for those who didn't know, we had no Dianas this event, so no battle mages, only full control.
Yeah, it is interesting to see this new development in the way that players are approaching the construction of the Mel deck. I think everybody kind of got a little bit of a glimpse at some of the secret sauce that our, infamous blue-purple aficionado had been cooking up, thanks to that Frodan video that came out just a little bit ago with him learning Mel alongside being coached. And this purple Mel was the crux of that whole strategy. And now we're seeing more and more players kind of experiment with that idea and lean into this new version, I guess you can say, of Mel that has been seeing a little bit more success, because I think, like you, myself, and a lot of the community were kind of in the opinion that Mel was not really worth it over the other blue-purple legends. But now we're seeing that maybe if you attempt to go about it just a little bit of a different way, you can see some much more success. And I think I'm excited to see how Mel continues to develop.
Yeah, that's the issue that I had, especially if anyone did see the video, where I feel like a lot of the blue-purple decks just are the same, just change the legends out. But no, I think Mel has sort of melded herself a bit better with the effects of empowerment and not just being the same. Oh, we can just fizz Starcrossed, we'll fizz to Starcross, we'll fizz to Starcross, we'll fizz to Starcross. You know, she actually wants to have a bit of a gameplay that keeps going. But we are going into game 2, technically, of round 4. So we're getting ourselves a Lilia, as well as the everyone's not so favourite purple-yellow legend here, because it should have been Vigar, Mr. Kennen. So this does seem to be the Miracle-esque version, which is the Nocturnes, and I would presume the Rosses in the trash. Not yet, apparently, but I do feel that's the way it's going. Currently, we do have a hidden card, but we are getting charmed across to fight that big, bulky boy. That's 5 Might Sprite.
Yeah, thanks to those Masks of Foresight. So Lilia got a nice setup going here with double Mask of Foresight already established. Now attempting to charm over our Kennen, will be met with a hard bargain and has one rune up, but no Defy to stop this hard bargain from coming through. So keeping this Kennen alive just a little bit longer, doesn't have to deal with that charm now. Looking at the battlefields here, we do see one of the new battlefields again in this game with the Sand-Swept Tomb. Each spell that chooses one or more units here that are friendly to it costs a power less. So this is a spell being utilized by our Kennen, or rather a battlefield being utilized by our Kennen player. And quite interestingly, I'm wondering what the use case is for it outside of Starcrossed. I guess perhaps maybe the switcheroo that we just saw, but typically you would hide that, as now the Lilia was taken out thanks to that switcheroo. We'll get the hold on over. And now where does Kennen go from here?
Right now, you sort of just take your pride. As I say, depending on what you have, either you would ride the wind over, or you would just pull back for the turn, as you don't usually hold anything for this turn, as you'll have the poor little sprites fleeting in a second. That's a rewind,
nice
apparently.
little rewind.
That's a cool animation.
I do like that.
You do a good job. Yeah. Just trying to think, like you said, what would you actually play if it is the Kennen's one? I can imagine if it's on the side of Lilia, that one less one less power could come up in a few different aspects. But yeah, the Kennen, I'm not too sure, other than, as you said, the Starcrossed.
Or the Ride the Wind, I guess, that we just saw him rewind a little bit. So making that a little bit cheaper, I suppose, could be another avenue. Definitely not a battlefield I've explored a ton myself yet, but maybe need to take another look at it, see how much value it gets us in this game so far, as Gusbunk is being played for 3. So paying that additional cost in order to get the on-play effect to banish a card from any trash and give a unit Assault 2. So he is electing to banish a unit from Lilia's trash. And now, off of the back of that, will gain the Assault 2 on this Kennen, making it more than capable of defeating this Sprite, even with the double Mask of Foresight, once he does cast that Ride the Wind. As now that comes down, it will be met with a Defy. So interestingly enough, there was a Defy available even with that hard bargain play last turn, and elected not to go for it. Decided to just let that hard bargain go through and keep that Defy for a more crucial moment. And pretty interesting to see that level of thought ahead of time to play around a potential card like Ride the Wind. I like to see that level of mind games come out, and Lilia being rewarded by now getting that double conquer off the back of this Sprite burst getting a draw thanks to the Seat of Power. Feeling like she's in a pretty decent spot, but Kennan's getting a critical mass of runes assembled, and with that trash built up, you already mentioned Rasa. We have to believe that some Rasas are coming down pretty soon.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Fun fact, I suppose it is. Phobos is the name, I believe, of the Lilia player, which are on the Sons of Ares. The aggression is true and real, everyone. Occasionally, you will get some fun facts from me. Very rarely, but I'll try. With the Ken, it is a case of, can we get access to the last rites? Can we get access to the beloved Rasas? Can we try and get those Nocturnes back out of the trash? Or maybe a big worm, if we get so lucky, if we got enough runes for it. Overall, though, you do what you do. In this case, it's Kennen coming on. And back to the Sandswept Tomb, I've not really seen much use of it. Obviously, you said into like things like the purple here, but I've seen it played a lot in the body decks when you're activating the punch firsts.
Ooh, that is nice. I do think that there are definitely some instances where that card seems like it could have some crazy value. I mean, Ride the Wind itself is already pretty decent value, but definitely some stuff like Punch First. I mean, 1 energy, 1 power punch first sounds pretty nice. So definitely have to look at maybe including this battlefield for any future body decks I'd go for. But for the time being, we do see now that Kennen was able to clear out both of these sprites. Not going to be able to gain the draw from that Seat of Power, as it doesn't control both simultaneously, but giving the stack deck from the trash flow thanks to this Kennen's on Conquer effect. Now going to play that stack deck out from the trash. We'll be banishing it afterwards, as is the cost of flow, and this will re-empower our Kennen for playing another card from somewhere other than our hand. So Kennen being able to be used turn after turn is actually something that I think I kind of underestimated when I was first looking at Kennen, is how much his hero ability would actually come up. But it turns out that that free Assault 2 is not only easy to achieve very often, but actually pretty relevant very often as well.
So with it, excuse me, there's a voice in there somewhere. With his legend, with his legend being activated by his signature spell, it does come up quite often now, having the access to flow to make things a bit more interesting. And since the purple champion can continually just give things flow in the trash, it's not a case of you'll never see it. It's just a case of when is it going to be used.
True, as now we see yet another copy of Sprite Burst come down, but it is met by an Abandon. Now, is there another Defy in hand this time around? Looks like no. The Abandon is going to get to resolve. We will have a Predict. The Predict is a Nocturne off the top. Wow. Would you ever guess it that you could just get your spell countered by Abandon and then also get a free Nocturne deployed for the deal off the back of it? What a crazy turn for Kennen. Already in a pretty, ahead spot, I guess is the nice way to put it. But that just had to be something that might have sealed the deal for this game number 2. And with good reason, we do want to see a game number 3. As you mentioned, Phobos is currently in the lead of this series with that game 1 victory. We didn't get to catch that on the broadcast since we were watching Mel versus LeBlanc, but we will get to catch.
By the way,
what's that?
A thematical victory for Mel, by the way.
Oh yeah, the Arcane season 2 ending. Or was that even in Arcane, or was that bonus trailer that they did?
The second from last episode, or the episode before that one, because the last is not quite the same. But yeah, it's she broke through, saved her mother, and then
that's right.
The best is not around anymore. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Deadbeat mom.
I've been all hung up on that trailer they did forever ago with the Trundle fighting Darius and having Elise and everything. I've been waiting for that for so long, that the Noxus show, but looks like while we were gabbing about Arcane, we missed that the game has already come to a close. Lilia decided to scoop it up, gave Kennen over the victory on that second game, and we're jumping swiftly right into game number 3. Lilia on the play will start us off with a Sprite Fountain.
So my favorite turn 1 play from any blue deck that's willing to deramp themselves on turn 1. But again, it pays off very well if you can.
Yeah, your turn 1 sneaky deckhand equivalent, essentially, as we'll see. Now,
Just a
across the
sneaky
way,
vendetta.
the turn 1 play for Kennen will be Seal of Discord alongside that Chosen Champ, getting us that burn 2 to start filling up the trash. Was a Gust and a Traveling Merchant burned off the top, as now the pass back to Lilia will afford us another sprite from that turn 1 sprite fountain. Only 3 runes to work with. More than likely could just see a Lilia Chosen Champ deployed here, but could also go for the double conquer with the Lilia Champion or Legend activation. So we'll see which way our Lilia player chooses to go. First and foremost, we'll send this first sprite over to the Black Flame altar to conquer us over to 2 points.
And that's, as you said, though, being on odd points is a bit awkward in Riftbound for those of you who have played for a while. And being in a deck that essentially doesn't really get to hold that often with the Lilia here. Yes, I think trying to go 2 into 4 is better than trying to go 2 into 3. Overall, though, having a nice, evenly paced game here. The score might be 2-0. That is only 1 turn of advantage for the Lilia. And with our Lightning Rush coming through, let's see what we can take off the top of the deck.
See if we can hit yet another Nocturne potentially, although we do also have to wonder here with Lilia electing not to play anything on that turn number 2, what exactly she has planned for these 3 runes on defense.
Unfortunately, no Nocturne again, but we did take 2 cards from hand there. One of them could have been the other Lightning Rush. Do we go Lightning Rush number 3 is the question.
Well, we see already 8 cards in the trash off of these Lightning Rushes, so filling up that trash rather quickly, getting our Rasas ever so close to being online for free really soon. Already having 1 Seal of Discord set up is going to make that feel really nice, as we have the Kennen come on over to the Zon Warrens. Doesn't want to try and fight at the Black Flame altar, is going to elect to discard and draw, discarding a Shadow Order Disciple, and then looks like we gave one of the Lightning Rushes from the trash flow. That way we could play it for 1 yet again, or was that actually that was actually just the third
That's
copy
the
of
third
Lightning Rush.
But
And
we
now
did have 2
double
Rushes in
Rasa.
hand. All right, so game 3, time to get ghouly with it. Apparently, we're throwing down the big boys already. No Nocturnes, which is there's a Nocturne right here. Who knows what's going on anymore? Not me.
You evoked it. You brought it in
Yes.
into
Right,
the light.
spooky time, everyone. But
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw those reveals that were hinted at during the State of Play this week, but set 8 could indeed be the Shadow Isles.
Well, I thought there was 9. Was the 8 was the
You're right.
Vandal
8
one,
is
right?
the Vandal City, and then 9 is either the Blessed Isles / Shadow Isles. So
Yeah.
and
Which
that's the last set before rotation, I believe, as well.
exactly, and I'm super excited for that set. Not to take any wind out of your sails, Agito. Just we both have to wait just a little bit longer, but I am crossing my fingers and my toes and everything that I can that we will get Viego in that set at least, since we both mentioned how much we wished he would have been our debut Chaos Order leader. You know, being
Should have
this,
been him.
yeah, it should the leader of the Shadow Isles. We already have the Blade of the Ruin King in the order, color scheme. It was all set up, but alas, we are here with our poor Lightning Rat, who has quite an astonishing board already. Only 2 runes after all the expenditures to get this board to where it is, but you can't feel too bad about only having 2 runes when you're sitting on a board of double Rasa, Nocturne, and your chosen champ, Kennen, who's just been gaining so much value over the course of these games.
That's it. As of right now, yeah, you might only have 4 runes up next turn, but you've also got access to an additional purple power. And you've got, what's that altogether? 20 might currently sitting on that board, ready to come around and knock some shins out. So feel as bad as you want here. This sprite's got to do all the heavy lifting right now. So I think we might be going to 3. That might have to be the play, but it's not staying for long.
Yeah, no Masks of Foresight this time around to give us that little bit of extra oomph to make our holds and attacks a little bit more potent this time. It's just these three sprites, one at a time, who, of course, when they amass in great numbers, can do some work. But as it's been so far, it's just been one sprite at a time, and that's not going to be enough to get over these Arasas, let alone the Nocturne and the Kennen, who could be a little bit easier to get through with maybe some help from an on guard or a discipline, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to be breaking that way for our Lilia player, as now we pass it back to Kennen, who's going to get the hold on the Zon Warrens up to 2 points and is looking to more than likely take this Black Flame Altar away from Lilia. It will be the Rasa moving in 6-3. Black Flame Altar gonna give that shield on over to make it 6-4. With one rune open, we could see the on guard, and on guard it is, but that'll just be answered right back by the action speed of Kennen's legend ability to get that assault 2, bringing it up to 8. So no way out for Lilia in that scenario. Kennen in a commanding position.
Yeah, and that's what I was concerned of. Was it going to be a case of a secret boogeyman card? Was Engard going to come out and start going for the trade? But as Kennen's ability is action speed, which is kind of interesting as he sets more of a slow speed kind of sets. Yes, it does sort of get to start the new chain of going, actually, I can beat you now.
Yeah, just the free, I'll take a +2 as well button whenever you need it is not too bad. Of course, only on offense, as Kennen is supposed to, in theory, be a very aggressive deck. But as we've seen, I'm not sure if we've seen on coverage yet, but as we've seen floating around, there is another variant of Kennen that plays a completely different version that's much more controlling. And I think that is a very interesting aspect of Riftbound in general that shows just how versatile the deck building of the game can be when even within the same legend, not just the same colors, but the same legend itself, you can have such vastly different game plans and still see success with them.
Obviously, in this situation, Kennen is the first Chaos and Order legend, so he gets to be the controller of how this works currently. You wait till next set, everyone. It'll be maybe the same. But yeah, as you said, I think there's actually 3 versions of Kennen. There's the one you see here, which is the dubbed Miracle version. No called shots, though. And banned for a reason. We have the Miracle version. We have the Control version, which I believe is the one you were mentioning a moment ago. And then we also have the mid-range version, which is more the Legion one, where it's got try and go wide, and then you sort of pick off your opponents with a larger board, which I think has probably fallen away in the wayside as people kind of realize that you either want to just control the game or you want to essentially run down your opponents with big boss monsters.
Yeah. And what about the Hook variant? Where does that fall into the whole
So the Hook variant from what I saw was like the mid-range version, because it was doing the Legion effects to then kill the Legions to go to like 4 might things, get out the Matrons. Matrons would then bring out the Legions again, so they could then make more recruits, and then you just essentially run down your opponent with bodies over the course of play.
Speaking of running down your opponent with bodies, Lilia going for an aggressive push at the Zon Warrens with a Ravenbloom student who's been pumped up to 6 thanks to a couple spell casts and double Sprite coming along for the ride. Stupefy was one of those spells, so Rasa has been reduced down to 5, so total might of 9 for our Kennen on defense, being attacked by 12 over on the side of Lilia, so more than enough to get this conquer through, unless there's any other cheeky surprises lying in wait from our Kennen player with those 2 runes up.
I'd say 2 yellow. What would you really do here? I mean, you could at action speed maybe play out a Hidden Blade if you were to run it in this version of the deck, which I don't think you do. I don't think there's really anything you could do. Maybe a Rebuke. Is that still running around these guys, anyone? Oh, you'd be doing something. A Gust is a real card.
Oh, there you go. Gust does work. I have seen Rebuke used in some Draven lists, so Draven, doesn't want to hold off or let go of Old Faithful, holding on to the past. But Kennen, on the other hand, doesn't look like they're really in the position to utilize Rebuke maybe as much as they would like to, so not likely to see Rebuke here, but Gust was enough to get the job done, at least in defending from the Conquer. Did still result in a full board wipe for both players on that side of the field, but now we have the last rites coming in being equipped over onto our Nocturne, who crucially does have ganking innately, so can come across to this here Zon Warrens, get that Conquer discard draw, and then, hey, what do you know? We can use that shovel to bring the Rasa that was just taken down right back onto the base.
Who's this guy that just turned up out of nowhere? Pretty suspicious, if you ask me. Yeah, this is kind of the game plan, right? You essentially throw bodies at your opponent. If you trade evenly, it's not as bad as you think it is for the person on the purple side. The Lacerates will then come in and start digging them back out again. Not really a pun intended, but that's kind of what it does here. And then, worst case scenario is you go to 7 points and you somehow get to play a Baron for free, or for a reduced cost at least.
Yeah, definitely have to be wary of a Baron coming down now at 5 points. Could be enough to seal the deal in the final turn. You never really expect the Baron to close out the game at a 5 point interval, but it can do so. And obviously here, won't have enough runes to hard cast it, but in the event that we do have something like the Harrowing at our disposal, could just be able to close out this game on the following turn with that Baron, like you mentioned. So we'll see if that ends up coming to fruition. We did get the hold on the Zon, but doesn't look like he elected to make any plays with that hold. No units coming out from the trash yet again off of the last rights. Not a ton of units that are super crucial to bring out. Could have gotten the Chosen Champion back, of course, but elected to just take the hold and now move on over, and will on the Conquer instead be now bringing out the Chosen Champ, who is going to burn us 2 yet again, hitting a Nocturne and Shadows of the Past off the top.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really to see here in terms of what's going on currently anyway. I think maybe they were hoping to find themselves the Baron to go into the trash, so that way they could bring it back on the Conquer of the other battlefield, and then obviously, oh, we're at 8 points, I guess that means we won, right? To be fair, they are in such a good position right here now that you don't have to just push in for that victory. I'm pretty sure you're going to get the 8th point next turn anyway, just because, unfortunately, Lilia is just a little bit far behind at this point. But that is the issue with Lilia. It's a lot of gas early on, and then you just kind of stutter towards the end. Sometimes it works out for you. Unfortunately, other times it doesn't. And in this case, miracles make miracles happen. And when you've got 2 rosters down on your turn 3, good luck. It's a very hard situation to be in.
Yeah, not to mention another Nocturne hit off of that lightning rush that was flowed from the trash. So stellar board being at the disposal for our Cannon player, who looks like he has forced the scoop from Lilia. That will be game for Cannon, taking the victory in our round number 4. And I think that might just have taken us to the end of this round. I'm not sure that there's any other games going on. There might be a couple, but I think we're looking like we're heading into the end of round 4 after both of those pretty exciting games from our new champions, thanks to Vendetta, both being won from the new kids on the block, the Kennen and the Mel, taking it down.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see, right? You want to see new legends coming in and changing the boundaries. You want to see them molding those colors into their own. Again, Kennen doesn't have an ancestor sort of to build upon, so they do get to have free reign of how yellow purple works currently. But with the likes of Mel having her own take on control, it's pretty good. So we've been told there's 12 minutes left. You guys are already bored of us, but you guys for another round anyway, which also might mean that you're generally going to find like the last 2 or 3 turns of a round. So we're going to go for a break in a second. Plus, anything you want to leave the chat with before we go? Maybe a question for them, so when we come back, we can do like a little fun quiz with them, maybe.
Interesting. A quiz, you say? I'm not.
Quiz, I say.
I'm not sure if I have anything quiz material like. How about we just leave them with the age-old? Who do you think is going to take down the tournament? And we'll get you guys' answers and give you our answers, since Agito and I haven't gotten to discuss that yet once we come back from break. But we are gonna elect to send it over to break, as we have, like you said, just a few more minutes before we get the action for round number 5 going. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys very shortly here at Runes and Rift.
Before we do that, who do you think's going to win today? But who do you think's the best deck of set 4? I think we've been stolen.
Okay, there we go. You got a double whammy. 2 quiz questions. Don't come back without your answers.
good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Riftbound enjoyers, or those Rifties, as you've now been labelled, which is a terrible nickname. I'm joined today by the lovely Mr. Plus, who you've had from round 4 and 5 today. And we asked you guys a very serious question before we left here, and I think only like 2 people answered it, so come on, crowd, you're better than this. Who is going to be today's overall champion, and who will be the champion of Set 4's meta overall? BMU, one of our casters, has already said Aurelia all the way. I do believe we saw a Jace out there. Was that mid-range Jace, or was that the Aurora Jace that we're seeing more of? But before I give Plus a chance to speak and have a word in, just to let you know, we have 7 Kennens today. We have 5 Ezreals, 5 Mels, 2 Dravens, 2 Aurelias, 2 LeBlancs, 1 Akali, 1 Ambessa, 1 Annie, 1 Fiora, 1 Jace, 1 Jinx, 1 Kha'Zix, 1 Leona, 1 Lilia, 1 Lux, 1 Master Yi, Nasus, Susan, Ornn, Renetta, Rengar, and Sivir. We're obviously missing some legends here because some of them are bad, in the nicest possible way of putting it. But overall, we have seen quite a few of the one-ofs today, and we should be seeing one of the 2-ofs in a second. But Mr. Plus, what is your opinion on today's spectivity and allocation?
Yeah, so I'm pretty surprised at the amount of one-of legend representations. Quite a huge diversity, but the top end doesn't surprise me as much. Those legends that you mentioned at the start that have the higher representation, the 7 Cannons, the 5 Ezreals. The 5 Mels, however, is a little bit surprising given that, like we discussed in that prior round, we kind of were anticipating Mel to be a little bit less of a favorable champion in the public eye, but looks like people are thinking they discovered the secret recipe to success for her, so more Mel's coming out to play. But as far as for myself, I want to go ahead and probably give it up to Canon, just because of, like we discussed prior, how many variations there are of the Canon deck. And I think that that is a nice little boon to have on your side of the table, to have your opponent sit across from you and not exactly know what they're getting themselves into. And with the advent of 10 sideboard slots now, there's even a potential for maybe some cheeky switchboarding to happen in between games. So definitely want to see where that goes. But what about you, Agito, as we hop into this round number 5 with Cannon on the play, starting us off with the Shadow Order Disciple, passing it on over to Draven, who answers right back with a Pike. Swift first couple turns of the game, but what are your takeaways for Vendetta thus far?
For today's event, I'm going to go with Kennen just by the amount of it. So I'm going to play the devil's advocate there and say the more likely. Overall, though, I don't think Kennen's going to be pushing it to the top end. Remember, during set 3, we had a lot of LeBlancs being the big boogie scary card of the meta, and then essentially got tripped up and landed face first onto whatever horrible surprise you could have. I do think maybe something, as much as I hate to say this, Irelia could be pushing for top spot during this one. Like, I had agreed that Master Yi was probably the best for last set, just because it's the last time the normal best of metal cards are available for that legend itself. So I do feel like people are maybe pushing more towards Irelia just to try and get their last chances at the metal cards. Super simple play here, though, just trying to get an early one and get some free gold. Everyone loves gold with the Shadow Order Disciple, and not putting the Pike in early probably was the best play here, just that we don't lose the Pike on the follow-up just to score 1 point. But it's not looking too good, because you trade here if you do go Pike into the Disciple, which doesn't really benefit you, and the 2 cards to the main deck into the trash doesn't really benefit Mr. Draven either. So it's a bit of a rough one, I think, here for Draven going second.
Potentially, unless, of course, Draven's rocking those up from the deeps, as so many purple decks have started to tech into their lists, at least in some number of copies. 1, maybe 2, sometimes even 3 for the more tentacle obsessed of you out there. But that card has just been so prevalent since the introduction of Vendetta across every Chaos list, and something that I wouldn't be surprised to see make an appearance even in a Draven deck, although he does typically tend to want to include cards that are going to help him win combat. But that extra little bit of value from having those extra bodies on board is nothing to scoff at. And if you throw a spinning axe on them, they're not too bad of combatants themselves either. So obviously, we don't know if that's in the deck yet, but if it does come out to play, then perhaps maybe seeing one burned off the top from this minefield won't be the worst feeling for our Draven player. But as for now, we are seeing the Gus Monk come back out. We'll be choosing to banish a card from Kennon's trash to give that Assault 2 over to the Pike, so that Pike can now come in and take out this treasure hoard, netting us a draw thanks to our glorious Executioner, and then paying an extra resource to get a gold alongside that. So not a bad trade all in all for our Draven player.
Just shows out there. No, Draven didn't get an errata. You don't have to tap him to get that extra draw. It's 2 draws. Well, it's a draw per win, right? So every time you win a combat, get yourself a nice, lovely free draw off the top there, which can go very crazy for Draven. And that's the interesting tech you get with the Gus Monk. It gives assault to any of your units, which is a lot nicer than people think it's going to be. And then discarding from any trash is also pretty good as well. So that way, if you are a little bit behind in the trash department, you're not getting penalised by it so much. Not so great for your opponent, but not so great here. In this case, for Kennen, obviously wants to have those cards he can play for cheap from the trash. But currently, I think it's going pretty well for both players. Nothing too aggressive, nothing too far behind.
Definitely. Nothing super swingy in one way or the direction. Both players just finding the value where they can get it and try not to trip up, make any glaring blunders. But the Gus Monk is an interesting card being added into the card pool because of its just how modal it is. As a 2-drop, it's a standard 2-for-2 might that you see across all decks in Riftbound. So at a very base level, it's just the most standard cookie cutter turn 1 play that you can think of, and nothing too special. But that additional cost, being able to make it utilized for different purposes in either the Assault 2 or just in the removal of a key unit for these decks that try to resurrect things from the trash, like the Cannon deck would, is not not on its face a very big deal, but really it does come up quite a bit more than you would think in quite a few matchups as well. A big one, of course, is how crucial this card can be in the Aurora matchup, being able to take out an Elder Dragon from the trash so that it can't be recycled to then be played out once again from an Aurora. So Gus Monk probably going to see quite a bit of play across all kinds of Chaos decks, whether that be in the main or the side. I anticipate to see this card quite a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably one of the reasons why you're not seeing a lot of Zeds right now. It can remove the only unit from your trash, making those shadows kind of useless to be played against on your opponent's turn. The switcheroo doesn't really work if you're not getting the units going forwards. Overall, though, that's a big-ass monk. That's a 5-might monk there. Everyone coming in just to slice and dice you, get themselves the extra goals they can. And then just answer some questions from the chat, because obviously it's going at a nice sort of even pace here right now. This is Rift Atlas. We have moved over from TCG Arena. It's got some very lovely animations, if I'm honest with you. So I can see people being quite happy to use this as of now on, as it was a requested thing for us. And then, yeah, we're on the last of the Swiss rounds right now, going into top 4 for that all-important, very cool ticket into the NRG event in 2 weeks' time.
An event that you're not going to want to miss, too, especially with the upcoming RQs, which have now been renamed to what, Agito? My memory is... there's
Riftbound Regionals?
Riftbound Regionals now, RRs. Okay. So
that's our name.
Yeah. That's something, all right. But we have some of those big events on the horizon, so obviously everyone's going to be wanting to dial in what the meta is going to look like for those. So don't want to miss any of these events, be they weekly or something a little bit more spicy like a showdown. You want to keep on staying tuned to Runes and Rift. As now we see the Vex Apathetic come down to the Treasure Hoard alongside a hidden card, and that Gus Monk also still chilling at the Treasure Hoard with that spinning axe. So quite a big hold over at that battlefield for Draven.
Chat, what is this monstrosity? What kind of Draven plays a defensive card such as the Vex Apathetic? So, hidden card here, we have some choices, right? We can have ourselves access to a Pike. We could have access to a Switcheroo. We have access to, if you really want to, Edge of Night. So those are the three sort of things that you can see here. Maybe a tide turner, which doesn't really make sense currently in this situation. Can
Yeah,
you think of any
that
more hidden cards?
I can't think of it. The Evelyn, we saw an Evelyn already, I believe. So there could be an Evelyn. And maybe that could make sense here, given the fact that this hold is so big at the treasure hoard. He's might be banking on that our cannon player will not be able to break this hold at the treasure hoard, and then be able to deploy the Evelyn on the following turn to get that charm effect. So could be an Evelyn, could be quite a few things. The hidden pool of cards is ever expanding. One card that I have desperately wanted to be seen getting play in the Draven deck specifically is that Bone Skewer from the previous set, the ability to reveal the opponent's hand, and if there's a unit in there, take it out, deploy it to the battlefield. And of course, with this Vex Apathetic there, that means it'll be stunned, and then after winning that combat, net us a draw. So being able to use Bone Skewer as not only hand knowledge, but also hand rip, and also facilitate a draw just seems like so many wins on one singular card that I would love to see it utilized in some more Draven lists. But right now, I'm not anticipating that to be the card that's hidden there at the treasure hoard just yet. More than likely will be the Evelyn potentially that we discussed, but across the way, it is getting going for Kennen as double Rasa comes down this turn.
A fun fact while we are, you automatically come in stunned with the Bone Skewers, so Vex Apathetic doesn't give it any additionals overall. But yes, hand knowledge is super important in this game. Giving access to purples, other cards that kind of give access to knowledge is not so high currently, so it does help that we are rounding out the colours that can look at your hand. And then, as you said, pulling in a very important unit like maybe a Rasa, maybe the Baron, so it's a couple of turns short. Seeing if they do have access to the last rites currently does sort of let you sculpt your next two plays. So overall, very effective card. It just doesn't get the access to be used. But with those 10 sideboard cards now, as opposed to those 8, maybe we could see 1 or 2 turning up.
It looks like our players are kind of discussing. Sorry to interrupt a little bit there. That they're discussing that the empower of the cannon from playing the tentacles. It was not the tentacles being played that empowered the cannon. It was the playing of the up from the deep from the trash via flow. So a little bit of a confusion there. I think our players are working it out amongst themselves.
So as there are a few new people here today, we'll let you know what Kennen says. Kennen says specifically, when you play a card from anywhere other than the hand, so champion zone, from the deck, from the trash, if we ever get to a point where banish becomes a real thing properly and not every banish its own pocket dimension, from banish, action, disempower me, and then give a unit assault 2 this turn. So overall, it's pretty interesting, and the fact that it's an action speed and not a slow speed makes it pretty fun for when you have to deal with your opponents, especially opponents like Draven, who powers up himself when he fancies it.
Yeah, and the action speed is pretty crucial in getting some extra value out of your opponent too, as we saw in the previous match that we casted with Kennen being able to bait out an on guard from his opponent and then just matching that with the action speed of the Kennen legend ability. So it is definitely got quite a few ways to get uses out of that legend ability, as now we see it was in fact the Evelyn after all. Switcheroo was hidden at that minefield, will have to be sent to the trash as that battlefield is then being unoccupied by our Kennen player after our Kennen moves on over to the succubus, the entrancing Evelyn, luring him over with that charm like effect to now be taken out at the treasure hoard. Although this Kennen was on the battlefield before this turn had started, so it's not stunned or anything like that from the Vex Apathetic. So we'll still be able to do its 4 damage here. Looks like it is being now passed on over action back to Draven, who is electing to use the ride the wind to get this Vex out of here. So really wants to keep the Vex alive, not to mention get that extra conquer on the board. But being able to then now not lose the Vex to that combat thanks to the Gustmonk being 5 might won't be taken down by the likes of Kennen. And of course, Evelyn herself having backline keeps her safe. So pretty good play from Draven here to keep all units alive at the end of everything and come away with the double conquer and a draw for winning that combat.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting take. We have seen before where the wind be used sort of as like an anti sort of get me where you can trick, and in this situation, as you said, the Gustmonk being a little bit bigger and the Evelyn obviously having backline just means that there's no targets you take out now. They want to keep access to this young Vex mood breaker, and overall getting the extra point as well on that turn is pretty good. I believe they also have to mill the top 2 cards, right?
Mill for the Conquer of the Minefield, you're correct, which should have happened before this stack deck resolved, because it looks like, according to the history on the actions over here that Rift Atlas has, that Conquer did go through before deploying the stack deck, so it was not done at action speed during that showdown. So a little bit of a missed trigger here. Not sure if they're going to catch it. It is definitely one that you're probably not super up to speed with, given that Minefield up until this point has not been a very common battlefield.
Yeah, that's it. I think originally it was used by Siva for that one event with our forgotten friend, poor Randy. We love you, Randy. Come back to us. And it was used obviously to try and get them the miracle version of Siva going, but then again has kind of disappeared into the ether. But now with Burn, Turn, Trash, Yearn, Flow, it's all back now into the meta. And obviously Kennen enjoys putting cards in trash. Zed thinks he likes putting cards in trash, and Akali is like, I'd like to put cards in trash, but I kind of need them right now, so maybe later.
Yeah, that's a interesting conundrum for some of these decks. I know for myself, I was super excited to try and make Zed work out of the gate, and I have tried my hardest, and I just cannot find a viable path that makes me feel comfortable enough to want to take Zed to a competitive event. So unfortunately, I'm keeping Zed on the shelf for now. But on the other hand, the other legend you mentioned, Akali, I do not know whether or not I expect her to do super well in this meta, to go back to our quiz question for the Vendetta meta as a whole. But I have been impressed with some of the things that deck is capable of doing overall. And I think that maybe with a little bit more time and effort, there could be something going with the Akali legend in the future. What about you? How have you felt about our 3 new? I know we've seen quite a bit of Kennen at this point, but aside from Kennen, we do have, of course, Jace and Akali as our other opposing Vendetta new color combinations. What have you felt about them all so far?
So with Jace, I feel like we have to figure out, is Aurora really the way to go, or is that mid-range churning from flow, getting the mechs out when you can, using as much equipment and gear as you can? Like, which version do you need to play to make it as most optimal? Because obviously Jace has the ability to ready gears that have been used, and obviously with all the new gears that we have now, we can be making extra mechs, we can be making extra energy, we can turn that energy then into power with all the things we've had over the few sets. So Jace has a few cards to go through, but again, it is just picking, is Aurora all the way, or is it a case of going deeper into mid-range? And then with Akali, she seems good because she has the access to be both aggressive from red and then both be decently holding with green. But I think it is a case of you have to pick your poison. Do you want to be that in and out kind of deck that Akali looks like she wants to be, or do you want to have it more of like the hold variant that's probably not going to keep you going that well, especially with Irelia still being sort of around in the meta. But as we've seen here, that was a very weird turn.
Yeah, we actually got the double conquer followed up with a fizz to flash back both of our units, the tentacle and the Rasa. You know, you don't see flash on tentacles very often, but hey, you never know when you might need that extra body, a little bit of extra might, of course, thanks to the empowered Kennen legend that could be a 3 might attacker. So nothing to just throw away for free. You're already casting the you're casting the flash anyways, so you might as well bring back that tentacle, keep it alive, and deny the draw from the Draven, who is always looking to win more combats and get more draws. So this is a tale as old as time for everyone that's been around with us since Spirit Forged and knows all too well about the power of Draven, the glorious executioner, and just how out of hand he can get in a hurry if he's able to win combat after combat. So our Kennen player here has obviously been exposed to that once or twice in the past and knows that they need to play around that and keep these battlefields clear when they can. So not a bad play for Kennen, who is looking a little bit worse for wear in the hand department, only having 2 cards left in hand, one of which is that Fizz that was just star-crossed back to hand. So Draven may have the potential to make this take this game here just off of the sheer card advantage, but does still have to worry about the double Rasa that's currently on board for Kennen.
That's it. The big boys are out. We do have those tentacles giving a hand. We do have the empowered Kennen. So overall, there is a large amount of might on this field ready to sort of push back at a moment's notice. We do still have access to 1 lightning rush in the trash. So can we dig for something fun or absolutely heinous, like someone said in the chat? Can we pull off some more Nocturnes? Can we pull off some more of the big bad Baron Wormio? To be fair, right now I think you want to be walking in and trying to take out the Vex, but you have to remember that the spinning axes of Draven are reactionary when he gets to it, so you can quick draw them onto the Vex, making it a lot harder to deal with a target. Overall, though, yeah, it's kind of like where you want it to be. Draven's a little bit ahead right now, currently 1 turn away from winning this, but with that, what we currently have there available on the play, if nothing gets star-crossed, we do have 16 might coming in from the side of Kennen to try and battle down a battlefield.
Not a small number, that's for sure, but 9 runes still left up for Draven to start developing and establish decent hold here. We do have the Showboat available, who will be a 9 might unit now, thanks to the 6 points Draven has at this current juncture, who is going to come out to play now alongside a Kaisa in the base. So setting up for that double conquer in the following turn. Was just to make quick note, we did see the burn 2 off the minefield this time go through, and it was a falling star and a tide turner sent into the trash this go around. And Draven actually deciding to deploy the Showboat to that minefield alongside the Gust Monk, so a whopping 14 might over there at the defense up against what did you say over here, 16 for Kennen. So would take all of their current resources available just to conquer the minefield, and that would still leave them with the treasure hoard. So in a difficult situation for our Kennen player who's facing down lethal with Draven at 6 points.
That's it right now. You don't have to deal with the Draven right here. We do know Fizz should be back in hand from the Starcross on the turn before, so that Draven may have been a nonchalant play, and unfortunately we'll be seeing his time gone shortly if the Fizz is still available, which it should be, in hand. So I do expect to see that big bad Draven not being so bad in a second, and then it is a case of can you deal with whatever that hidden card is. I don't expect it to be an Evelyn. I'm kind of expecting to be a... Oh, what we can do first? Where are we going? I feel like the Draven's the biggest issue here, so...
It is the Fizz
Although-
Starcross you mentioned, so Fizz coming down, playing the Starcross, picking the Draven just like you said, returning the Fizz. Gonna go for another deploy of Fizz potentially here. You know, Fizz plus Starcross is a hell of a drug, let me tell you.
Yeah, so I was just thinking it, Draven obviously being kind of an issue would have been good to get rid of, but at the end of turn, as now you've done this, that blade's also going to trash. I mean, we're not at the end of the turn yet. Come on, bring it back. You know, you got 4 seconds. Don't worry. Bring that blade back. So yeah, at the end of the turn, it's temporary. It does basically hit the floor. If you've ever played Draven in League of Legends, his spinning axes, if you don't catch them, disappear into the ether. And the best way they could do that is with temporary. So if you can't reattach them before the end of turn, they do disappear into the trash. So it's the best way they can do it. overall, speaking here, did we?
How many copies of Starcross were in the trash? Were all 3 of them in the trash already? This is unprecedented amount of Starcross off of this Fizz.
Say there is another Fizz in trash as well, so we have seen some fishy friend action already.
Yeah, I would have to go through. I'm gonna have to go through the history here and make sure that these Starcross were recycled. Yep, they were. So I guess he really just had all of them, which is not unreasonable to expect in a deck that burns through so much of its deck so quickly. It is something to have to get used to, though, as it's a new mechanic, obviously, in this set. So you're going through now with that final copy of, well, that Starcross should be recycled as well. No, the one that was just utilized, or was that one from hand? No, it was played from trash. It says so. So, that one should be headed to the bottom of the deck. So there should be no more Starcross left for any more Cannon Fizz shenanigans.
So for those of you there who are wondering, like, why didn't they activate the effect of the Evelyn when it flipped over? Because Kennen could just activate its assault like it did anyway. So it didn't matter if you dragged someone or not, you just lost the unit. So you did have to be a little bit less aggressive on that sort of situation. But speaking here, and a lot of people are complaining about how interactive it is, and unfortunately, that's how Purple plays. If they're trying to win the game, you just get removed from the field, and it's about as fun as you think it is. But right now, we are sitting at 7-6. Yeah, I got you. No big worms, though. No happy, fun time, third battlefields. But again, only have to hold the one battlefield to the following turn just to take it all. And with Kennen tapped out and a 1 Might Tentacle there, we are going to get ourselves 2 draws, possibly pushing this into 7-7. And if there's anything that Draven can do, maybe just, we could see some kind of insane in the membrane play here on the side of the minefield.
Yeah, it will be just the move on over to the treasure hoard, like you said, to get the double draw off of the Kaisa. And that looks like they weren't able to top deck anything to get him out of that situation at the minefield. So we'll be game number 1 going over to Kennen. And we'll be setting up in the sideboard phase here for game number 2. So how do you feel that went down, at least in regards to your predictions for the matchup between Kennen and Draven? Did it go about how you expected?
To be honest, it was going as expected until that final sort of play, and it was like, oh, we're just playing purple again. So I was like, oh yeah, we've got some big brutes here. They're going to be swinging in with battle axes and spinning axes and laser guns from the fake Metroid lady. But no, we played purple and we just decided to remove things from the field. And yes, the Minch is right. It is on the same sentence as when you play this on your turn. So unfortunately, I read the first 2 words and then the last 2 words of that card effect. And despite what you might think, there's effects in the middle. So
yeah,
read the card fully out.
Looks like we're going through some technical stuff real quick. Gonna head back to the booth, trying to get our spectating sorted out. So bring you that game number 2. Right now, I'm looking at the waiting for finishing of sideboarding, so not
That's what I'm
sure.
feeling as well. So I don't know if it is at main man, cameraman, just the normal plus, not the Mr. Plus. Currently sitting behind the curtain trying to figure out the technical things here. But I think purple broke the system, everyone.
Yeah, the Fizz being star-crossed that many times in rapid succession, the universe couldn't handle it, and we're gonna have to reset up.
So we're going out and we're going in.
Right, leave and enter.
There we go. All right, so we're back
There
again.
we go.
Game 2, I believe this was. That was a long game 1, which is probably one of the longest game 1s we've had for quite a while, to be fair, because the last few weeks people have been just flowing through these games. And as Mr. Plus did say, some of these battlefields, some of these effects aren't used that often. People do forget, triggering effects during other effects that things happen at the same time. So it is not always the best. And that was a hard 20 by the side of Mr. Kennen is there. So did Kennen go first that game? I feel like Kennen went first last game anyway, so it might be a case of making your opponent choose where they want to go. There you go.
Yeah, we have a little bit of. We're going through the start of match procedures, even though this is game 2, so don't be fooled. This is predetermined on who will be going first and second, thanks to the results of that game number 1. So will be Draven on the play this time around, going first. But this is now
Siding, yeah.
causing an issue of siding because they obviously want to side. They had to remake the lobby. Sorry about the confusion there for our lovely audience over on Runes and Rift. There was some issues with Rift Atlas that caused us to remake the lobby, and now we're trying to resolve that as best we can, but we will get that game number 2 going as soon as we can. Don't you worry.
So, our games. I hear you like them, everyone. So, how does everyone feel about Draven coming back all of a sudden? Obviously, we didn't get the unbanning of the cool Draven. I'm going to put him as the interesting Draven. We do still have to deal with the original Draven from set 1, but overall, he's not massively an aggressive card, but he's a very good holding card.
Yeah, and not, I guess, tangentially related would be that we do have that event going on over in Ottawa where I don't know if you caught the breakdown for that event, Agito, but we did see that Draven was actually the 4th most represented deck in that event with 28 players coming in with Draven, just behind Azir, Aurelia, and Kennen. So the hype for Draven seems to be back. A lot of people giving Draven yet another swing after his dominance in set 2. He kind of went dormant for a little while, but it looks like Draven might be back to shine yet again.
So I have to agree that it does seem like during set 3, obviously with the limits and stuff, he did kind of just fall away into the wayside. He won enough things essentially to be considered, you retire a little bit early, guys, don't worry about it. But overall, I'm happy that Draven hasn't basically been removed from the game and can't be played anymore. People have sort of dealt with the whole, yes, the purple one is essentially asking your opponent to do terrible things to you, while the old red one is just happy to sit there and give you a fun time. And I do agree kind of like the hat with the star-crossed, but there are more colours than purple, everyone. There's also green, there's blue, there's yellow, there's red as well. I know we've seen some red, and then we also get access to orange, which is also a whole deck, which does not like purple either. But we try, everyone. We try our best with these big, scary monster things that are acceptable to a 3-in-1 card. But we are going to try and go into this second game right now. They are sideboarding it in. So currently it's 1-0 to the Kennen. Sometimes being slightly more aggressive does help out here. But again, Draven is no slouch when it comes to throwing in the gauntlet.
And I don't think that Draven in that first game was necessarily getting stomped or anything like that. I think that was, like we said throughout that game, just a kind of fairly even back and forth game, and both players trying to find their way to gain an edge. And ultimately, Kennen was able to come away off of quite a few copies, or I shouldn't say copies, I guess, but just a few resolutions of Star-Crossed with that Fizz. Was able to get there the old-fashioned way, like you mentioned. That's kind of the way Purple's been doing things for quite a while, so nothing new or flashy going on, really, just some standard Star-Crossed shenanigans. But aside from that, I think that the matchup seems to be fairly even, and I'm excited to see how the sideboard changes might adjust that as we now get started into this game number 2. Will be Draven on the play, of course, and starting us off with an overzealous fan.
So I'm going to be out to myself now. You probably all guess this anyway, guys. I'm not a very good caster when it comes to checking out what people are playing behind the scenes. I'm not really that kind of person to put my nose in where it doesn't belong. But Draven used to play like 2 of the hard bargains in the side deck. I don't know if that's still a thing we see now. So it could be a case of when a Starcross comes down, oh no, this big bag of money just fell out of my hand. Be a shame if you can't play that anymore. Or on a Ride the Wind, as that is kind of the only real thing you can do in purple and red in this case to sort of slow down your opponent's spell cards.
Yeah, and then across the way, a new spell card that we've talked about quite a few times at this point has come down as the turn 1 play for our Kennen player. Up from the Deep, getting us those 2 tentacles out on turn 1. And this card is so great when you're going second for this exact reason. You get the double tentacle, 2 1/1s out so that you can threaten the double conquer on your very second turn. But looks like Draven has other plans, doesn't want to let either of these tentacles into the amateur recital, choosing to reinforce the recital with a pike over alongside the overzealous fan. So 5 might defending that battlefield now. Of course, also having the when I defend trigger available for the zealous fans should anything bigger come across into the recital. But for now, will be a move on up to the Zon Warrens with one of our tentacles. Get that conquer, electing to discard a Shadow Order Disciple for the Zon Warrens discard draw trigger. And now the Chosen Champ going to come down, burn us 2 cards. Did burn yet another copy of Shadow Order Disciple alongside a Flash. So nothing to be played from the trash just yet off of those burns, but we do still have that 1 copy of Up from the Deep that was played on turn 1 that can come down yet again to re-empower our cannon after he was just empowered thanks to the Chosen Champ deploy, and immediately utilizing that ability, giving the assault on over to this tentacle, who's coming in to attack the recital, wants to take out this overzealous fan. Let's see if the overzealous fan is going to use its ability to push this back or just allow it to fall to the pike.
That's it now. At the end of the day, it's a very weird one, right? Because you can either push back the tentacle, but it's still a body. It doesn't put it back to hand, so you aren't getting rid of the body overall. But you are having to then deal with the opponent's follow-up plays on the coming turn. Nothing died, so you don't get the extra gold from the pike returned. But again, it's better to keep the tempo as you can. You're going to go to 2 points, your opponent's going to 2 points on their following turn. Unless we have an accelerated Kaiser maybe come out, or an accelerated pike on the follow-up play here from the Draven. I don't know if they maybe switch out the pikes if they know they're going first game 2, so they can get out the backline variant, or if they are more of the aggressive red variant overall, and they just run maybe 4 or 6 copies overall. He's pushing the pike out here, so that's pretty good.
Not to derail us from the action too much, but just real quick, want to give a shout out to Frodan hitting us with the huge raiding party coming in. Frodan, thanks for sending all your viewers on over to catch this action as we close out this final round of Swiss for the Runes and Rift Open. We are looking at the pike coming into the Zon Warrens after being pushed back thanks to the amateur recital hold effect. Now allowing us to come into the Zon Warrens and attack this tentacle. Going to get that kill on over and award us not only the draw, but also a gold thanks to this bike.
Now, I am pondering here if they're kind of digging for a gust, as we did see it in the last game. Could that be the only sort of saving grace for this cannon? Can we dig for free? We've got 1 rune up. A gust would come in perfectly right now. The Akalias, I believe we had 1. I don't know if they're still in the tournament, I'm afraid. And again, Zed is kind of... Oh, damn. All right. Okay. Here comes Nocturne time.
Double Nocturne, no less. Crazy. One of them to base, one of them to the battlefield. Of course, we do control the Zon Warren, so that's why we're able to play the Nocturne to that battlefield. Pike attacking in, gets surprise ambush, ganked, if you will, by a Nocturne. Now it's 5 might to 3. Of course, we know that Draven has a few tricks of his own up his sleeve. Could we see the coveted spinning axe come down to get us the victory over here at the Zon Warrens?
Yeah, I mean, I was just hoping for a gust, something you'd expect to see during a gameplay of purple cards here. I wasn't expecting 2 thick Nocturnes smashing down to the arena, to be fair. It does put you in a position here where you've done your best.
No combat
you've
tricks
tried
for
to
our
do what you can,
Draven.
right? And that's it. Yeah, you can't really fight through. Although everything was up, so maybe if they had a spinning axe, they could have gone 6 into 5, so it would have been pretty good. They got themselves the gold, but unfortunately, right now, Nocturne is a threat, and he's staring right at the Draven in his eyes, going, "I know where you sleep. Don't worry, I'm coming for you." He's a threat. Don't worry.
The Nocturne having the ganking as well means that it doesn't even have to send any more units up to these battlefields each turn. Can just build up the base and allow Nocturne to run back and forth to double score every turn, get that hold on the Zond Warrens, then gank on over to the Recital to get that Conquer, should Draven leave it open. Draven obviously only having 6 runes probably doesn't have too much in the ways of being able to get a unit over to that Recital this turn, outside of perhaps maybe a accelerated Kaisa, but don't want to really go shields down that quickly with the Kaisa and allow it to be taken out so easily. Honestly, it just seems like we're in kind of a bad spot after that double Nocturne hit off a stack deck, something that you really can't play around. Unfortunately, there's no accounting for the luck of your opponent across the way hitting those Nocturnes in a situation like that. So Draven gonna have to try and claw his way back after being surprised, jump scared by double Nocturne. We'll just elect to set up 2 Evelyns in base for now. Actually, it'll be 3 of a kind, all 3 Evelyns. It's a gonna be a tough one for a succubus flush. It's gonna be a tough one for Draven to come back with this current board state. You gotta hope that there's nothing in the Kennen deck that can make this a little bit tougher for him, taking out any of those Evelyns in the backline. But I don't think this version of Kennen plays any kind of backline removal like that.
Not that we've seen. I think the only thing we have really seen is just the gusts for the battlefields, and then so Starcross can be backline removal if it is a case of you've had to put it there. I'm going to get rid of it before it becomes a nuisance on the following turn.
Wow, so all 3 Nocturnes were hit off of our look off the tops. So this is exactly the scenario you dream of when you're putting in Nocturne into your deck. You're just thinking to yourself, yeah, of course I'm going to hit a Nocturne off of every stack deck I play this game. Not only did he hit all 3, but he hit 2 in 1. So this is a little bit of a high roll, if you will, not to take away from Kennen's play at all, but this is exactly what you don't want to see if you're on the side of the Draven fan base here. That overzealous fan is long gone and might have a few more fans joining him if it continues to go this way. So we see now the Up from the Deep come down back from the trash. That was our turn 1 play. And now it's coming back yet again, thanks to Flo.
So, yeah, just to let everyone be reminded about Nocturne, his honorific would be horrifying. So seeing 3 of those come down would be pretty horrifying, I agree. Miracle Kennen is making miracles happen for Kennen. And as you can see here, we do have access to now 3 tickles of those 10 tickles. But not to give it all away for Mr. Draven here, we still have access to possibly some spinning axes could come in for some handy here. Walking in, taking out that Nocturne. The empowerment might be action, but it's no good on your opponent's turn. So we can try and keep a little bit of action going on here, trying to push in as they both are sitting at 3 points here. But again, there's a lot of might on the side of Kennen, and not always the best. It's a spinning axe though. But hey!
There we go. Finally, our first spinning axe of this round is coming down to get our Evelyn up to 5 might to be able to take down one of these horrifying Nocturnes. 1 down, 2 to go. Got a lot of work still cut out for them, but they do get the draw from the Draven. Glorious Executioner, legend ability, who will then deploy down a Kaisa to the base alongside Evelyn to set up for the following turn. And we are on the even point threshold here, 4 points. So things are going at least a little bit better, I should say. Not great, but better for Draven than I initially thought. And maybe not out of the woods just yet, but not also headed to an early grave, as we do still have all 3 Evelyns alive.
All I know here is we have 5 demons currently sitting on the battlefield, the bases. We have 3 spirit tentacles from Nakagiboris. I'm going to be terrible with names, I do apologize.
Yep.
We have a ninja hamster. That's the Flash, apparently. Or Flash adjacent. And then we have a Metroid wannabe currently sitting there in the back waiting to come in and get some extra card power. Overall speaking here, it's anyone's game. at 4 and 3 with a hidden card that's possibly going to be, I want to say, probably switcheroo, as we currently have all 3 Evelyns on the field.
Yeah, you
2
you know
Evelyns on the
it's not
field.
Evelyn. At least you have that much knowledge of the hidden card. It's definitely not Evelyn.
It could be a pike. Red pike does go to 4 if you empower it. It could be another purple pike that we see that they play now. It could be the Edge of Night that we mentioned before. Could be a switcheroo as well. So if they do want to come in here, go to 6 with the empowerment from the Kennen, it could be what you need to do just to try and push forwards for another few turns.
Kennen may also just elect to sit here with the 4 points and remain on the even point threshold, but looks like gearing up to make an assault here as we give the assault 2 over to our Nocturne in base, who's going to move in with one of the 3 tentacles, presenting total might of 7.
Hey.
And there was, in fact, a Edge of Night that was hidden, so that'll be an extra 2 might to bring Evelyn up to 7. So now it is 7 to 7. This will be a full trade if Kennen doesn't add anything else to the mix, or Draven for that matter. There is still 2 runes up for Draven, so could see a spinning axe deployed, but it looks like instead it will just be a full clear trade away. Everything gone for both players.
So what she die?
Yeah, Evelyn in the back still there. Edge of Night goes back to base. The spinning axe, of course, should also be in base and crucially can still be equipped, given that it is. Oh, sorry, no, this is Kennen's turn. My mistake. Yeah, so the spinning axe is gone, but now Kennen deploying a Seal of Discord has a little bit more to go before those Rosses start to come out for free. 9 cards in trash, but after the burn 2 from this storm of Shuriken Kennen, we will now be online for those Rosses, although 1 Rasa was just burned, so gonna need a copy of Last Rites to see him come out again.
But right now, if we can get ourselves access to that big old Last Rites, this would be pretty good for Kennen. He's had a fairly good game, as of the last one as well. It's both head to head, neck and neck, trying to push through here. 2 ruins up on the side of Kennen here. Besides, I'm trying to think what would be good here. There's nothing really going to help him, I don't think. Maybe he can stack deck again, just try and dig it a bit deeper, try and get some stuff ready for the following turn. Gust could help try to remove the Evelyn when it goes in, if it does go in unequipped with the mantle, but I do expect that the Edge of Night will be equipped to the Kaiser to try and get in and get the double draw going with the Kaiser ability as well as the Draven on a combat. So, and then I suppose as well, when you conquer, you'd also do the effect of the battlefield as well, so you get your discard and then draw. But again, can we see this roster going to banishment right now to give Assault 2 to that poor little Kaiser, who's only a 4 might currently?
Yeah, this is another instance of what we discussed in the past of what makes Gust Monk so powerful, being that it can remove key units from your opponent's trash in order to prevent them from recurring them. Looks like it was utilized this time to banish a signature spell, so a Lightning Rush chosen. Vitally, Gust Monk does just say any a card from any trash, so it doesn't have to be a unit, can just be any flow card that you don't want to have to deal with again. In this case, not wanting to give Kennen any extra looks at the top off of a flowed out Lightning Rush, so gets rid of the Lightning Rush to give the Assault 2 on over to Kaisa, who can now attack our Nocturne for 6. Looks like it'll be a abandon on a stacked deck, surprisingly enough. I guess.
Do we have
Draven
2? Do we have 2 abandons? Can we go again?
I guess he's just desperate to dig through his deck to get that extra little look at the top off of the abandon's predictability. Will give this stacked deck right back to Kennen, who will once again throw it down with the last rune available. Looking at the top 3, looking for something to potentially get these Rosses going rather quickly, but This time it will not be abandoned, like you said. There is no second copy of Abandon lying in wait. So Draven finally able to come away with the Conquer at the Zon Warrens. Will get a draw for combat and a draw for Conquer, and then a discard draw for the Zon Warrens Conquer. So 3 cards dug through off the top. So hopefully he found something to keep us in this game as we went up to 6 points this turn. We are threatening lethal in the following turn, but Kennen is approaching that spot in the game where he'll start being able to throw down quite a bit of power onto the board.
How do you feel about the signature spell going to banishment rather than, say, a Rosser in that situation?
I think maybe given the situation that the Kennen doesn't have any Rosses out yet, doesn't have a Last Rites out yet, maybe he was evaluating the situation as just something where Kennen was really in need of that extra dig to find those key pieces and decided to go for that as the banish over the Rasa, since that Rasa is not doing much in the trash until something like the Last Rites comes out. So not a terrible call, as we saw the Falling Star come down to take out one of the 2 Kennens in base, and now the Edge of Night being equipped on over to Kaisa to make it a little bit more difficult to get across at that Zon Warrens. More than likely now we'll have to see Kennen come over to the Recital to take out the Evelyn, but not a terrible turn of events, I want to say, for Draven. Even though they're sitting on only 1 rune up and 2 cards in hand, it's looking a little bit sparse for resources on our Draven player's side.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue, right? Fair enough, you are ahead, and there's a situation where Kennen now has to pick, do I just try and rush down the Kaiser? Can I just try and take everything with me as much as I can? Force the play? Or do you try and take the easier route and go, you have to hold 2 places here, I can try and keep this going for another turn? I think that's the way he's going to go here. Take away the poor little Evelyn succubus over here, not doing too much, getting an extra point going. But you are going to be playing a weird game of, can I hold? Can I get stuff out of the trash? Obviously, now that you conquer, you can get access to the Rastas. I don't know if that's the best play, personally speaking, as you are a little bit too far behind to be doing such a thing.
Perhaps just trying to set up
There we go.
a
Makes more sense
hold
now.
here, but no, yeah, you're right. The Ride the Winds definitely makes this play seem a lot more fruitful, given that we already got 1 revive off of the Last Rites, and now we're going to get this Conquer here, so we could see another revive. No, there is no more Ross's and trash, so nothing else to revive with only 1 rune available, but can opt to give a spell flow with the Kennen Conquer effect here. See if we maybe see a stacked deck float out with that last rune, or something like that off of the Kennen ability, or if it'll just be a pass on over. It looks like it will be a pass. So 6-6, both players threatening lethal. Will Draven be able to find a way to get there first, or will the board that Kennen just established in the previous turn be enough to hold it down and seal this round up and give Kennen the 2-0 victory over Draven? Looks like we'll see the Spinning Axe come down onto the Gus Monk, a combination we've seen before, bringing us up to 5 might. Can throw the Edge of Night alongside that as well to bring it on up to 7. But right now, both battlefields are sitting at 7, so not enough to make the Conquer happen. Gonna need something else in those last 2 cards in hand to get the job done.
You have to hope maybe for another Spinning Axe in hand, maybe, because you can trade, and that sounds fun, but unfortunately won't give you what you need currently right here. Are they maybe hoping to take out a battlefield and then play the Draven, and then next turn they can clean up the other battlefield? Because there's obviously no ganking currently available, as both Nocturnes are in the trash. But that could be the only thing here, because you can't equip the Last Rites until after the Conqueror/Hold has turned up. And again, neither of these cards in either battlefield have access to ganking. So is it a case of clear a battlefield, they go to 7, hope to God they can't get out a Baron, you get out your Draven, then you start swinging axes at your opponent because they can't get any cards to another battlefield on the following turn? That's right. Sorry, Ride the Wind could be the issue here, which is this is what you get if you don't want to see Starcross. You get Ride the Wind instead.
Yeah, and Ride the Wind, obviously, there's one in trash currently, but there's more than likely some additional copies still in the deck, and we do have that Lightning Rush sitting there in the trash, so can be flowed out to go digging for that extra copy of Ride the Wind to get us across the finish line. So looking pretty good for our Kennen enjoyers here. Like there's a potential for the Kennen player to bring out this 2-0 victory, but Draven's sitting here really tanking through this, taking the time to think of a way out of this precarious situation. Gotta wonder whether or not that it's even possible, even if you were to give yet another spinning axon over to this Gus Monk, could that even be enough to stop what's coming from our Kennen player? For now, it will just be the Edge of Night equipped and the Gus Monk pushed up for that attack of 7. 7-7 currently is the total. Will we see any kind of combat tricks come out from either player? Right now,
Could we
priority
maybe
pass.
see a Darius come out now?
What mean? Looks like we're waiting on the resolution. 7-7 is the declaration, so it was just a trade offer. Trade goes through. Gus Monk's in the trash alongside the Cannon and the Tentacle. Last Rites is
That
deployed
works too.
back to the base, and now an accelerated Kaisa being dropped. We are tapped out for Might on the Kaisa, but should we throw this equipment on her, we'll bring her up to 9. Has enough to conquer the recital. Instead, electing to go over to the Zon Warrens, doesn't want to risk anything going down at the recital. Perhaps doesn't want to give up those extra runes that it would cost to equip both of these equipment. Didn't want to go back down to 2 runes, potentially was the reasoning here, but now we're seeing one of them equipped anyways, as obviously you would have to not have it go away from temporary in the following turn. So ultimately, it turns out we could have gone for the attack on the recital after all, but guess was a little bit afraid of that one rune left open from Kennen.
So I'm unfortunately going to have to agree with chat here. I feel like the best play here was remove everybody on the field.
Yeah.
That way they can't be doing this basically on the following turn.
May
They
have
have no
overlooked
bodies.
the recital.
Yeah, they have no bodies, so they can't. I mean, a pike's there. Yeah, that's not so bad actually. That's pretty good. They remove the bodies. They could have still done it on their turn with a pike anyway. Flip it over so that way you get the whole point still, and then you win the game that way. But I think you had to clear the board because there's no way for them to basically double body here, right? Besides the Fizz in this situation with possibly a Stark. Oh, right, the wind. Okay.
Well,
But this is the reason why, right? So you couldn't have rid the wind over otherwise. But I think that might have been the situation, right? They didn't have the cards up to do Ride the Wind originally. They had to use the purple, right? And that's unfortunately GG. And the Kennen does get to go with game 2, and that is a 2-0 to the Kennen. But I think you had to try and clear the board when they had like virtually no runes up to do a counterplay. And unfortunately, that was the demise of the Draven.
Unfortunate indeed. Draven is down, and as we talked about, the recent resurgence of Draven popularity rather, and representation was something that we were kind of excited to see how he might fare now in our Vendetta meta with all of these new tools and whatnot, and how he would stack up against our new legends like Kennen and Mel and Collie, things of the sort like that. Looks like, fortunately, in this instance, Kennen had everything they needed to keep Draven right where he used to be at the lower end of the meta in our previous Unleashed meta. But don't count Draven out just yet. I'm sure you'll be seeing a lot more of him as Vendetta season continues to trug along. But that was a swift 2-0. Maybe not the swiftest 2-0, but That it was a 2-0 from Kennen, and I gotta say, I'm feeling a little bit more confident about my Kennen prediction, given how that match turned out. How are you feeling after all is said and done, and now that our Swiss rounds are coming to a close, Agito?
Suppose I like the fairer Draven because it doesn't feel so much like you're just butting head constantly. You just can't really fight back. Seeing the Kennen be able to do what he wants to do in 2 games in a row is pretty good as well, because I think last week we saw a Kennen and he just couldn't get started. He was basically misfiring, couldn't get the miracle going, and unfortunately, if you can't get it going, you just don't get to play the game as that version of Kennen. So again, it is a coin toss if you are really going to be doing much on the day. But overall, people are still playing things. People are getting back into the game after not playing for a while. We did have a bit of a break between the end of last season and the start of this season. I think it is like a 6-week sort of off period. So people are sort of reacclimating back to playing the games competitively and being aggressive as much as they can. And again, Draven hasn't really been a big deck like it was probably now for like 2.5 months. So
Yeah.
people are sort of getting back into, can we make Draven great again? And the answer is we can try. As you say, it was the 4th most popular deck at this weekend's event at is it Ottawa?
Yeah.
So it's seen some more play, and it is seen the time of its life, as it was never had lost cards or was never a miracle deck of its own not that long ago.
Yeah, that must be an interesting. I didn't even think about that until you just said it right now. But just to be a Draven player sitting across from Kennen with those seals and the Rosses and the Nocturnes coming down, you're like, hey, that was my deck. What did you took that from me? I used to do that. But now it's Kennen who will be performing the miracles for us as we go along into Vendetta meta. Draven is going to have to figure out the best way to formulate his mid-range value game plan to overcome what used to be his heinous strategy of Rasa spamming and whatnot. But I'm excited to see Vendetta continue to grow and see how this meta shakes out compared to Unleashed. Unleashed, of course, was such a great meta, in my opinion, one that I was super happy to cast so much of, and I'll be even more excited to cast more of Vendetta as we continue on. But that will be all for me this evening / day / morning, wherever you are in the world. But as we close out our rounds of Swiss and get ready for top 8, I will be signing out. I have been Mr. Plus. It's been great casting with you as always, Agito. Always a fun time. I appreciate all of your fun facts and extra lore dumps. They always impress me, so thank you. And if you guys want to catch more of me, I'm over at the Mr. Plus on X. And if you want to hear me talk about Riftbound on a weekly basis, I have a podcast over at Conquer and Climb, so go on over to there and check it out. We'd love to have you. So thank you guys. And how about you, Agito? Where can everybody get more Agito?
So thank you very much for being here, Mr. Plus. It's a pleasure to be with you again. We don't get to cast too often, but it's probably like our 3rd or 4th time, and it's always a good flowing chance. As you can tell, my other conspirator is doing the following rounds today, so we have been split up a little bit today. No naughty children. Not as much so anyway. Let's take Plus as well, because obviously he's the one who puts this all together for you guys. Does a fantastic job. Tries to put us sort of in places where we fit nicely, and I think being sort of in the middle makes it a little bit easier for me to sort of just slot in with anyone else, which is good. You can catch me over at the Agito Swiftly is Riftbound. If you just type in Agito Swiftly, you'll probably find the Digimon channel. If you like Digimon stuff, I apologise, it hasn't been updated for a while and probably won't be, as I'm not a great fan of the Digimon meta currently and have fallen out of love of it. And then hopefully soon, as I'm going to stand up slightly here with my man boobs, All Out Mayhem is the 4-player sort of series that we'll be doing on the channel in the near future. Pick up a few more bits just to try and keep the things going. Currently, I can't get a good camera to fit the 4-player map because it's a big 4-player map, so I'm just having to get myself a new boom arm to make that work better. But again, thank you for having me, everyone. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. We wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for you guys. And hopefully you'll see me soon. And if not, then you'll see me sooner. So have a great night. Thank you again, Mr. Plus, and thank you again, Plus.
Hello and welcome everyone to the top cut of our Runes and Rift 20 weekly. Hope everyone's having a good time and looking forward to our final few rounds. And I am joined here today by, I believe, a new face. Alec, how you doing? You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm usually actually a League of Legends caster, so almost kind of like Klee earlier, where he's mostly like a TFT guy. I'm usually a League of Legends guy, so still in the same IP, just a little bit different. It's been really fun to kind of just get into Riftbound, mostly due to I'm like a Magic player by heart, so it's been really fun to see a lot of people immediately just jump into the game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The game is a lot of fun. When did you actually start playing? Do you start playing when the game got released, or was it more recent?
So I played a little bit at the when they debuted it in Vancouver for MSI. I was doing press at the time for the event, and I got to play with Dave and some of the other Riftbound staff people, and that was a lot of fun. And I didn't immediately pick it up, mostly because I felt the game was really, really slow. This was obviously like basically set 0, and they were still like testing, and they're very close to release at the time, but it didn't immediately click with me. But my partner actually started working on some of the Riftbound the regional qualifiers, and so he wanted to start getting into the game, and because he knows that I'm good at card games, that was just kind of like a, hey, can you get good at Riftbound or start playing Riftbound so that I can start picking up stuff for the show? And that's kind of just been my in, and have actually been having a lot of fun playing with him.
It's awesome. We're glad to have you. Awesome. But now for our top cut, we do have some interesting stuff. So we have a full unique top cut. We have, I believe this is the seed order, which will be Kha'Zix coming in first after Swiss. And then we have Aurelia, Mel, and Kennen. I believe for our feature, we are going to have Kennen versus Kha'Zix. So it should be a good one.
Yeah.
Should be a good one.
We have seen all of these players on the mainstream already, either as the feature match for that round or catching up with them as we had a lot of faster rounds. I remember round 2, you were able to get 2 extra games afterwards. Same thing with the next round. So it seems like we're ready to kind of just jump in for our first game of top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like the players are ready. So
Okay.
Kha'Zix versus Kennen, and it looks like we have Minefield and Sandswept. So battlefields, imagine that is going to be Kha'Zix on the Sandswept, and does start off with one of the best openers this deck has, which is playing the Bunny.
Oh, we love an irresistible Fey folk. I don't know. I'm looking at just, there's so many things happening, not only in this tournament, but also just abroad. I know in the last round, Mr. Plus was talking about the Ottawa Showdown that's currently happening right now for face-to-face, and we're seeing a lot of Kennen. Kennen, I don't know how you felt and how it's been doing here at Runes and Rift, but Kennen seems like it's super, super popular, but just over the borderline of like maybe like a 54 to 56% win rate.
Yeah, the deck is pretty good. It has a bunch of different diverse variants. Like you have the control variant, you have the more straightforward miracle. I say straightforward. This deck is not straightforward, but the more straightforward miracle variant. You have like a hook variant. And hey,
Yeah.
I mean, we just did see Kennen had probably the best response to turn 1 Bunny, which is just playing the treasure hunter. Because that feels pretty bad to Fey folk. Like you Fey folk it, they still get the
Trade
treasure.
and
Yeah. So not the best. Not what you're hoping for if you're Kha'Zix, but is able to develop pretty quickly with a second Fey folk and one of the cool new 2-drops, which is the Shadow Order Disciple. This card is pretty incredible. The burn and the +1 essentially becomes a 3-might for 2 at almost all times. So very powerful.
it really feels like it's the new like 2-drop for purple. It is really, really strong, and even now with how all of the cards interact with from Vendetta with burn, it almost feels like you get to play like really, really aggressive on purple, which already was a very strong domain, and now it's like, cool, here's some early drops that you can play that aren't like a treasure hunter or something like that. So Already we're seeing Kennen start to develop. We've got a Seal of Discord out. We've got already the Storm of Shuriken coming in from the Champion Zone. Plus you have the Empower afterwards. We're going to see Fey Folk come in and start to tempt the Kennen over to this board.
Yeah, the way this was played does make me think that the Kennen has. Yeah, okay. you
Yeah.
do just have the assault, but you can play the Kazakhs out here to try and trade. If you do want, well, it's not a trade. You win, seeing as it will be 7-1.
It's a very good
but-
trade.
Wait, no. Okay, and here comes the Ka from the champ zone.
All right.
Oh,
Right.
he's defending. Yeah, so this assault does not work.
Yeah, I was about to note that. I was like, hey, this is a Fey Folk. The
Yeah.
Fey Folk is the one moving in first, so you get assault. All right, we're gonna take that back. We're gonna re-empower Kennen.
Okay.
So-
I mean, nice enough by his opponent to allow him to take it back there. Because you technically could do that. It just wouldn't do anything.
It's the feels bad assault too. It's like, well,
Yeah.
you know, I gave you the buff tag, and here comes Ride the Wind. Okay.
Yeah.
See some
Maybe
more
Hard
tapping.
Bargain? Yep.
Ooh.
You could kind of tell that Kennen did have some 2-cost spell there. Generally, I would expect like the Ride the Wind, or potentially I mean, Switcheroos really wouldn't do anything, but a Ride the Wind or a Flash would be my guess. And in that case, the COD did have the Hard Bargain, which is cool to see in the main deck. I feel like that card kind of fell a little bit out of favor, and now seeing some more play again. And here comes the bunny onto the minefield, getting the buff. So it does kill the treasure hunter pretty cleanly, gets the gold, but I think you're very happy with that if you're Kazakhs. You got a bunch of XP on your leader.
Yeah.
You got a double conquer, and Kennen has no units developed.
This is really tough. Well, one of the things that Kazakhs needs to do as a legend is, you know, you're able to spend the XP to be able to move from battlefield to base. But something that Kennen gets to take advantage of is how much burn and specifically having access to stuff like Lightning Rush. So being able to see that much more of your deck in comparison to Kazakhs is really, really important. So what I would like to see from this Kazakhs is, now that you're on the double hold, just making sure that you can maintain pressure, especially since already at 2 points, just being able to double hold every turn just makes it a lot easier for you to play versus this Kennen deck.
Yeah, the Kennen deck doesn't really have a ton of accelerate other than playing out like Ride the Winds. And that being said, it can play a lot of Ride the Winds with Fizzes and the Kennen champ that is now in the trash, but you don't really have a lot of immediate accelerate unless you're committing one of those cards. So it is pretty guaranteed for Ka to just kind of be able to sit around on the battlefield there, get those free 2 points.
That's tough. That's a May trigger. Unless we're readying the Shadow Order, I kind of feel like that's like a small error. I mean, you can say, hey, we're looking for more trash to try to pump out a Rasa, but missing Rengar on a stack deck feels pretty bad.
I mean, so personally, I don't really see it as if I'm milling a card from the top of my deck, it is a random card that I would not have seen, right? So in this case, it is literally just saying mill random card. Ka's not a legend that's going to see his entire deck. So there is at least probably half the deck that he is not going to see. And in that case, I mean, it's just a random card. And it does suck that you lost a Rengar, but I would imagine if he is using it, he's just trying to set up a Fizz, maybe hit Tentacles. I think a lot of the purple decks are playing Tentacles now. Or just set up the discard for a Fizz later. You could hit it like a Sabotage and go Sabotage Fizz, but here is the back deck. Okay.
I mean, just said it doesn't have a lot of churn. Just looked at top 6.
Yeah.
Feels good, man. Like, and technically the Rengar is number 7. That feels
true.
pretty good. Let's see. I just want to make sure through the. Okay, we did recycle the stack deck. Just wanted to make sure because I know that that's always a problem online. It always comes up.
Yeah. It's very easy for people to forget this stuff, and it happens in real life too. Especially when these decks are doing so much. I imagine the mental stack of playing Kennen is going to be a lot. You have to think about so many cards.
I don't know what your thoughts were coming into the tournament about what representation was going to look like in terms of the decks. But we have Kennen at the most is 7 stacked up immediately here, and to only have one make top 4, I think by the numbers is not super surprising. But we'll see how this Kennen deck continues to fare, because it's been rather good, at least on stream.
It's definitely a competent deck. I do think its representation is a little bit over more than it should be, because people have a new toy and it's a fun toy. Don't get me wrong. Milling is very fun. You get to see almost your entire deck, and it's a solid deck. I think it is in the tier 1, maybe tier 1.5 threshold. And it does what it does very well. So I think it makes sense to me that people are going to want to play it, and it does, like I said, it does what it does pretty well. So I do think that it is not super unexpected to be wanted to be pretty popular here. Deck is decent, and it's fun, and it is the new best of the new decks.
So touching back on this game, it looks like we had a Conquer. We used the Ride the Wind from the Fizz to get Traveling Merchant over. We technically have 2 energy left up over for E-Gauge, but don't think that's going to turn into very much. So seems like a decent start. But I look at this base from the Kha'Zix player, and I'm a little afraid. I won't lie. We don't have a ton developed here as the Kennen.
Yeah, I'm surprised he did it in this order, unless he milled the... Maybe he milled the Ride the Wind off of the Minefield. I didn't quite see, because if you did go the Traveling Merchant onto the Sandsweep's Tomb, play Fizz, and then copy the Ride the Wind, then you do get that reduced power cost on the Merchant. So maybe he did mill it. I did miss that. Ooh,
There's
tentacles.
the up from the deep. How are you feeling about this card? A lot of people have been... I remember pre-release, everybody was spamming this card. This was super OP. At least if you go online, everybody was crying about Up from the Deep. It seems like it's been fairly balanced for the most part.
I mean, it's 2 slightly overcosted tokens at the benefit that you can play it from the trash again.
Yeah.
And I do think that this is very good into certain strategies. For instance, one of the things that the Ezreal deck would try and do late game is just run you out of cards with Bewitching Spirit and then just win because you can never play the game. But now that's not really a real thing, right? Because your opponent can pretty much always just save these, for instance, like save Tentacles in your trash, save a Lightning Rush, and then find a Fizz, and then play the Tentacles, play the Fizz, get a Ride the Wind. So because you can play from your trash more often, I think this card has a lot of value. That being said, I do think it to me feels like a card that gets phased out once we get better flow cards. But as of right now, I think it's pretty good in what it does.
Well,
it also gives insulation to decks like Aurelia from Call the Weak, right? Which is one of the issues that deck can run into. Now you just play a Tentacle and say, I'm going to sit my Tentacle and base the entire game, and my Aurelia can never get called.
Do you think E-Gauge missed a trigger? It's not a huge one, but he did win a combat, so you got +1 XP. Ended up spending it to move the Fey Folk back to base, and then move the Fizz over to Sandswept. So, I mean, imagine your opponent is sitting across from you, 5 cards in hand, 8 energy up. Pass turn. All right.
Yeah, there are a lot of good cards here. I mean, Void Assault is a slow speed, but you could expect like Ride the Winds. You could expect Punch Firsts. You could expect like Grim Resolves. What else is there? I mean, a Rengar even. Starcross.
We're going to start a showdown here. This is a Fizz that got empowered or thrown with a Assault 2. There's Ride the Wind. So who are we targeting with this? Is this just Fizz to dodge out on the showdown, or are we doing...
Yeah, you target Fizz. It gets the benefit of the Sandswept, right? You get to only pay 2 energy, 0 power.
True.
So Fizz moves over, see if this... Alright, so combat resolves on the Sandswept, and then getting a point, and now we are on to... Okay, so there's a Gust.
Needed that expeditiously, because you do not want to be given over this and then have Kha'Zix with a buff going 1-for-1 versus a 3 Might Fizz. So really good save coming in for our Kennen player, but you have a lot of ground to make up. There is a Kennen Storm Shuriken coming in from hand.
Yeah, I don't know. That Gust seems a little bit suspect to me. Particularly because now you just have access to Fizz ride, like Fizz is in the hand now. You can just replay the ride to win the next turn. Maybe there weren't other options. I guess with the current board state, there really aren't a lot. It just does stink a little bit. And see, yeah, this doesn't really do too much either. Maybe you're gonna respond with
Playing
his own
something else to
Starcross.
respond. Oh, that's tough.
Oh,
That's
yep,
tough.
there's the Rengar.
Well,
Ooh,
that
that's-
is what happens when you do double stack deck, and you get to see even more of your deck. There's a Rengar just now out on the
Yep.
field, and that assault trigger is also not going to matter here.
Oh, this is quite bad now, because now there's another showdown here. And wow, goes up to 7 points. Okay. Well, only 3 runes to work with as well. So you got a Fizz into what? I guess you could go a Fizz Starcross copy, but that loses the game.
Yeah, the Fey Folk makes this so unfun to play against, and it's that with a buff. Imagine you even pass the turn. Guess what? Kha'Zix can even do it if they don't outright win the game again. You can just either use the 2 XP to move the unit or give it a buff, and suddenly you're looking at a 7 Might Rengar. Not the best position. There's the Fizz coming out.
So tapped out. What is he going to replay here? I can't think of good options, to be honest.
There we go. All right. It looks like he's
Yeah.
looking for game 2 instead.
Yeah, that's an
Okay.
easy move on. I mean, COD did win the die roll, went off to a strong start, and was able to pretty successfully just keep pushing through. It was a strong
think
game
for-
1 from Kha'Zix.
I think if I'm correct on this, and plus, you can be in my ear, I think it was Higher C did get a choice for who goes first, correct? Okay, so really praying that now you can really go first. I really like this aspect of Riftbound of like
Mhm.
going second does have some implications. I don't know about your experience with Kennen. Do you feel like this is a deck that would want to go second in some matchups?
I mean, unless you have a 0 power chosen champion, and even then, it really doesn't feel like that's ever a thing. You just always go first. There could be some decks that I'm not aware of that want to go second, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. It's just such a benefit to get that extra turn, essentially, before your opponents. The extra rune is just not quite enough to offset it.
I'll give you one deck that has 0 relevance here, but
All right, let's hear it.
Jin loves going second with some combo, so that is my one contribution to going second. But for sure, I think going first always feels pretty good. We did see some development on the board, and up from the deep coming in from E-Gage, while we have a Treasure Hunter that is ready and raring to go. I mean, getting a gear is completely fine. Also looking at the actual battlefields themselves, we have Candlelit and Forbidding Waste. So now we're going to see the Conquer trigger, top 2, Recycle 1, or both. And it's going to probably feel really good.
That is the going first battlefield for the Kennen deck. He does play the Nocturnes. It does not look like he hits the Nocturne or chooses to not play one if he did. And it does kind of stink when you do have to pay these power costs early, though it is a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure you put on the board.
Mm-hmm. There's Lightning Rush. By the way, for anybody who missed the trigger, Candlelit, he put top. So knows that he has a Lightning Rush in hand, goes, you know what, I want to put at least one of these into my hand. And looking at the trash, he bins a Lightning Rush and a Ride the Wind. And still has 3 energy. Now 2 of them gone for a Traveling Merchant.
Not too bad. That's a couple follow-up turns set up there. Does have the gold as well, so if he does want to use those Lightning Rushes, it will be free. So 1 rune up, you could expect maybe a Gust, but it does look like this Treasure Hunter is going down if Kha'Zix does want it to go down.
Tap 2 energy. Nope. Alright, we're going to go back down to 1. We're going to use stack deck. Look at our options from the top of our deck. I mean, not only is the Gust a possibility here for the Kennen, but double Tentacle and a Forbidding Waste in the opposite side is going to make me feel maybe a little less incentivized to put single, even if it's just for the 1 Conquer. Getting Grim Resolve to go through.
Okay, this is a nice pointer on the Gust.
Okay, and that's 2 XP. That's actually 3 XP in 1 turn if this combat goes the way it should, or the way of the Kha'Zix deck.
So no Gust, plays a stack deck. See if we can find a Nocturne, because you could go drop Nocturne onto this battlefield. And that would turn into a 5/4.
You bring up Nocturne, and I'm still like, I'm getting flashbang from the last round of seeing double Nocturne revealed off of stack deck. I was like, oh, all right. Feels good, man. Like, all right.
Yeah, my friend was testing Jace Aurora, and he played a promising... Hey, there.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, my friend was playing Jace Aurora when we were testing, and he played a turn 2 Promising Future. So, you know, the turn 2 Promising Future that can be so gross. And my other friend hit triple Nocturne off of like, you don't really want to play them, but, like, you can play one of them. Sure, but...
You can play one.
Yeah.
You get to have one. You get to have one fun. All right. Nocturne trades for the Tentacle. You still have the possibility of moving to Forbidden Waste, but it looks really unappetizing because on the crackback, you're going to have the hold trigger with Candlelit, and then you're going to have, or the point from the hold, and then Traveling Merchant gets to move in -2 from the Waste. Seems like we're just going to go 1-for-1 trade, open up the battlefields again, but I really feel like this Kennen deck is now prime. This is a much better early start than comparison to game 1.
Yeah, for sure. And you're definitely fine with trading there as Kha'Zix. You just want to get the Merchant off the field. One of the issues that the Kennen deck can have is that it is so power hungry that being able to generate all this gold in the early turns ends up offsetting these power costs pretty heavily. So if you do end up getting rid of that Merchant, or if you don't get rid of that Merchant there, it can generate potentially 2 or even 3 more pieces of gold with the Ride the Wind in the trash. So very... opting to trade the body to stop his opponent from doing a little bit of ramp, which I definitely appreciate. I think the Kennen deck loses a lot of value if you cannot find the gold, if you cannot find the seals in the early turn.
Well, we see that we're getting that move. It is a Gust that gets put into the trash. Be going up to 2 points here, and then the Candlelit Sanctum. This is giving mostly the Kennen player a lot of looks at the top of the deck. We're seeing 1 recycled, 1 top. So just a lot of hard filtering that you get access to. And I mean, you're already having, we talked about the Traveling Merchant here. Like we're starting to make through a lot of the deck, and now it's going to be 5-4, and there's even a seal coming out as well.
So there comes the seal, and one of the things that the deck is good at is seeing almost the entire deck. So you do have a lot of chances to see the seals early enough, but it can really stink if it takes a couple turns to find. Quite obviously didn't have that issue here. Seals, and immediately going to play out a Rasa. Hey, it's a pretty quick Rasa.
Yep, that was Lightning Rush from hand. Did discard a Switcheroo and a Storm of Kennen, so I think really playing into that line you were just talking about. Like, this Kennen deck has a lot of power that it has to pay for, and now loses out on 2 of those spells, or a spell and a unit, but already filling up that trash means that Rasa comes out for free, and now you have it in base. Likely is going to be what's contesting the Forbidden Waste. That is a Rengar again.
Yep, and Merchant goes right down, as you'd expect. I will say that's probably the only switcheroo from Kennen. Generally, that's like a one of. So that is something that Kha'Zix does not need to play around anymore unless it's like played off of a Fizz. It is a good thing to think about, though the Rengar is going to put in work here. It does mean that multiple units... Oh, never mind. The Kennen does have the Empower. I forgot about that. So Rengar cannot defend on his own, fortunately. Goes up to 7 here, but still the Empower from the Kennen leader going to make it pretty easy for one of the units to walk in and take out their Rengar if that's all that happens here. But looks like instead going to use the Bunny and try and pull in the Kennen.
I think you need to do this now, because if you untap or let the opponent untap, go up to 6, and then potentially swing with both Kennen and Rasa, not having fun with that. Not going to be enjoying that, especially when you're going down to 2. It seems like we're getting a Void Assault as well. So we just want to clear every part of this board right now. Leave no options for Kennen to bounce back into this game, and we're even doing it onto Forbidden Waste. That's incredible. That is a huge swing in this game.
I'm surprised he didn't use the Kennen leader when... Oh, no. Rengar was at 7. Never mind.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So that was a nice little board clear there. That being said, and then 7 runes to work with. I mean, truly you do have cards to play at this point, as we've gone through over half the deck already.
I'm looking at Kha'Zix. Has what? This is 6, 8. You looked at almost the top 10 cards of your deck, and Kennen's at 19 in the library. That's tough.
Yeah, this is more typical of what I expect of Kha'Zix, where you go down in hand economy, but your deck is very good in the early game. So a lot of times it does not matter. You just push, and you might end the game with 0 cards in hand, but it doesn't matter because you won the game. But
Lightning Rush number 1 from the trash. So let's see what the flow is going to get us. Lightning Rush on 1 feels pretty good. Lightning Rush for 2 and a power feels a little less. And then I look at this board right now, NA, and I'm just like, there's Last Rites that has nothing to attach to. I've got this Empowered Kennen. There's Rasa. Okay, Rasa feels nice, but you're still looking at, you know what? You know, I say that, I now see that E-Gauge is on 3. We're probably in for a little bit of a slower game anyway.
Yeah, this definitely Kennen is going to be okay with this. Has plenty of time here to be setting up. Is this another Void Assault? Yep, there it is. I mean, if you can keep clearing the units, this is really good. Give that Last Right 0 value here.
Very important, the wording on Void Assault, which is you get to move first, then your opponent. Just make sure that Kennen can't just disempower action, Assault 2, make sure that Rasa runs in. Also, maybe a costly mistake coming in from the opponent, not immediately equipping the Last Rites, thinking, hey, I have a little bit more time. Surely they don't have a second Void Assault in their hand. Oops, they did.
It could also have been like a Fizz, so there actually are quite a few outs to a Void Assault there, which maybe it is correct then to go ahead and equip that Last Rites. But Tentacles, go. Kennen does have a lot to work with here. 7 runes, has the Shovel, has a Ride the Wind in the discard, and Fizz Ride the Wind is always a thing.
League of Legends have you played, NA?
So I actually was playing Classic League earlier today, and I played a little bit of Modern as well.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really missed old Katarina, like the Killer Instincts version of Katarina.
Yeah.
That was my first main back in like season 2. And I was incredibly disappointed when it got on the PBE, and then it never, they reverted it before it went live. So I never got to play like my old main. And they did the spinny one, which sucks.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I missed out on seasons 1 through 3 of League. I joined in on season 4, so I got to miss out on some of the true abominations of game design. But Classic has also felt really, really slow. As I look at this board, we did Nocturne, we recycled a Nocturne to the bottom of the deck. hard bargain on the Ride the Wind. That is a bit of a backbreaker.
I mean, these hard bargains have been insanely clutch for Kazakhs. They're making the card
sure.
look crazy.
Well, you know, we didn't need more reason to think that purple was really strong. And then, you know, we're making it look really good. I wonder why we keep seeing purple end up
Oh
in,
my-
you know, top cuts. Rampage, man. Oh, it just feels like Kazakhs has everything. Every single card, exactly when you need it. Boom, it's right there.
I mean, he's making the Kazakhs deck look pretty broken here, not gonna lie. It's just removal after removal and so much value.
Some would say this is the best of both worlds. This is like, hey, I get to play purple, which is probably the most OP domain in the game right now, and I get to take some of the best parts from the Yi deck that is running around. And Rampage is a new card from Vendetta. I don't know how you feel about this card in comparison to something like Challenge or Face Crack, the set ability, but I think Rampage is really fun.
Yeah, no, Rampage is quite a good card. It is one of the best cards from Vendetta for me, as it replaces Challenge in most of the decks that do play Challenge, because it is a card that does multiple things, and doing multiple things is always good, as I'm sure you know from playing Magic.
Yeah.
When your card can act as both removal and like a buff, that's incredible. And in this case, it's an optional. You don't have to pay the extra cost if you don't need it, but you have that option. And most decks that were using Challenge were not using it as like an action speed card. It was just, I need removal. I need backline removal. And Orange doesn't have a lot of that. So having access to more, and one that does not inherently cost a power cost, is just really good.
I think the power cost is probably the most important part. It just being 3 energy by itself. We're seeing a Fizz into Ride the Wind. This is going to be a Tentacles with a Last Rites, one of the best images that I can possibly conjure up in my mind. Just tentacle
forget
waving
there's
around,
Cannon?
magical. Oh.
Did you forget about Kazakhs? You just play Kazakhs from Champ Zone.
All right, this one energy, this one order rune, show it to me, please. Do like a gust. I guess gust doesn't even matter because it's gonna be
Yeah.
it's forbidden waste -2, and that's the game. That's E-Gage going 2-0 in our top 4, moving up to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, Kazakhs made it look easy. That was pretty incredible. Doing a lot of work. I mean, I've played this matchup a fair bit of times. Well, not as Kennen, but as Ezreal. And I always felt that the purple decks sometimes had a good time against Kazakhs because you could slow them down with stuff like Starcross and such. But these upgrades, I mean, particularly the Rampage looked very good. The Tentacles look good. It helps a little bit with Kaz card economy issue, where you can just play it twice, right? It's a card that you can play twice, and you don't have to pay the extra cost.
All right. Cool. We've just gone word. We're actually able to move into our finals in a little bit, but it is going to be Aurelia versus Kha'Zix. So guess what, everybody? If you thought you weren't already sick of purple, you're going to see it again. It's coming right back at you. And yeah, one last thing from me anyway on the Kha'Zix. It just felt, one, yes, they had really good card quality. They also ran really hot. It like literally the correct cards in terms of sequence, in terms of when they drew it, having access to it. Kennen drew through half of their deck and didn't have very many early plays. It was stack deck after Treasure Hunter, lightning rushes out the wazoo, but they didn't really develop their board in any way, and their base was really empty thanks not only to their opponent, but also maybe some misdraws on their side.
Yeah, well, you want to know the secret? If you don't play bad cards, you won't draw bad cards. Yeah?
Oh my
you think
God,
about that one?
you're a genius. Why didn't I think about this? Why didn't the Kennen player just draw all the good cards in their deck?
But yeah, so I think we are going to cut to a quick break here as Plus does set up our final. So I think we'll be right back shortly. All right, hello and welcome back from our very short break. We got production working really quickly behind the scenes there, setting up our grand final, which is going to be Aurelia versus Kha'Zix. This is the first time in Runes and Rift history we have a Kha'Zix in the final. Isn't that cool?
That's awesome. I mean I've been trying to build a Kha'Zix deck recently, but I'm really excited about what we can see from eGage because they've been kind of running hot. Their one loss in the tournament earlier was actually against a oh, I have it here. Where are you on my okay, they lost to the Ezreal who dropped out right after round 5. So our number 1 seed ended up dropping, couldn't play the top 4 in finals, and that was the only person that they lost to in the bracket. So had a pretty dominant 2-0 to start, feeling pretty good, even if it is going up against Aurelia.
Yeah, that is a very good matchup for Ezreal. It's one of his better matchups. So it is a matchup where the Bewitching Spirit Loop just ends the game on turn 2 or 3. So it makes it pretty easy. But we were just talking about what are the stakes here? So what are these players playing for?
So by making it to the finals, they've already qualified automatically for the next invitational, which is great. Continue to get to play. There's also points distributed. I didn't actually get I should have asked this before for Plus. What are the points going for? I saw there's a leaderboard in the server. I'm very new. This is my first Riftbound cast, so I'm assuming the points are for leaderboard and all of the rank stuff inside the server. Okay. Okay, so top 16 from the leaderboard also get into the invitational. You get a cool Discord role, but I think the most important part here, Fritz, is the fact that the winner gets to go over gets a free qualification to a LAN that's being hosted in Milwaukee by Nerd Rage Gaming for the one of the first Riftbound Showdown series we're gonna have.
Yeah, it's really cool. I actually am a Milwaukee native, born and raised.
Oh,
so I'm considering if I would like to fly back home to go play in it, but we'll have to see. I don't know if I want to fly halfway across the country. I've already done from Austin, Texas to Lille, and
ooh, that's tough.
Yeah, that was a trip.
What are you playing right now?
It was a trip, and I got a game 1 loss because I had a decklist error. So that was really cool.
Damn.
But
well, yeah. As long as you didn't have extra disciplines up your sleeve, I'm sure it was fine.
No, it was just me submitting my decklist late. It was late by like 2 minutes, and apparently that is enough to get a game loss, unfortunately.
Well,
but did hear from production, we are ready to go. So it sounds like we are going to be moving into this grand finals here. Aurelia versus Kha'Zix. Let's hear in the chat who people want to win.
Who do you want to win?
Oh, I hate Aurelia. This is
Oh,
this
alright,
is an
fair play.
established thing from Runes and Rift. Every time I'm on cast, I'm rooting against Aurelia. So I'm very sorry to our Aurelia player, but please lose.
Look, that's completely fair. It's Sithis, so already an evil entity if you're a Elder Scrolls fan. So I think this is probably the most archetypical way that we could portray Aurelia as the big bad, the big evil in the room.
And just to be clear, I am joking. Both players, whoever is the better player, please win. I have a personal
Better player
vendetta
should
against
win.
Aurelia.
But if Aurelia lost, I don't think Fritz is feeling too bad. I don't
Exactly,
think there's much tears being shed.
I have been counterspelled to death too many times by this silly deck. Like I'm playing my silly Ezreal deck. I pay 5 deflect to try and remove this Aurelia one time, and then it's like defy not so fast with 15 cards
now.
in hand, and I'm like, this is really fun.
Now you don't get to make fun of Aurelia players if you're playing Ezreal. I feel like that we've now crossed the boundary here into some unchecked territory. We'll talk about the game right now. We'll come back to that in a little bit after this. But we started off the game. We've already had Shadow Order Discipline now take control of Sandswept Tomb. There's a Scuttle Crab, so going to get access to at least conquering a battlefield and then potentially looking at the Kha'Zix's hand. We see a Vex Apathetic, and there's a Zed without sound in the trash.
It's a cool card. I don't think we saw it in the last match. It might have been seen earlier in the tournament, but I did not catch that one. But this is a pretty high quality card. I've seen it. My friend is a big believer of this card in Draven, actually, as it is.
Ooh, that is
really
nice.
good.
That sounds good.
Yeah, generates a couple units on its own. But ooh, okay, so Akali on the board. This is a somewhat hyped card in that a lot of people are saying it's pretty good in Aurelia. It can't be chosen, so it does kind of evade the Star-Crossed and such outside of combat. That being said, these cards can be played during combat, so it's not like total freedom, but it's pretty good at moving up, right? It is a 4-drop that then attacks in for 6 just by default, so it does get over stuff by Vex without any sort of pump spell or anything.
Here comes the Death Knell trigger. That's 1 XP, and now we get to look at their hand. Sabotage, Void Assault. There is that
Pretty good
Star-Crossed.
hand.
Yeah, feels pretty good, man. The Kha'Zix player's drawing really good right about now.
Yeah.
What is our choice? Sabotage probably feels like the safest option, but not a ton of great ones now that there's also Vex Apathetic at a battlefield.
Yeah, I will say this hand does not directly beat the Aurelia or the Akalian base. You generally do want to save your sabotages a little bit later in the game with Kha'Zix rather than just kind of throw them down willy-nilly early to try and close things out, put your opponent in checkmate situations, but I mean, you don't really have a way to deal with the Akali as of right now. So, okay, says, all right, I'm going to hold everything, and you do have like a ride the win away. That is something that you could do.
Yeah. I guess all of these don't feel very good. The Void Assault and the mostly just the Void Assault, because getting moved to a battlefield triggers the Akali Silent proc of the 2 might that they get. So really good start.
Use it. You can't even use it. Akali is untargetable. She is not in combat.
Oh, but if it was not in combat, right? That's what I mean. Is
Yeah.
if they it's a pretty tough look. Going back to the Akali stuff, I feel like Vendetta. I was really worried about Vendetta because I saw like Shroud and Perfect Execution, and I'm like, does Akali or does Aurelia just now get the just can't be targeted +2 might? Feels like a lot of combat tricks. I was getting a little worried about what Aurelia was going to do this set, or Twilight Shroud is what it's called.
I mean, I don't even think you play a lot of these cards. Like, they're not bad, but generally Aurelia's issue, you might play like one, maybe 1 or 2.
Sure.
But Aurelia has such a high quality main deck already that there really aren't a lot of slots to swap out. You might swap out maybe 4 slots, maybe 5. I would not be surprised to see a Twilight Shroud because it is a pretty decent card, especially with the Aurelia. It just makes the Aurelia immune to all the silly stuff, right? If it does go through,
and it's got flow, right? Like
Mhm.
we were talking about the flow stuff earlier for Kennen. That is an 8 might Akali. Gets +2 from moving to a location this turn, or to a battlefield this turn, plus the boots of swiftness attached. We're seeing a stack deck and still 5 energy up for our Kha'Zix player.
And you do have the option to ride the Vex away, but still 3 runes up for Aurelia. So it is pretty possible that there's a buff or a defy or something to stop, like the Starcross to stop the Ride the Wind.
Seems like we're getting a Ride the Wind, and I hope our players are also keeping track of the Abandoned Hall trigger. Guess that's not going to matter anymore since we're going to be moving Vex over to Sandswept Tomb.
There's the trigger.
Awesome.
It could matter because there's the Swifties on that Akali, right? So if you have any sort of buff, the Akali gets re-readied from Aurelia Legend, and then you can swing on to the tomb.
Vex should be at 6. Not that I think it's gonna matter right now, but again, like you're mentioning.
What's she at 6 from? What am I missing?
So we had stack deck on this turn, and we also had Ride the Wind.
You're right. Good call. Oh, I guess they did forget it.
Okay. Okay, true. So we were waiting for Ride the Wind to go off. Yeah.
All right. So it looks like it's on Aurelia here, thinking what we want to do. Tide Turner back. So this also does give the option to swing. So is going to pay the extra cost, re-ready the Akali, and now still 1 up, so you do have to respect the defy. This would not be a too bad start. Okay, another ride.
Well, you know the other 3 cards in their hand. Sabotage, Void Assault, and the Starcross. This is going to be a defy to stop Ride the Wind. Okay, wait, actually, yeah, 6, 8. Yeah, okay. Kali should not be at 10. Am I wrong?
I mean, the Tide Turner should still be in base because of the Vex, right?
I mean,
it doesn't
wait a minute.
really matter that much, but
Yeah, the Tide Turner and Akali should be in base, and Akali should only have had. I mean, it doesn't matter now, right? Here's Sabotage. Probably is taking Defiant Dance. Charm's also pretty annoying.
It's really weird to me that was played the way it was. If you were planning on going for a double Ride the Wind, why would you not Sabotage first? He had 1 rune left after all that. Maybe he drew one of the Ride the Winds off the stack. Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah,
but
probably.
I feel like I would have played the Sabotage if I was planning on actually trying to keep my Vex alive, because then you do get to scout for the Defy, and then that does potentially change your own line.
Well, regardless of all of our, thoughts on line of play here, currently this is a 3-4, and Sithis is sitting on a double hold if they get the turn back. We're gonna see Shadow Order Discipline, maybe make a move onto Tide Turner, use the burn trigger to get your +1 might. And we know at least still 2 of the cards left in their hand. It's just that 1 extra one that we don't know of. While basically Sithis is also working with open information, having the Scuttle Crab and Charm.
I'm kind of surprised he swings on here. I thought that you would swing on the Akali and play out maybe? And then that takes care of the... Nah, this is fine.
Up from the deep, +2 tentacles.
Did he forget XP trigger? Okay, we're playing without XP this game.
It's been a long day. Round 1 started for almost 7 hours ago. So
it happens. All right, so Akali does have ganking. So you can just move her right over. Here comes our friend Scuttle Crab.
Okay. Got an extra card, so we know it's Charm +2.
Mm-hmm.
And did get that ability to look. Feels pretty bad to burn through a Fizz, but just needed it to push Abandon Hall.
I'm kind of surprised what was his hand again? Oh, I guess maybe not. I was gonna say I was a little bit surprised you don't just develop Aurelia on this turn, because right now it feels like you're a little bit like your board's pretty thin, considering like Starcross and such in hand, but it's probably fine. It probably doesn't matter. This does add more unknowns to his hand, right? So it is instead of one unknown, now you have two unknowns. It does also give the option to go for like Charm over if you do want to, but all you'd be doing is clearing a single token, which doesn't feel bad either, or it doesn't feel good either.
Seems like we're, getting in the tank here. This is a rather important game, obviously, in the finals. Going to be moving Akali back to base, develop a Guardian Angel, and then pass the turn. Doesn't equip it, doesn't try to move somewhere else. This probably means that E-Gauge is now going to move up to 7, and that's where things get really, really tricky for Sithis, even though we know that they have a Charm. And ganking plus the Aurelia probably means you might just be able to move between both battlefields and clear them.
Yeah, easy going the 7 here, which then does make things a little bit scary for the Aurelia player, because if you do keep units on both battlefields, you make it so that the Aurelia does actually have to invest resources into clearing them. Because if you do a pulling back from the hall, right? Okay, this is fine. I was gonna say if you do pull back, then it does mean that Aurelia doesn't have to invest any resources, and then they just have everything up for a hold. Whereas now they do actually have to potentially invest cards and runes for this, because there's still like the Ka from the Champ Zone. We still know a Starcross in hand. He was threatening a punch first on the last turn, so we could potentially expect like a punch first.
All right, what is Sithis going to play out? Has a Charm in their hand that we saw a lot earlier, and 2 unknowns. Going to start a showdown on the Sandswept Tomb. 8 energy left up in versus a 7. And obviously the Aurelia that's still available. A lot of play to be left up. We're going to get a Starcrossed.
Yeah, I like this a lot. This says, as long as there isn't directly a Defy here, that's like pretty high value, because now you have to develop another unit. And your options here are Aurelia, which costs almost all your resources, or Akali, which again costs almost all your resources. Or you can throw your equipment on the Scuttle Crab and pray for the best. But we know that's not going to work, right? Because there's still
there's still a Charm. And there's still or Kha'Zix has Void Assault, but obviously can't play it right now. Shadow Order Disciple sitting at 4, use the Abandoned Hall trigger from Starcrossed. And now as the Aurelia player, it's like, well, now I just hold to 8 and I lose game 1. You probably have to equip the Scuttle Crab and send them in. You don't get the Death Knell trigger, which kind of sucks, but I think losing the game probably is a little bit better. You'd actually still not even get it. You'd be 3-4.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't even take it because of the Abandoned Hall. You are going to have to commit something.
Yeah.
Something here, which maybe it is just okay. So let's say he plays out Aurelia. That's 5, double equip. So then Aurelia goes to 6, and then ready. So that's paying 3 power. Aurelia's at 7, 8, 10. He's swinging for 10 trades. Okay.
Well, yeah, you can equip, use, pay to ready. So we're going down to 3 runes now. Akali should be ready and ready to go. Still has the charm, so if they want, they can move a collie to this battlefield, win the conquer, pay 1 to ready, charm again, take the tentacle out. It's another star-crossed. Oh my god, this
Yeah.
Kha'Zix player is just red hot.
Yeah. And he used all of his green runes for this play. So you can't even threaten a defy. The game's just
He
over.
can't charm either. Oh,
Yeah.
wait. That's tough.
Gosh. That was quite a
I mean, that's-
crazy sequence.
That has to be game, no? Like,
Yeah.
you can't move anything. You can't do Scuttle Crab again. It was 3 to 4, and now Shadow Order is at 5.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to see the Aurelia developed on the previous turn.
Discipline, draw 1. This has to be the best top deck of all time.
Yeah, so the Scuttle, well, this will trade.
Punch first. Remember, we were joking. Maybe punch first.
Ooh,
Okay.
Let's
All
go
right.
down.
Kha'Zix is not just the best player in the entire universe and has all of their outs in every turn. It's finally going to get taken down.
All right, well, technically... Oh my. Okay,
That's
well,
awesome. That's awesome.
yeah, you can't even play out Aurelia next turn, so what? It's just play Ka. Yeah, and then you
Double
have the
void.
voids.
That is tough.
Does he have the resource? Yeah, he does have. He is at 9.
He'll play Kha'Zix. I mean, he can move 1. I don't think you want... Well,
3-1.
if the numbers are right, it's going to be Fizz instead. 1 green rune opens up the possibility for some stuff. A Sabotage. Show us the hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can
He's
you
feeling very, very
wait?
good.
Can you not play Void Assault without? Oh, I guess he's checking for a gust.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, or not.
Kha'Zix? Yeah.
Wait, can you
Kha'Zix.
not play Void Assault if your opponent doesn't have units?
You cannot. It needs a valid target.
Okay. Okay. Makes sense.
So. Well, we know all the cards in hand -1 here for Sithis. And for the first time maybe in this game, Sithis goes, all right, there's not going to be some random stuff in his hand. There's not going to be another Ride the Wind or double Star-Crossed. He has Void Assault. He's essentially unable to answer this turn. And we have 4 runes. Playing a
Yeah.
Kali again.
And this loses the board, so it should be game.
Yeah, actually true. Couldn't Star-Cross because he didn't have a legal target without a unit on the board. Didn't have the energy to do so because we committed so much to the previous couple of turns before this. That's game 1. Going over to our Kha'Zix player. First time Kha'Zix. Looks
All
unstoppable.
right. I mean, Kha'Zix is looking so good right now. The deck is going fast and it's going hard. It is quite powerful, and we saw that off of this Scuttle. Just 5 power spells. That feels what playing against Aurelia feels like. Where I look at their hand when I play Sabotage and see like 3 defies, 2 disciplines, a Defiant Dance, and I'm like, I want to be out of here.
And the Aurelia looks at you, small smirk. So which one do you
Yeah.
choose? I'll recycle
Yeah,
whatever
what
you
do you
want.
choose? Incredible.
man.
So it did go game 1 to Kha'Zix. Game 2 is going to be Aurelia's on the play, so probably going to see like a Targon's or something. Imagine that is the going first battlefield. Do you have any ideas for adaptations you'd make as Aurelia after seeing that game 1?
I'm just trying to think of like what your sideboard options are going to be, because there's like maybe you're trying to just play a couple of, you trade out some of your slower spells. Maybe you try to tech in some units to try to do anything, but we just passed on the first turn. Nothing played.
Yeah, this does make me think it is one of the Aurelia variants that is playing really low on the 2 drops. Some of them will play like Scuttle Tide and that's it. Some of them don't even max out on those.
Mhm.
And then you're just looking at like GA or Azonias. So unfortunate there though, especially considering there is a
Ooh.
Targon's on the board. That feels pretty bad.
Stack deck. Imagine your first turn on as going second. Stack deck, Irresistible Fey Folk. Your opponent's developed 0 units and puts a Boots of Swiftness out. This, to me, almost reads like we're going to be playing Aurelia on turn 3 and just hope and pray that on 6 runes we can maybe do some funky stuff. Targon's Peak is going to give us the ability to ready 2 runes. Probably don't want to walk into Forbidding Waste by ourselves. Yeah, I mean, if I'm Kha'Zix, I'm really happy about the board right now.
I mean, you can't even play Aurelia on the next turn unless you want to invest all your runes into it, because the Fae just clears Aurelia with Kha'Zix, right? So
True.
unless they do want to go ahead and attach the boots or have a Divine Dance in hand, they do lose to board if they play Aurelia. So would not be surprised to see both players play it slow here. Maybe play out like more equipment, or I mean, we haven't seen a Stella yet. This is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
We have Zed without a sound, one of the new cards from Vendetta. I really love this card. I think it is super strong, and I think the flavor of this one, in comparison to the red variant, is just top notch. Just action, 1 energy, 1 purple power. Move me and a shadow clone you control to each other's locations. I think that is perfect flavor for Zed.
Yeah, it is cool. I really am a big fan of units that have action speed on them. It is something that's not super common in the game right now. I think it's like Ezreal dashing, and is that the name of it even? The blue Ezreal.
I
that
think so.
pings
Yeah,
you.
I think it is Ezreal dashing.
Yeah, there's like that. There is this Zed. I want to say that Heimerdinger, when it copies something with action speed, has action speed. Maybe.
You know
Because
what?
it just
I'll go
copies
look
the
it up
text,
for you. Here we
right?
go, champion.
But
all right, we've got a couple of actions. We've got Azir Ascendant. We've got Malzahar Fanatic, which is add 2 power.
One's cool.
But you got one of them. You got the Ezreal. So if there was a quiz, you already aced it. There's our Stellacorn Hunter, though. Or Herder.
Yep. Okay, this is not too bad of a spot for Aurelia, to be honest. You've been able to set up pretty slowly, and your opponent has scored 0 points, and your hand is pretty solid. I definitely would not be too sad here. Sure, your Stella might die, but who cares? You have another one to back it up. Do you even commit the bunny to this? I don't know. It might just be push up Zed, play your clone.
Okay. That is Stella. That is Sabotage to get rid of Discipline.
Yes.
And now it's like, okay, well, are you going to play Gust? I'm going to play my Zed. I'm going to get my Conquer, get my Shadow Clone trigger. Also get the Targon's Peak at the very end of the turn. So you can honestly just kind of tap out if you really want to and hold up 2. You know there's a Gust in the opponent's hand right now, but they likely aren't going to play it unless you develop a Shadow Clone, okay?
Okay. So going for a double conquer here with Zed. And this does create 2 tokens, which is cool. It does give the draw, which means you could have your opponent rip into like a Defiant or an On Guard or something, but it is on waste, so it would need a lot. Oh, okay. That's good.
Sure, that's the Gust. Maybe I'm just like overvaluing this Zed token. And obviously Stellacorn is great, but delaying your hand a little bit further and then seeing 2 Shadow Clones that can be moved in and out of battlefields and protecting them, that feels really strong. I really like the Kha'Zix player's position right now, and you have double Stellacorn in hand that you're really going to have to take a long time to develop. And we get a Noxian Demolitionist now.
Yeah, new unit. New unit. We have not seen this guy yet. Pretty cool. It is 0 power gear removal.
It's
And
buffed.
Kha'Zix can buff it up.
All right. Seems like E-Gage is yet again running red hot in this early game.
Mhm.
Readies those 2 runes right back up. And now it is 8 energy. Aurelia player. We got to see something. Come on, Sithis. Summon it from the void.
Yeah, you probably do feel somewhat safe to play Aurelia here if you do want to play Aurelia, as you will have 3 runes to back her up. Thankfully, the COD did not score really quickly, really early. Like, their board is
Sure.
pretty well developed, but they're only on 2 points. So you're not, like, in threat of losing the game if you cannot stick a unit for a turn or 2. But, okay, so opting to play the Stella instead, and you could even just play double Stella. Oh, wow. Okay, says, nope, I'm going to
Stella
attach the boots and maybe move on and trade, I guess? Okay.
Yeah. And if this doesn't go well, you technically do still have the Star-Crossed. If you really want it, past focus. Let's see, what does the Zed have? Again, Forbidding Waste also making it a lot more enticing to go for this attack.
Yes, that's true.
You
It is not a
can
trade.
just shift the Shadow Clone and just say, hey, look, I'll take the Survive on this.
Yep. Is so cool when they give units quick abilities because it adds a whole nother layer to the game. I'm a huge fan of these, and it's part of the reason I love Yu-Gi-Oh so much. Yu-Gi-Oh is the card game I came from. Is all your cards, well, most of your cards do things on both players' turn. So it's really cool when you start making your units fast as well.
That has
Alright.
been my biggest learning curve coming over from Magic. It's like,
Mhm.
yes, there is some cards that have action and reaction, but anything that has tap, I have to like stop myself and be like, okay, I have to probably use this on my turn
It's not all
because I
instant.
can't just
It's not all
I can't just
instant.
wait. I can't just wait to use an activated ability at the end of my opponent's turn, or like
Yeah.
tap sacrifice flow. I've definitely lost a couple of games just by thinking I'm still playing. I can play it in the same cadence as Magic the Gathering,
Mhm.
but seems
There's
like they end up
definitely
winning
some
it.
weird stuff there, yeah. It's not super intuitive. They've been getting better about the rules, and I
Yes.
think it'll just keep getting better. And I don't know if people, including yourself, saw, but they are giving us better formatted card text in
I was
what's
going to
it,
ask
set
you about the
6?
arrows. If you're a big arrow
Yeah.
fan.
I am not an Arrow fan, but anything is
Okay.
better than what we have right now, so I am not complaining.
Okay, fair play, fair play.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is really nice. Guardian Angel, use the Aurelia Blade Dancer trigger. Gonna give it ganking thanks to our Boots of Swiftness. Get the draw trigger. A
Mhm.
very, very good turn coming off of the back of that Zed with a double conquer as well. So a lot of resources. It is 6 cards to 3. And hey, you might know what 3 of those other cards are, but still a lot of resources available for Sithis.
And this can be a little bit scary here, because even if you do want to go for what might seem like the obvious play, which is shove up the Demolitionist onto waste and then kill the GA, I mean, if there's a Ride the Wind in hand, it's a pretty big swing for Aurelia. You get another draw, you lose your guy. Oh, okay. It just goes through. Fair enough.
Okay. Pretty big card to lose, I won't lie. Getting the heal, exhaust, and recall is always nice, but Noxian Demolitionist, just more ways to try to stop, just to make sure that Riot Games don't have to ban Aurora. They really wanted to make sure we're going to add as many ways as possible to blow up gears. There's the Prefect in purple, or you can banish it if the gear is played on this turn in the same turn. So
I will say it's probably pretty difficult to kill an Aurora with Demolitionist because it only kills something with less cost than its might. So you would have to get
it's
them
an
up
orange.
to 9 might.
You just triple, just play 2 punch first, and then we're chilling.
Yeah.
Star-Crossed.
All right. Comes the Star-Cross saying, I am going to remove your unit, and there was not a Define the hand earlier when we did get the peep, but
Ooh.
There we go. Do we have the hard bargain? No hard bargain.
Do not.
Okay.
If he does,
I mean-
then we're just waiting for another big spell to trigger it off of.
See, what's crazy here is I think if you're Kha'Zix, I think you're fine with this, because if you look at how many runes the Aurelia has, if you can just keep getting Aurelia to burn these power costs, they're just put in a spot again where they just can't stick a unit. And you can just remove the unit every turn that they play it, and the game will be over, because now you do have enough might on your board to pretty easily clear this, maybe even through like a defined dance, because what the clone swings for, is it 4, I want to say? Let me see.
It's 5 right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have 9, you have 10 might potentially swing in if you did want a full swing, which I don't think you would. And you could, even then, like with a Defiant Dance, that's only, ooh, okay. So swinging for 6 here. Says, do you have a discipline? Do you have an on guard? There's the discipline.
Another discipline coming on through. Does get the draw one, so you get to see even more. Do we see the action? Yes. Oh, punch first! Yay! Our favorite. So likely it's just going to be Zed getting it, and we're going to win our combat here, our showdown. You get the Targon's Peak trigger again. Did have to go down on 2 runes thanks to punch first having a pretty hefty power cost, but did also want to note, now that the Feyfolk has hit the bench or hit the trash, Shadow Clones now have something that they can actually banish. So that's pretty important for your Assault 4.
Yeah, the game has gone too well for Zed, and he has not had to have a single unit die until now.
Yep.
And we had our Sacrificial Bunny, and now our clones can do some damage. But this is pretty similar to what happened game 1. Admittedly, it started a little bit slower, but Aurelia is in a spot where you have no units. You have no units developed, and if you do want to develop a unit and contest the board, you have to pay a lot of power. And then if you pay a lot of power, you're stuck in a spot where when your unit gets removed, you have to do it all over again, and you can never actually have enough runes to do more than just stick a unit and try and contest, which feels pretty bad.
And even on the crackback, you potentially have a Kha'Zix who could move in with a Shadow Clone. So that's potentially upwards of, what, that's 6? That's, yeah, you have 10 power sitting, or 10 might sitting across from you. And every combat that this Kha'Zix wins, which so far we haven't had a ton of actual combats, we've had a lot of non-combat showdowns go down, just buffs being handed out like candy right now.
Yeah, for sure. And the Zed can just say, hey, I'm gone at any point. So he can sit on that battlefield and say, hey, you have to pay the 6 might threshold to get over me. And as soon as you do, I disappear. Very similar to his self in League.
There's 5. Are you pulling Aurelia from Champ Zone, or are we doing some funky stuff with one of the cards in our hand? We do still know at least there is 1 Stellacorn in hand. There is still a Boots and a Starcrossed. That is the available information we gained from the Sabotage a couple of turns ago.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to decide if he wants to play. Oh, okay, that's a new one. That's a pretty good one if it does stick, as it does mean that the Ka from the Champ Zone is kind of blanked. But being on 6 points here as the Kha'Zix, you can kind of just pull everything back if you did want to, and say, I've got a big fat push on the next turn. Can you really stop it with just that?
I see 3. Please say this is Starcrossed.
I
don't see a power
really
getting
funny.
recycled. There is Ravenbroom. Hey, look at that! I was talking about this card just a little bit ago. I didn't see this in the Kha'Zix deck earlier versus the Ezreal, and we didn't get to see it in game number 1. So this potentially could be one of those sideboard cards we were talking about at the very beginning of the match.
Yeah, for sure. And it does feel good when you do get to hit these important gear with it. Aurelia does rely a lot on the cards like the Swifties to be able to control the board with fewer units. And in this case, I think you're just saying, hey, I just want more bodies on the board for my next push. I don't expect Aurelia to be playing any gear here. think you do probably just need to stick that boots on that Vex, go up onto a battlefield and maybe fortify. Though it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because there's a lot of might that's going to be coming in.
It's likely going to be on Forbidding Waste because you need to just put stuff on the board, and if it's going to be a defender alone, you get that -2, which feels pretty nice. But E-Gauge being already at 6, I would say if you're Sithis, you might be feeling maybe a little less under the gun if there wasn't 5 units sitting in this guy's base, and the fact that he's already at 6, and you are at 2. Got a lot of ground still to make up, and not a ton of action available. We're going to send the Vex in.
Yeah, the one thing that might be able to do help a lot is if you do have stuff like Charm here, and you could start cleaning up the bench a little bit.
Okay, there's Charm.
As I say it. All right, there's the Charm.
So Vex has 1. Well, I guess it heals up after the combat, so Charm feeling pretty good. Still a lot of work to be done for Sithis. I'm sure you're, no sleep has been lost seeing Aurelia struggle to maintain a board presence. But there's a tap out. What are we paying 5 energy for?
Gotta be Aurelia, right? Yep.
Okay.
Saying, I am going to sit on this battlefield, and you're going to deal with it. And does have
Oh,
a
you're
fair
gonna be double
number of
battlefield.
rooms. It's 3. What was that?
I was going to say, you could have just done Aurelia, readied it, ganking with the boots, take over Forbidding Waste. It's going to play the hidden card.
I think he does have
So-
to do this, because if you split your units, then it is possible to get run over. And you don't want to leave your
Sure.
units on waste anyway.
Yeah.
Because that just gives more value here. So defending for 10 represented, Aurelia tends to be playing for hiddens like Zonia's, maybe, and Tide Turner. And I guess you could threaten like a back off, but no back offs have been seen yet.
Ooh. Okay, so this would be really kind of cheeky. If you run these shadow clones individually into this battlefield and you start like whittling away at Aurelia, you can also send the Noxian Demolitionist over to Forbidden Waste, use it to then take out the boots from the Aurelia. So that could be something that we're looking at here.
So it does swing in here for 4.
Banish
If
the
there
Prefect.
is- See, this is like I guess you do have Ka here. I'm not sure how much I like this, because now you give a lot of value to any buff spell on the Vex. You just don't get anything out of this, which makes me think that there's like a punch first or something in it.
Punch first, and then you're also playing into the hidden, right? That's another spooky part about this. If you're also Kha'Zix, I was talking about that Sithis might feel a lot under pressure because of the base, the number of units we saw previously, and the large point discrepancy between the two of them. Maybe E-Gauge is saying like, hey, I might be willing to play a slightly slower game because I have this lead, and because I have a lot of house money that I'm playing with. I'm 3 points up, I'm 2 points away from winning, and I've already won game 1.
Big think here. Big think. This is potentially the game deciding turn. And it
Okay, we're
looks like-
trading.
Wow, okay. I did not expect that to go through. Wow, okay. That's very good. Now that opens up the Ka champion as an option here.
This hidden card has to be like what, like switcheroo again?
I think it's just. I think it's Tide Turner. I think it's a bluff.
That's honestly, yeah, probably that's also very likely. Again, if E-Gauge is feeling it, Demolicious over to Forbidden Waste, and that gets you to 7. That also, if your opponent's maybe feeling like, hey, I don't want you to double conquer, win the game on this turn, I might have to play a spell. I personally, that's the play that I'm looking at. Again, also getting rid of the boots is really, really nice. That -2 onto Aurelia would be very, very good.
How is he going to clear the boots? Because the His guy would
So
have to be
the
at 3 might.
demolish is only 2.
Yeah.
Man, see, this is where the punch
Oh,
first
no.
comes through. Don't use it on the Zed. The punch first on Zed, that's too funny. We have to, go the roundabout loop-de-doop way.
Okay, so sending in the Zed plus the clone. This is going to be 9 might. Aurelia is currently at 6.
It's 10 might because of the buff on Zed.
You are correct. You're absolutely correct. So 10, so Aurelia at 6. If it is a tide turner, that'll end up being... Okay, this is a pretty good one. Is there a hard bargain in hand?
Discipline. Show me the
I
money.
see 4. That's hard bargain. Oh, no.
Could also be Kha'Zix. Yep. Okay.
It's caught. Okay.
So Kha'Zix gets +2. Get the 2 XP.
Okay.
What do you got?
So what are we at? So 10 and then Ka trigger here. So 16. Aurelia's at 9. Tide turner goes to 11. You could still have a Defiant Dance.
Well, also gets the +1 because of
Wait.
Tide Turner trigger. So
Can you
Okay.
Tide Turner on the same? No, it's another location. You can't use that.
it doesn't say another location. It just says move me
does.
to its location. Oh, we just ended the showdown. Oh,
you-
Kha'Zix just won.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, so clone conquers the 7. Now you shove up, and
Boom.
that should be game.
There we go. What a red hot Kha'Zix deck. First time. And then we just.
He's just flexing at this point. He's like, I
Yep.
had the hard bargain. It never mattered.
Yep. There we go. As we say in the business, better lucky than good, but this Kha'Zix player was also pretty damn good. It just was super, super on top of controlling the board, preventing both of their opponents in top 4 from developing anything. And that's it. That's the grand finals.
Yeah, we had a pretty quick top cut, didn't we? Our Kha'Zix friend just kind of ran through the competition and put on an absolute performance. Dropped 0. He did drop 0 games, right? He 2-0'd the Kennen as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so dropped 0 games in top cut, making the Kha'Zix deck look quite strong. So if you guys don't have your Kha'Zix cards yet, your Void Assaults, your purple Kha'Zixes, you should go pick those up right now.
Yeah, I'm real quick gonna check through the bracket to see how they did because they let's see, round 1. Let's see if I can grab this real quick because I just want to see what their actual road to the finals was. Because this deck looked like it just ran over everybody. 2-0 in round 1 versus, by the way, the Ezreal player earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Round 2, another 2-0. Round 3, give it to me. Come on, where are you at? EH.
Man is not
Okay,
losing
lost.
games.
That was the loss. That was the loss that we were
Okay.
talking about against Mob
Okay.
Monster. So 1 and 2. Round 4, obviously a win, highly likely, right? Where are you? Yeah, 2 and 1. So they lost 3 games in 4 rounds, 3 individual games, and then they 2-1'd as well. They lost 4 games over this
Yeah.
entire tournament.
It was an impressive performance. They played really well. The deck looked well constructed, and we did get to see some cool new additions with the tentacles and the Zed. I really liked the Zed. The Zed put in a lot of work in that last match and made the deck look pretty strong. So,
Yep.
But yeah,
That
so
was.
Yep.
Go ahead.
okay. No. Finish your thought.
I was just saying that was a really, really cool way to play Kha'Zix, especially again, first time here in Runes and Rift to see them in the grand finals and do it in really convincing fashion. And then the decks that we saw go up against them, the Kennen deck, who is the most represented legend in the tournament, and then Aurelia, who, pick your poison. Either you're saying that Aurelia or Master E is the big bad of right now, competitive.
Yep, and so that is going to wrap up the 20th Runes and Rift weekly, and thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you, Alk, for showing up as a caster. It's been a pleasure casting to you today, Dimitri, and Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Hope to see you back in the future. So my socials, if you do want to check out my stuff, you can go to my Twitter _NA45_. I cast Riftbound, but I also do enjoy making card alters. You can find them on my Twitter, post pictures of those. And yeah, where can our viewers find you, Alk?
Well, for the most part, you guys can find me on at Alk Battery everywhere. If you're interested in what I'm doing, for the most part, I am heavily involved with LPL English, which is the unofficial home for commentating over the LPL, which is the best Chinese league in the world. So if you're interested in watching some Chinese League of Legends, stay tuned. We're broadcasting every single night from Wednesday to Sunday, every single week. So that's mainly where you can find me. And if you're interested in some like pre-recorded content, we have a podcast over on the LPL_English YouTube channel. So that's all the plugs I'm going to give for them. I love those guys. I'm a founder, so I have to, I'm incentivized to do so. But I want to thank all the people here at Runes and Rift and Plus for including me and doing like a caster call. I think it's really cool to have more people join, and obviously a lot of people are making their way over to Riftbound right now.
Absolutely. Very cool stuff. So again, shout outs to Plus. Thanks for having us. And I believe we are signing out now. So if you're not in the Discord, make sure to join it and you can join in future tournaments. So thank you guys so much.